Book 2, Chapter 18 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 18. A Grave Opened. One thing that troubled Robert on this his first return home was the discovery that the surroundings of his childhood had deserted him. There they were as of yore, but they seemed to have nothing to say to him, no remembrance of him. It was not that everything looked small and narrow. It was not that the streets he saw from his new quarters, the gable room, were awfully still after the roar of Aberdeen, and a passing cart seemed to shudder at the loneliness of the noise itself made. It was that everything seemed to be conscious only of the past, and care nothing for him now. The very chairs with their inlaid backs had an embalmed look, and stood as in a dream. He could pass even the walled-up door without emotion, for all the feeling that had been gathered about the knob that admitted him to Mary St. John had transferred itself to the brass bell-pull at her street door. But one day, after standing for a while at the window, looking down on the street where he had first seen the beloved form of Ericson, a certain old mood began to revive in him. He had been working at quadratic equations all the morning. He had been foiled in the attempt to find the true algebraic statement of a very tough question involving various ratios, and vexed with himself, he had risen to look out, as the only available Zeitvertreib. It was one of those rainy days of spring which it needs a hopeful mood to distinguish from autumnal ones. Dull, depressing, persistent. There might be sunshine in Mercury or Venus, but on the earth could be none. From his right hand, round by India and America to his left, and certainly there was none between. A mood to which all sensitive people are liable, who have not yet learned by faith in the everlasting to rule their own spirits. Naturally enough, his thoughts turned to the place where he had suffered most, his old room in the garret. Hitherto he had shrunk from visiting it, but now he turned away from the window, went up the steep stairs, with their one sharp corkscrew curve, pushed the door, which clung unwillingly to the floor, and entered. It was a nothing of a place, with a window that looked only to heaven. There was the empty bedstead against the wall where he had so often kneeled, sending forth vain prayers to a deaf heaven. Had they indeed been vain prayers, and to a deaf heaven? Or had they been prayers which a hearing God must answer, not according to the haste of the praying child, but according to the calm course of his own infinite law of love? Here somehow or other the things about him did not seem so much absorbed in the past, notwithstanding those untroubled rows of papers bundled in red tape. True, they looked almost awful in their lack of interest and their non-humanity, for there is scarcely anything that absolutely loses interest save the records of money. But his mother's work-box lay behind them, and strange to say, the sight of that bed drew him to kneel down. He did not yet believe that prayer was in vain. If God had not answered him before, that gave no certainty that he would not answer him now. It was, he found, still as rational as it had ever been to hope that God would answer the man that cried to him. This came, I think, from the fact that God had been answering him all the time, although he had not recognized his gifts as answers. Had he not given him Ericson, his intercourse with whom, and his familiarity with whose doubts had done anything but quench his thirst after the higher life? For Ericson's, like his own, were true and good and reverent doubts, not merely consistent with, but in a great measure springing from, devoutness and aspiration. Surely such doubts are far more precious in the sight of God than many beliefs. He kneeled and sent forth one cry after the Father, arose and turned toward the shelves, removed some of the bundles of letters, and drew out his mother's little box. There lay the miniature, still and open-eyed as he had left it. There too lay the bit of paper, brown and dry, with the hymn and the few words of sorrow written thereon. He looked at the portrait, but did not open the folded paper. Then first he thought whether there might not be something more in the box. What he had taken for the bottom seemed to be a tray. He lifted it by two little ears of ribbon, and there underneath lay a letter addressed to his father. in the same old-fashioned handwriting as the hymn. It was sealed with brown wax, full of spangles, impressed with a bush of something. He could not tell whether rushes or reeds or flags. Of course he dared not open it. His holy mother's words to his erring father must be sacred even from the eye of their son. But what other or fitter messenger than himself could hear it to its destination? It was for this that he had been guided to it. For years he had regarded the finding of his father as the first duty of his manhood. It was as if his mother had now given her sanction to the quest, with this letter to carry to the husband, who, however he might have erred, was yet dear to her. He replaced it in the box, but the box no more on the forsaken shelf, with its dreary barricade of soulless records. He carried it with him, and laid it in the bottom of his box, which henceforth he kept carefully locked. There lay, as it were, the pledge of his father's salvation, and his mother's redemption from an eternal grief. He turned to his equation. It had cleared itself up. He worked it out in 5 minutes. Betty came to tell him that the dinner was ready, and he went down, peaceful and hopeful, to his grandmother. While at home he never worked in the evenings. It was bad enough to have to do so at college. Hence nature had a chance with him again. Blessings on the wintry blast that broke into the first youth of summer. They made him feel what summer was. Blessings on the cheerless days of rain, and even of sleet and hail that would shove the reluctant year back into January. The fair face of spring, with her tears dropping upon her quenchless smiles, peeped in suppressed triumph from behind the growing corn and the budding sallows on the river bank. Nay, even when the snow came once more in defiance of calendars, it was but a background from which the near Genesis should stick fiery off. In general, he had a lonely walk after his lesson with Miss St. John was over. There was no one at Rothieden to whom his heart and intellect both were sufficiently drawn to make a close friendship possible. He had companions, however. Ericson had left his papers with him. The influence of these led him into yet closer sympathy with nature and all her moods, a sympathy which, even in the stony heart of Aberdeen, he not only did not lose, but never ceased to feel. Even there a breath of wind would not only breathe upon him, it would breathe into him, and a sunset seen from the strand was lovely, as if it had hung over rainbow seas. On his way home he would often go into one of the shops where the neighbours congregated in the evenings, and hold a little talk, and although with Miss St. John filling his heart, his friend's poems his imagination, and geometry and algebra his intellect, great was the contrast between his own inner mood and the words by which he kept up human relations with his town folks. Yet in after years he counted it one of the greatest blessings of a lowly birth and education, that he knew hearts and feelings which to understand one must have been young amongst them. He would not have had a chance of knowing such as these if he had been the son of Dr. Anderson and born in Aberdeen. End chapter 18. Book 2, Chapter 19 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 19. Robert meditates. One lovely evening in the first of the summer, Miss St. John had dismissed him earlier than usual, and he had wandered out for a walk. After a round of a couple of miles, he returned by a fir wood, through which went a pathway. He had heard Mary St. John say that she was going to see the wife of a labourer who lived at the end of this path. In the heart of the trees it was growing very dusky, but when he came to a spot where they stood away from each other a little space, and the blue sky looked in from above, with one cloud floating in it from which the rose of the sunset was fading, he seated himself on a little mound of moss that had gathered over an ancient stump by the footpath, and drew out his friend's papers. Absorbed in his reading, he was not aware of an approach till the rustle of silk startled him. He lifted up his eyes and saw Miss St. John a few yards from him on the pathway. He rose. "It's almost too dark to read now, isn't it, Robert?" she said. "Ah," said Robert, "I know this writing so well that I could read it by moonlight. I wish I might read some of it to you. You would like it." "May I ask whose it is, then? Poetry, too." "It's Mr. Ericson's, but I'm feared he would not like me to read it to anybody but myself. And yet—" "I don't think he would mind me," returned Miss St. John. "I do know him a little. It is not as if I were quite a stranger, you know. Did he tell you not?" "No, but then he never thought of such a thing. I don't know if it's fair, for they are carelessly written, and there are words and lines here and there that I am sure he would alter if he cared for them." "Then if he doesn't care for them, he won't mind my hearing them. There," she said, seating herself on the stump. "You sit down on the grass and read me one at least." "You'll remember they were never intended to be read," urged Robert, not knowing what he was doing, and so fulfilling his destiny. "I will be as jealous of his honour as ever you can wish," answered Miss St. John gaily. Robert laid himself on the grass at her feet and read: "When the storm was proudest and the wind was loudest, I heard the hollow caverns drinking down below. When the stars were bright and the ground was white, I heard the grasses springing underneath the snow. Many voices spake, the river to the lake, the iron-ribbed sky was talking to the sea, and every starry spark made music with the dark, and said how bright and beautiful everything must be." "That line, ma'am," remarked Robert, "'s only just scratted in, as if he had no intention of leaving it, and only set it there to keep room for another. But we'll just go on with the love of it. I ought not to have interrupted it. When the sun was setting, all the clouds were getting beautiful and silvery in the rising moon. Beneath the leafless trees, wrangling in the breeze, I could hardly see them for the leaves of June. When the day had ended and the night descended, I heard the sound of streams that I heard not through the day. And every peak afar was ready for a star, and they climbed and rolled around until the morning grey. Then slumber soft and holy came down upon me slowly, and I went I know not whither, and I lived I know not how. My glory had been banished, for when I woke it vanished, but I waited on its coming, and I am waiting now." "There," said Robert, ending. "Can you make onything of that, Miss St. John?" "I don't say I can in words," she answered, "but I think I could put it all into music." "But surely ye maun hae some notion o' what it's aboot afore ye can do that." "Yes, but I have some notion of what it's about, I think. Just lend it to me, and by the time we have our next lesson, you will see whether I'm not able to show you I understand it. I shall take good care of it," she added, with a smile, seeing Robert's reluctance to part with it. "It doesn't matter my having it, you know, now that you've read it to me. I want to make you do it justice. But it's quite time I were going home. Besides, I really don't think you can see to read any more." "Weel, it's better no to try, though I have them mostly upon my tongue. I might blunder, and that would blot them. Will you let me go home with you?" he added in pure, tremulous English. "Certainly, if you like," she answered, and they walked towards the town. Robert opened the fountain of his love for Ericson, and let it gush like a river from a hillside. He talked on and on about him with admiration, gratitude, devotion; and Miss St. John was glad of the veil of the twilight over her face as she listened, for the boy's enthusiasm trembled through her as the wind through an Aeolian harp. Poor Robert! He did not know, I say, what he was doing, and so was fulfilling his sacred destiny. "Bring your manuscripts when you come next," she said, as they walked along, gently adding, "I admire your friend's verses very much, and should like to hear more of them." "I'll be sure and do that," answered Robert, in delight that he had found one to sympathize with him in his worship of Ericson, and that one his other idol. When they reached the town, Miss St. John, calling to mind its natural propensity to gossip, especially on the evening of a market day, when the shopkeepers, their labours over, would be standing in a speculative mood at their doors, surrounded by groups of friends and neighbours, felt shy of showing herself on the square with Robert, and proposed that they should part, giving as a by-the-by reason that she had a little shopping to do as she went home. Too simple to suspect the real reason, but with a heart that delighted in obedience, Robert bade her good night at once, and took another way. As he passed the door of Merson, the haberdasher's shop, there stood William MacGregor, the weaver, looking at nothing and doing nothing. We have seen something of him before. He was a remarkable compound of good nature and bad temper. People were generally afraid of him because he had a biting satire at his command, amounting even to wit, which found vent in verse, not altogether despicable even from a literary point of view. The only person he, on his part, was afraid of was his own wife, for upon her, from lack of apprehension, his keenest irony fell, as he said, like water on a duck's back, and in respect of her he had, therefore, no weapon of offence to strike terror withal. Her dulness was her defence. He liked Robert. When he saw him, he wakened up, laid hold of him by the button, and drew him in. "Come in, lad," he said, "and take a pinch. I'm waiting for Merson." As he spoke, he took from his pocket his mull, made of the end of a ram's horn, and presented it to Robert, who accepted the pledge of friendship. While he was partaking, MacGregor drew himself with some effort upon the counter, saying in a half comical, half admonitory tone, "Weel, and hoo's the mathematics, Robert?" "Thrivin'," answered Robert, falling into his good humour. "Weel, that's verra weel. Duv ye mind, Robert, hoo, when ye was aboot the age of 8 year auld, ye came to me ance at my shop aboot something your grandmother, honest woman, wanted, and I, by the way of taking my fun o' ye, said to ye, Robert, ye have grown desperate. Ye're a man clean. Ye have gotten the breeks on. And says ye, Ay, Mr. MacGregor, I want naething noo but a watch and a wife." "I doobt I've forgotten all aboot it, Mr. MacGregor," answered Robert, "but I've made some progress according to your story, for Dr. Anderson, afore I came home, gave me a watch, and a fine crater it is, for it aye does its best, and sae I excuse its shortcomin's." "There's just a thing and nae another," returned the manufacturer, "that I cannot excuse in a watch. If a watch gangs ower fest, ye find oot. If she gangs ower slow, ye find oot, and ye can aye calculate upon it the correct enough for matters sublunary, as Mr. Macleary says. And if a watch stops altogether, ye ken it's failin', and ye ken whaur it sticks, and 'at ye says, Tut, tut, devil have it for a watch. But there's ane thing that God nor man cannot bide in a watch, and that's when it stands still for a bittock, and syne gaes on again. Ay, ay, tick, 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 with a fair face and a lean heart. It wad gar ye believe it was all right, and time for another tumbler, when it's 12 o'clock, and the kirkyard folk thinking aboot risin'. Fegs, I had a watch of my father's, and I regarded it with a reverence more like a human being. The second time it played me that plisky, I dang oot its inwards upon the lopin' on stone at the door of the shop. But let the watch sit. Whaur's the wife? Ye cannot be a man yet, wantin' the wife, by your own statement." "The watch came unsought, Mr. MacGregor, and I'm thinking so maun the wife," answered Robert, laughing. "Preserve me for one from a wife that comes unsought," returned the weaver. "But, my lad, there may be some wives that will not come when they are sought. Preserve me from them too. Noo, maybe ye dinna ken what I mean. But tak ye tent what ye're aboot. Dinna ye think 'at ilka bonny lass 'at may like to haud a wark wi' ye's jist ready to marry ye aff hand when ye say, Noo, my dawtie. And ae more word, Robert. Young men, especially braw lads like yourselves, unco ready to fall in love with women fit to be their mithers. And so ye see." He was interrupted by the entrance of a girl. She had a shawl over her head, notwithstanding it was summer weather, and crept in hesitatingly, as if she were not quite at one with herself as to her coming purchase. Approaching a boy behind the counter on the opposite side of the shop, she asked for something, and he proceeded to serve her. Robert could not help thinking, from the one glimpse of her face he had got through the dust, that he had seen her before. Suddenly the vision of an earthen floor with a pool of brown sunlight upon it, bare feet, brown hair, and soft eyes, mingled with the musk odour wafted from Arabian fairyland, rose before him. It was Jessie Hewson. 'I know that lassie,' he said, and moved to get down from the counter on which he too had seated himself. 'Na, na,' whispered the manufacturer, laying, like the Ancient Mariner, a brown skinny hand of restraint upon Robert's arm. 'Na, na, never heed her. Ye maunna speyk to ilka lass 'at ye ken. Poor thing! she's been doin' something wrong to go on slinkin' aboot i' the gloamin' like a bat wi' her plaid ower her heid. Dinna fash wi' her.' 'Nonsense!' returned Robert with indignation. 'What for shouldna I speak till her? She's a decent lassie, a dochter o' James Hewson, the cottar at Bodyfauld. I ken her fine.' He said this in a whisper, but the girl seemed to hear it, for she left the shop with a perturbation which the dimness of the late twilight could not conceal. Robert hesitated no longer, but followed her, heedless of the louder expostulations of MacGregor. She was speeding away down the street, but he took longer strides than she, and was almost up with her, when she drew her shawl closer about her head, and increased her pace. 'Jessie!' said Robert in a tone of expostulation, but she made no answer. Her head sunk lower on her bosom, and she hurried yet faster. He gave a long stride or two, and laid his hand on her shoulder. She stood still, trembling. 'Jessie, dinna ye ken me? Robert Falconer. Dinna be feart at me. What's the matter wi' ye, 'at ye winna speik till a body? Hoo's a' the folk at hame?' She burst out crying, cast one look into Robert's face, and fled. What a change was in that face! The peach colour was gone from her cheek. It was pale and thin. Her eyes were hollow, with dark shadows under them, the shadows of a sad sunset. A foreboding of the truth arose in his heart, and the tears rushed up into his eyes. The next moment the thought of Mary St. John, moving gracious and strong, clothed in worship and the dignity which is its own defence, appeared beside that of Jessie Hewson, her bowed head shaking with sobs, and her weak limbs urged to ungraceful flight. As if walking in the vision of an eternal truth, he went straight to Captain Forsyth's door. 'I want to speak to Miss St. John, Icy,' said Robert. 'She'll be doon in a minute.' 'But is not your mistress in the drawing room? I did not want to see her.' 'Aweel,' said the girl, who was almost fresh from the country, 'just rin up the stair and rap at the door of her room.' With the simplicity of a child, for what a girl told him to do must be right, Robert sped up the stair, his heart going like a fire engine. He had never approached Mary's room from this side, but instinct or something else led him straight to her door. He knocked. 'Come in,' she said, never doubting it was the maid, and Robert entered. She was brushing her hair by the light of a chamber candle. Robert was seized with awe, and his limbs trembled. He could have kneeled before her, not to beg forgiveness, he did not think of that, but to worship, as a man may worship a woman. It is only a strong, pure heart like Robert's that ever can feel all the inroad of the divine mystery of womanhood. But he did not kneel. He had a duty to perform. A flush rose in Miss St. John's face, and sank away, leaving it pale. It was not that she thought once of her own condition, with her hair loose on her shoulders, but able only to conjecture what had brought him thither, she could not but regard Robert's presence with dismay. She stood with her ivory brush in her right hand uplifted, and a great handful of hair in her left. She was soon relieved, however, although, what with his contemplated intercession, the dim vision of Mary's lovely face between the masses of her hair, and the lavender odour that filled the room, perhaps also a faint suspicion of impropriety sufficient to give force to the rest, Robert was thrown back into the abyss of his mother tongue, and out of this abyss talked like a behemoth. 'Robert,' said Mary, in a tone which, had he not been so eager after his end, he might have interpreted as one of displeasure. 'Ye maun hearken till me, mem. Whan I was oot at Bodyfauld,' he began methodically, and Mary, bewildered, gave one hasty brush to her handful of hair, and again stood still. She could imagine no connection between this meeting and their late parting. 'Whan I was oot at Bodyfauld a summer, I grew acquaint wi' a bonnie lassie there, the daughter of James Hewson, an honest cottar with Shakespeare and the Arabian Nights upon a skelf, the hoose within. I goed in one day when I was not weel, and she just ministered to me, as none ever did but yourself, mem. And she was that kind and motherlike to the wee bit Greaton bairnie 'at she had to take care of, 'cause her mither was oot wi' the lave shearin'. Her face was just like a simmer day, and weel I liked the look o' the lassie. I met her again the nicht. Ye never saw such a change. A white face, and nothing but Greaton to come oot of her. She ran from me as if I had been the deevil himself, and the thought of you, sae bonny and straucht and grand, came ower me. Yielding to a masterful impulse, Robert did kneel now, as if a sinner and not mediator. He pressed the hem of her garment to his lips. 'Dinna be angry at me, Miss St. John,' he pleaded, 'but be merciful to the lassie. What's to help her that can no more look a man in the face, but the clear-eyed lass that would look the sun himself oot of the left if he dared to say a word against her? It's all woman that can uphold another. Ye ken what I mean, and I need not say more.' He rose and turned to leave the room. Bewildered and doubtful, Miss St. John did not know what to answer, but felt that she must make some reply. 'You haven't told me where to find the girl, or what you want me to do with her.' 'I'll fin' oot whaur she bides,' he said, moving again towards the door. 'But what am I to do with her, Robert?' 'That's your part. Ye maun fin' oot what to do with her. I cannot tell ye that. But if I was you, I would give her a kiss to begin with. She's none of your brazen faced hizzies, yon. A kiss would be the savin' of her.' 'But you may be But I have nothing to go upon. She would resent my interference.' 'She's past resentin' onything. She was gaein' aboot the toon like ane o' the deid 'at hae naething to say to onybody, and naebody onything to say to them. If she goes on like that, she'll not be alive long.' That night Jessie Hewson disappeared. A mile or two up the river, under a high bank from which the main current had receded, lay an awful swampy place, full of reeds except in the middle, where was one round space full of dark water and mud. Near this Jessie Hewson was seen about an hour after Robert had thus pled for her with his angel. The event made a deep impression upon Robert. The last time that he saw them, James and his wife were as cheerful as usual, and gave him a hearty welcome. Jessie was in service and doing well, they said. The next time he opened the door of the cottage, it was like the entrance to a haunted tomb. Not a smile was in the place. James's cheeriness was all gone. He was sitting at the table with his head leaning on his hand. His Bible was open before him, but he was not reading a word. His wife was moving listlessly about. They looked just as Jessie had looked that night, as if they had died long ago, but somehow or other could not get into their graves and be at rest. The child Jessie had nursed with such care was toddling about, looking rueful with loss. George had gone to America, and the whole of the family's joy had vanished from the earth. The subject was not resumed between Miss St. John and Robert. The next time he saw her, he knew, by her pale, troubled face, that she had heard the report that filled the town, and she knew by his silence that it had indeed reference to the same girl of whom he had spoken to her. The music would not go right that evening. Mary was distraite, and Robert was troubled. It was a week or two before there came a change. When the turn did come, over his being love rushed up like a spring tide from the ocean of the infinite. He was accompanying her piano with his violin. He made blunders, and her playing was out of heart. They stopped as by consent, and a moment's silence followed. All at once she broke out with something Robert had never heard before. He soon found that it was a fantasy upon Ericson's poem. Ever through a troubled harmony ran a silver thread of melody from far away. It was the caverns drinking from the tempest overhead, the grasses growing under the snow, the stars making music with the dark, the streams filling the night with the sounds the day had quenched, the whispering call of the dreams left behind in the fields of sleep. In a word, the central life pulsing in aeonian peace through the outer ephemeral storms. At length her voice took up the theme. The silvery thread became song, and through all the opposing supporting harmonies she led it to the solution of a close in which the only sorrow was in the music itself, for its very life is in endless ending. She found Robert kneeling by her side. As she turned from the instrument, his head dropped over her knee. She laid her hand on his clustering curls, bethought herself, and left the room. Robert wandered out as in a dream. At midnight he found himself on a solitary hilltop, seated in the heather, with a few tiny fir leaves about him, and the sounds of a wind, ethereal as the stars overhead, flowing through their branches. He heard the sound of it, but it did not touch him. Where was God? In him and his question. End chapter 19. Book 2, Chapter 20 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 20. Ericson Loses to Win. If Mary St. John had been an ordinary woman, and if, notwithstanding, Robert had been in love with her, he would have done very little in preparation for the coming session. But although she now possessed him, although at times he only knew himself as loving her, there was such a mountain air of calm about her, such an outgoing divinity of peace, such a largely moulded harmony of being, that he could not love her otherwise than grandly. For her sake, weary with loving her, he would yet turn to his work, and, to be worthy of her, or rather, for he never dreamed of being worthy of her, to be worthy of leave to love her, would forget her enough to lay hold of some abstract truth of lines, angles, or symbols. A strange way of being in love, reader? You think so. I would there were more love like it. The world would be centuries nearer its redemption, if a millionth part of the love in it were of the sort. All I insist, however, on my readers believing is, that it showed, in a youth like Robert, not less but more love than he could go against love's sweetness, for the sake of love's greatness. Literally, not figuratively, Robert would kiss the place where her foot had trod. But I know that once he rose from such a kiss, to trace the hyperbola by means of a string. It had been arranged between Ericson and Robert, in Miss Napier's parlour, the old lady knitting beside, that Ericson should start, if possible, a week earlier than usual, and spend the difference with Robert at Rothieden. But then the old lady had opened her mouth and spoken, and I firmly believe, though little sign of tenderness passed between them, it was with an elder sister's feeling for Letty's admiration of the landless laird, that she said as follows: "Did not you think, Mr. Ericson, it would be but fair to come to us next time? Mistress Faulkner, honest lady, and long have I known her, is no so old a friend to you, Mr. Ericson, as ourselves. Nae offence to her, you know. Anybody cannot be friends to anybody, and as long as another, you know." "'Deed I maun alloo, Miss Napier," interposed Robert, "it's only fair. Ye see, Mr. Ericson, I could see as muckle of ye a'most the tae way as the other. Miss Napier makes me welcomes as weel as you." "And I will make you welcome, Robert, as long as you're a good lad, as ye are, and go on nae way. But let me hear of your doing as sae many young gentlemen do, especially when they're taken up by their rich relations in public hoose as this is. I'll close the door of it in your face." "Bless me, Miss Napier," said Robert, "what have I done to set ye at me that gait? Faith, I dinna know what ye mean." "Nae more do I, laddie. I hae naething against ye whatever. Only ye see auld folk luiks ahead, and wad fain be as sure o' what's to come as what's gone." "Ye maun bide for that, I doobt," said Robert. "Laddie," retorted Miss Napier, "ye hae mair sense nor ye hae ony richt till. Haud the tongue o' ye. Mr. Ericson's to come here next. And the old lady laughed such a good humour into her stocking sole, that the foot destined to wear it ought never to have been cold while it lasted. So it was then settled, and a week before Robert was to start for Aberdeen, Ericson walked into the Boar's Head. Half an hour after that, Crooked Caumill was shown into the Gale room with the message to Mr. Robert that Mr. Ericson was come and wanted to see him. Robert pitched Hutton's Mathematics on to the floor, sprang to his feet, all but embraced Crooked Caumill on the spot, and was deterred only by the perturbed look the man wore. Crooked Caumill was a very human creature, and hadn't a fault but the drink, Miss Napier said, and very little of what he would have had if she had been as active as she was willing. "What's the matter, Caumill?" asked Robert, in considerable alarm. "Ow, naething, sir," returned Campbell. "What makes you look like that, then?" insisted Robert. "Ow, naething. But when Miss Letty cried doon the clothes upon me, she had her apron till her een, and I thought something would to be wrong, but I had not the heart to spare." Robert darted to the door and rushed to the inn, leaving Caumill describing Eamby on the road behind him. When he reached the Boar's Head, there was nobody to be seen. He darted up the stair to the room where he had first waited upon Ericson. 3 or 4 maids stood at the door. He asked no questions, but went in, a dreadful fear in his heart. 2 of the sisters and Dr. Gow stood by the bed. Ericson lay upon it, clear-eyed and still. His cheek was flushed. The doctor looked round as Robert entered. "Robert," he said, "you must keep your friend here quiet. He's broken a blood vessel. Walked too much, I suppose. He'll be all right soon, I hope, but we can't be too careful. Keep him quiet, that's the main thing. He mustn't speak a word." So saying, he took his leave. Ericson held out his thin hand. Robert grasped it. Ericson's lips moved as if he would speak. "Not spake, Mr. Ericson," said Miss Letty, whose tears were flowing unheeded down her cheeks. "Not spake. We all know what you mean and what you want with that." Then she turned to Robert and said in a whisper, "Dr. Gow would not have ye sent for, but I knew weel enough 'at he would be all the quieter if you were here. Just give a knock upon the floor if you want onything, and I'll be with ye in 2 seconds." The sisters went away. Robert drew a chair beneath the bed, and once more was nurse to his friend. The doctor had already bled him at the arm. Such was the ordinary mode of treatment then. Scarcely was he seated when Ericson spoke, a smile flickering over his worn face. He said, "Do not speak," said Robert in alarm. "Do not speak, Mr. Ericson." "Nonsense," returned Ericson feebly. "They're making a work about nothing. I've done as much 20 times since I saw you last, and I'm not dead yet. But I think it's coming." "What's coming?" asked Robert, rising in alarm. "Nothing," answered Ericson soothingly. "Only death. I should like to see Miss St. John once before I die. Do you think she would come and see me if I were really dying?" "I'm sure she would. But if ye spake like this, Miss Letty will not let me come near ye, no to say her. Oh, Mr. Ericson, if ye die, I sanna care to live." Bethinking himself that such was not the way to keep Ericson quiet, he repressed his emotion, sat down behind the curtain, and was silent. Ericson fell fast asleep. Robert crept from the room, and telling Miss Letty that he would return presently, went to Miss St. John. "How can I go to Aberdeen without him?" he thought as he walked down the street. Neither was a guide to the other, but the questioning of 2 may give just the needful points by which the parallax of a truth may be gained. "Mr. Ericson's here, Miss St. John," he said, the moment he was shown into her presence. Her face flushed. Robert had never seen her look so beautiful. "He's very ill," he added. Her face grew pale, very pale. "He asked if I thought you would go and see him, that is, if he were going to die." A sunset flush, but faint as on the clouds of the east, rose over her pallor. "I will go at once," she said, rising. "Nay, nay," returned Robert hastily. It has to be managed. It's no to be done all in a hurry. For one thing, there's Dr. Gow says he maun not speak a word, and for another, there's Miss Letty, who'll just be like a watchdog to hold anybody oot or from him. We maun bide oor time. But if ye say you'll go on, then I'll content him with the meantime. I'll tell him. I will go any moment, she said. Is he very ill? I'm afraid he is. I doot I'll have to go on to Aberdeen without him. A week after, though he was better, his going was out of the question. Robert wanted to stay with him, but he would not hear of it. He would follow in a week or so, he said, and Robert must start fair with the rest of the Simmies. But all the removal he was ever able to bear was to the Red Room, the best in the house, opening, as I have already mentioned, from an outside stair in the archway. They put up a great screen inside the door, and there the landless laird lay like a lord. End. Chapter 20.
Book 2, Chapter 21 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 21. Shargar Aspires. Robert's heart was dreary when he got on the box seat of the mail coach at Rothieden. It was yet drearier when he got down at the Royal Hotel in the street of Bon Accord, and it was dreariest of all when he turned his back on Ericson's and entered his own room at Mrs. Fyvie's. Shargar had met him at the coach. Robert had scarcely a word to say to him, and Shargar felt as dreary as Robert when he saw him sit down and lay his head on the table without a word. "What's the matter with ye, Robert?" he faltered out at last. "If ye dinna spake to me, I'll cut my throat. I will, faith." "Hold your tongue with your nonsense, Shargar. Mr. Ericson's deein'." "Oh Lord," said Shargar, and said nothing more for the space of 10 minutes. Then he spoke again, slowly and sententiously. "He had not you to take care of him, Robert. Whar is he?" "At the Boar's Head." "That's weel. He'll be lookit after there. A body would like to have their own hand in it, Shargar." "Ay, I wish we had him here again." The ice of trouble thus broken, the stream of talk flowed more freely. "Hoo are ye gettin' on at the school, man?" asked Robert. "Nae that ill," answered Shargar. "I was at the head of my class yesterday for 5 meenits." "And hoo did ye like it?" "Man, it was fine. I thought I was a gentleman all at once." "Hold ye at it, man," said Robert, as if from the height of age and experience, "and maybe you will be a gentleman some day." "Is it possible, Robert, a cratur like me grow intil a gentleman?" said Shargar with wide eyes. "What for no?" returned Robert. "Eh, man," said Shargar. He stood up, sat down again, and was silent. "For ane thing," resumed Robert, after a pause, during which he had been pondering upon the possibilities of Shargar's future, "for ane thing, I doot whether Dr. Anderson would have taken ony fash aboot ye if he had not thought ye had the making of a gentleman in ye." "Eh, man," said Shargar. He stood up again, sat down again, and was finally silent. Next day Robert went to see Dr. Anderson, and told him about Ericson. The doctor shook his head, as doctors have done in such cases from Aesculapius downwards. Robert pressed no further questions. "Will he be taken care of where he is?" asked the doctor. "Good care of," answered Robert. "Has he any money, do you think?" "I have nae doubt he has some, for he's been teachin' all the summer. The like of him maun and will work whether they're fit or no." "Well, at all events, you write, Robert, and give him the hint that he's not to fash himself about money, for I have more than he'll want. And you may just take the hint yourself at the same time, Robert, my boy," he added in, if possible, a yet kinder tone. Robert's way of showing gratitude was the best way of all. He returned kindness with faith. If I be in ony want, doctor, I'll just run to ye at once, and if I want ower muckle, ye maun just say nae. That's a good fellow. You take things as a body means them. But have ye naething ye would like me to do for ye this session, sir? No, I won't have you do anything but your own work. You have more to do than you had last year. Mind your work, and as often as you get tired over your books, shut them up and come to me. You may bring Shargar with you sometimes, but we must take care and not make too much of him all at once. Ay, ay, doctor, but he's a fine crater, Shargar, and I did not think he'll be that easy to blod. What do you think he's turning o'er in that red head of his noo? I can't tell that, but there's something to come out of the red head, I do believe. What is he thinking of? Whether it be possible for him ever to be a gentleman. No, I take that for a good sign in the likes of him. No doubt of it. What did you say to him? I tell't him at who I did not think you would have taken so muckle fash if ye had not had some hopes of the kind aboot him. You said well. Tell him from me that I expect him to be a gentleman. And by the way, Robert, do try a little, as I think I said to you once before, to speak English. I don't mean that you should give up Scotch, you know. Weel, sir, I have been trying, but what am I to do when ye spake to me as if you were my own father? I cannot mind upon a word of English when ye do that. Dr. Anderson laughed, but his eyes glittered. Robert found Shargar busy over his Latin version. With a "Weel, Shargar," he took his books and sat down. A few moments after, Shargar lifted his head, stared a while at Robert, and then said, "Does you railly think it, Robert?" "Think what? What are you havering at, you gowk?" "Does you think 'at I ever could grow intil a gentleman?" "Dr. Anderson says he expects it of ye." "Eh, man." A long pause followed, and Shargar spoke again. "Who am I to begin, Robert?" "Begin what?" "To be a gentleman." Robert scratched his head like Brutus, and at length became oracular. "Spake the truth," he said. "I'll do that, but what aboot my father?" "Naebody'll cast up your father to ye. Ye need have nae fear of that." "My mither, then?" suggested Shargar with hesitation. "Ye maun haud your face to the fac'." "Ay, ay, but if they said onything, you know, about her?" "If ony man body says a word agen your mother, ye maun just knock him down upon the spot." "But I micht not be able." "Ye could try, onyway." "He micht knock me down, ye know." "Weel, go doon then." "Ay." This was all the instruction Robert ever gave Shargar in the duties of a gentleman, and I doubt whether Shargar sought further enlightenment by direct question of any one. He worked harder than ever, grew cleanly in his person, even to fastidiousness, tried to speak English, and a wonderful change gradually but rapidly passed over his outer man. He grew taller and stronger, and as he grew stronger his legs grew straighter, till the defect of approximating knees, the consequence of hardship, all but vanished. His hair became darker, and the albino look less remarkable, though still he would remind one of a vegetable grown in a cellar. Dr. Anderson thought it well that he should have another year at the grammar school before going to college. Robert now occupied Ericson's room, and left his own to Shargar. Robert heard every week from Miss St. John about Ericson. Her reports varied much, but on the whole he got a little better as the winter went on. She said that the good women at the Boar's Head paid him every attention. She did not say that almost the only way to get him to eat was to carry him delicacies which she had prepared with her own hands. She had soon overcome the jealousy with which Miss Letty regarded her interest in their guest, and before many days had passed she would walk into the archway and go up to his room without seeing any one, except the sister whom she generally found there. By what gradations their intimacy grew I cannot inform my reader, for on the events lying upon the boundary of my story I have received very insufficient enlightenment. But the result it is easy to imagine. I have already hinted at an early disappointment of Miss St. John. She had grown greatly since, and her estimate of what she had lost had altered considerably in consequence. But the change was more rapid after she became acquainted with Ericson. She would most likely have found the young man she thought she was in love with in the days gone by a very commonplace person now. The heart which she had considered dead to the world had, even before that stormy night in the old house, begun to expostulate against its owner's mistake by asserting a fair indifference to that portion of its past history. And now, to her large nature, the simplicity, the suffering, the patience, the imagination, the grand poverty of Ericson were irresistibly attractive. Add to this that she became his nurse, and soon saw he was not indifferent to her, and if she fell in love with him as only a full-grown woman can love, without Ericson's lips saying anything that might not by love's jealousy be interpreted as only of grateful affection, why should she not? And what of Marjorie Lindsay? Ericson had not forgotten her, but the brightest star must grow pale as the sun draws near, and on Ericson there were two suns rising at once on the low sea-shore of life, whereon he had been pacing up and down moodily for 23 years, listening evermore to the unprogressive rise and fall of the tidal waves, all talking of the eternal, all unable to reveal it, the sun of love and the sun of death. Mysie and he had never met. She pleased his imagination, she touched his heart with her helplessness, but she gave him no welcome to the shrine of her beauty. He loved her through admiration and pity. He broke no faith to her, for he had never offered her any save in looks, and she had not accepted it. She was but a sickly plant grown in a hothouse. On his deathbed he found a woman, a hiding place from the wind, a covert from the tempest, the shadow of a great rock in a weary land. A strong she-angel with mighty wings, Mary St. John, came behind him as he fainted out of life, tempered the burning heat of the sun of death, and laid him to sleep in the cool twilight of her glorious shadow. In the stead of trouble about a wilful, thoughtless girl, he found repose and protection and motherhood in a strong-hearted woman. For Ericson's sake, Robert made some effort to preserve the acquaintance of Mr. Lindsay and his daughter, but he could hardly keep up a conversation with Mr. Lindsay, and Mysie showed herself utterly indifferent to him, even in the way of common friendship. He told her of Ericson's illness. She said she was sorry to hear it, and looked miles away. He could never get within a certain atmosphere of, what shall I call it, avertedness that surrounded her. She had always lived in a dream of unrealities, and the dream had almost devoured her life. One evening Shargar was later than usual in coming home from the walk, or ramble rather, without which he could never settle down to his work. He knocked at Robert's door. "Where do you think I've been, Robert?" "Who should I know, Shargar?" answered Robert, puzzling over a problem. "I've been having a glass with Jock Mitchell." "What's Jock Mitchell?" "My brother Sandy's groom, as I tell't ye afore." "Did not think I can mind all your havers, Shargar. Whar was the common gentleman when ye goed to drink with a chield like that? What, if my memory serves me, ye told me yourself was in the midst of his master's devilry." "Your memory serves ye weel enough to be doon upon me," said Shargar, "but there's a bit wordy 'at they read at the cathedral kirk the last Sunday 'at stucken to me as if there was something by ordinary in it." "What's that?" asked Robert, pretending to go on with his calculations all the time. "Ow, nae muckle, only this. Judge not that ye be not judged. I took a lesson from Jack, the giant killer, with the Welsh giant. Was it Blunderbore they called him, and poured the most of my glass doon my breast. It was not like ink, it would not do my sark only ill." "But what made you go on with him at all? He was not fit company for a gentleman." "A gentleman's some soft if he be only the waur of the company he gaes on intil. There may be rizzons, ye know. Ye need not do as they do. Jock Mitchell was Aaron Reid Rory and Black Geordie, and says I, for I wanted to know whether I was such a broom bush as I used to be, says I, 'Who are ye, Jock Mitchell?' And says Jock, 'Brawly, what the devil are ye?' and says I, nae more of a devil nor yourself, Jock Mitchell, or Alexander, Baron Rothy either, though maybe that's no little of one. Preserve me, cried Jock, it's Shargar. Nae more of that, Jock, says I, if I be not a gentleman, or I'll be done. And there I stack, for I saw I was a muckle fool to let oot onything of the kind to Jock. And so he seemed to think too, for he brake oot with a great guffaw, and to win ower it I joined him and laugh as if naething was farther off from my thoughts than ever being a gentleman. Where do you put up, Jock? I said. Oot by here, he answered, at Lucky Maitland's. That's a queer place for a baron to put up, Jock, says I. There's risen, says he, and lays his forefinger upon the side of his nose, of whilk there was hardly enough to hold it on, gone until the opposite e'e. We're no far from there, says I. Indeed, I can hardly tell ye, Robert, what made me say so, but I just wanted to know what the gentleman brother of mine was after. Take the horse home, says I. I'll just alp upon Black Geordie, and we'll have a glass together. I'll stand treat. Say he go me the bridle, and I lap on. The deevil tried to get a mouthful of my hip, but faith, I was over swack for him, and away we rade. I did not know you could ride, Shargar. Hoots, I could not help it. I was taking the horse to the water at the Boar's Head, or the Royal Oak, or Lucky Happets, or the Auchten Ferty. That's who I came to know Jock sae well. We were good enough friends when I did not care for lean or swearing and sich like. And what on earth did you want with him noo? I tell ye, I wanted to know what that ne'er-do-well brother of mine was after. I had seen the horses standing about 2 or 3 times in the gloamin', and Sandy maun be aboot ill if he be aboot anything. What can it matter to you, Shargar, what a man like him's aboot? Well, you see, Robert, my mother brought me up to know all 'at folk was aboot, for she said you could never tell when it might turn oot to the weel far of your advantage. Grand words! I wonder whaur she forgathered with them. But she was a terrible woman, my mother, and knew a heap o' things, more nor it was good to know, maybe. She gaed aboot the country sae muckle, and they say the gipsies she gaed among a dreadful old folks, and have the wisdom of the Egyptians 'at Moses would have nothing to do with. Where is she noo? I do not know. She may turn up ony day. There's a thing, though, Shargar. If you want to be a gentleman, you maun not go on keeking that way and tell other folks' affairs. Well, I maun give it up. I will not say a word of what Jock Mitchell tell't me aboot Lord Sandy. Oh, say away. Nay, you would not like to hear aboot other folks' affairs. My mother tell't me he did verra ill after Waterloo till a stranger lass at Brussels, but that's neither here nor there. I maun set aboot my version, or I will not get it done the night. What is Lord Sandy after? What did the rascal tell you? Why do you make such a mystery of it? Said Robert authoritatively, and in his best English. 'Deed, I could not make naething of him. He winked and he hinted, and he gave me to understand 'at the deevil was after some lass or ither, but what? My lad was as dumb as the graveyard aboot that. If I could only win at that, maybe I could play him a plisky, but he coupit o'er 3 glasses of whusky, and the more he drank, the less he would say, and sae I left him. Well, take care what you're about, Shargar. I don't think Dr. Anderson would like you to be in such company, said Robert, and Shargar departed to his own room and his version. Towards the end of the session, Miss St. John's reports of Ericson were worse, yet he was very hopeful himself, and thought he was getting better fast. Every relapse he regarded as temporary, and when he got a little better, thought he had recovered his original position. It was some relief to Miss St. John to communicate her anxiety to Robert. After the distribution of prizes, of which he gained 3, Robert went the same evening to visit Dr. Anderson, intending to go home the next day. The doctor gave him 5 golden sovereigns, a rare sight in Scotland. Robert little thought in what service he was about to spend them. Chapter 21. Book 2, Chapter 22 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 22. Robert in Action. It was late when he left his friend. As he walked through the Gallow Gate, an ancient narrow street full of low courts, someone touched him upon the arm. He looked round. It was a young woman. He turned again to walk on. "Mr. Falconer," she said in a trembling voice, which Robert thought he had heard before. He stopped. "I don't know you," he said. "I can't see your face. Tell me who you are." She returned no answer, but stood with her head aside. He could see that her hands shook. "What do you want with me, if you won't say who you are?" "I want to tell you something," she said, "but I cannot spake here. Come with me." "I won't go with you without knowing who you are, or where you're going to take me." "Do not you know me?" she said pitifully, turning a little towards the light of the gas lamp, and looking up in his face. "It cannot be Jessie Hewson," said Robert, his heart swelling at the sight of the pale, worn countenance of the girl. "I was Jessie Hewson once," she said, "but naebody here knows me by that name but yoursel'. Will you come in? There's no cratur in the hoose but mysel'." Robert turned at once. "Go on," he said. She led the way up a narrow stone stair between two houses. A door high up in the gable admitted them. The boards bent so much under his weight that Robert feared the floor would fall. "Bide ye there, sir, till I fess a licht," she said. This was Robert's first introduction to a phase of human life with which he became familiar afterwards. "Mind hoo ye gang, sir," she resumed, returning with the candle. "There's nae flooring there. Haud in the middle after me, or ye'll gang through." She led him into a room with nothing in it but a bed, a table, and a chair. On the table was a half-made shirt. In the bed lay a tiny baby fast asleep. It had been locked up alone in the dreary garret. Robert approached to look at the child, for his heart felt very warm to poor Jessie. "A bonny bairnie," he said. "Isna he, sir? Think of him comin' to me. Nobody can tell the mercy of it. Isna it strange that the verra sin suld bring an angel from heaven upon the back of it to uphaud and restore the sinner? Folk think it's a punishment, but me, it's a merciful one. It's a wonder he did not think shame to come to me, but he came to bear my shame." Robert wondered at her words. She talked of her sin with such a meek openness. She looked her shame in the face, and acknowledged it hers. Had she been less weak and worn, perhaps she could not have spoken thus. "But what am I aboot?" she said, checking herself. "I did not fess ye here to speyk aboot mysel'. He's after more mischief, and if onything could be done to hold him from it—" "Wha's after mischief, Jessie?" interrupted Robert. "Lord Rothie. He's gone off the nicht in Skipper Hornbeck's boat to Antwerp, I think they call it, and a bonny young leddy with him. They were to sail with the first of the moonlicht. Surely I'm nae ower late," she added, going to the window. "Nae, the moon canna be up yet." "Nae," said Robert. "I don't think she rises muckle afore 12 o'clock the nicht. But hoo know ye? Are ye sure of it? It's an awfu' thing to think o'." "To convince ye, I maun jist tell ye the trowth. The hoose we're in has not a good character. We're middlin' dacent up here, but the floor of the place is dreadful. For the bonny lays of Bodyfauld. If you see my father, tell him I'm none waur than I was." "They think you droonit in the dyer's pot, as they call it." "There I am again," she said, "miles away, and nae time to be lost. My lord has a man they call Mitchell. Ower weel I know him. There's a woman doon the stair 'at he comes to see whiles, and 2 or 3 nichts ago I heard them lauchin' thegither. Sae I hearkened. They were both some drunk, I'm thinking. I could not tell ye all 'at they said. That's a punishment noo, if ye like, to see and hear the worst of ye own ill doings. He tell't the limmer a heap of his lord's secrets. Ay, he tell't her aboot me, and hoo I had gone and droont mysel'. I could hear most ilka word 'at he said, for ye see the flooring here is no verra soon, and I was just 'at I could not help hearkening. My lord's off the nicht, as I tell ye. It's a queer way, but a quaiet, he thinks, nae doot. If onybody would but tell her hoo mony een the bairn's made sore wi' greitin'. 'But hoo's that to be done?' said Robert. 'I dinna ken, but I hae been watchin' to see you ever since syne. I hae seen you gaein' by mony a time. Ye're the only man I know 'at I could speyk till aboot it. Ye maun think what ye can do. The worst of it is, I cannot tell wha she is or whaur she bides.' 'In that case, I cannot see what's to be done.' 'Could you watch them aboard and slip a letter into her hand? Or you could give it to the skipper to give her.' 'I know the skipper weel enough. He's a respectable man. If he knew what the baron was after, he would not take him on board.' 'That would do little good. He would only have her off some other way.' 'Weel,' said Robert, rising, 'I'll awa' home and think aboot it as I go. Would you take a few shillings from an old friend?' he added, with hesitation, putting his hand in his pocket. 'Na, no a bawbee,' she answered. 'Nobody sall say it was for myself I brought ye here. Come after me, and mind whaur ye put doon yer feet. It's no sicker.' She led him to the door. He bade her good night. 'Take care ye dinna fall gaein' doon the stair. It's most as steep as alway.' As Robert came from between the houses, he caught a glimpse of a man in a groom's dress going in at the street door of that he had left. All the natural knighthood in him was roused. But what could he do? To write was a sneaking way. He would confront the baron. The baron and the girl would both laugh at him. The sole conclusion he could arrive at was to consult Shargar. He lost no time in telling him the story. 'I tauld ye he was up to some deevilry or other,' said Shargar. 'I can shaw ye the verra hoose ye maun be gaein' to tak her from.' 'Ye vratch! What for didna ye tell me that afore?' 'Ye wadna hear aboot other folk's affairs. Na, not you, but some folk has no richt to consideration. The verra stones, they say, 'll craw oot ill secrets like brother Sandy's. Whase hoose is it?' 'I dinna ken. I only saw him come oot of it once, and Jock Mitchell was haudin' Black Geordie roon' the neuk. It cannot be far from Mr. Lindsay's, 'at you and Mr. Ericson used to go to.' 'Come and lat me see it directly,' cried Robert, starting up with a terrible foreboding at his heart. They were in the street in a moment. Shargar led the way by a line to the top of the hill on the right, and then turning to the left, brought him to some houses standing well apart from each other. It was a region unknown to Robert. They were the backs of the houses, of which Mr. Lindsay's was one. 'This is the hoose,' said Shargar. Robert rushed into it. He knocked at the door. Mr. Lindsay's Jenny opened it. 'Is your mistress in, Jenny?' he asked at once. 'Na, ay. The master's gone to Boar's Castle.' 'It's Miss Lindsay I want to see.' 'She's up in her own room with a sick headache.' Robert looked her hard in the face, and knew she was lying. 'I want to see her very particular,' he said. 'Well, ye cannot see her,' returned Jenny angrily. 'I'll tell her onything ye like.' Concluding that little was to be gained by longer parley, but quite uncertain whether Mysie was in the house or not, Robert turned to Shargar, took him by the arm, and walked away in silence. When they were beyond earshot of Jenny, who stood looking after them, 'Ye're sure that's the hoose, Shargar?' said Robert quietly. 'As sure as death, and may be sure, for I saw him come oot with my own eyes.' 'Weel, Shargar, it's grown something awfu' noo. It's Miss Lindsay. Was there ever such a villain as that Lord Rothie, that brother of yours?' 'I disown him from this verra hoor,' said Shargar solemnly. 'Something maun be done. We'll away to the wharf, and see what'll turn up. I wonder who's the tide. The tide's risin'. They'll never try to run oot till it's slack water. Forby at the Amphitrite, for as bread she is, and her bows modelled after the cheeks of the resurrection cherub upon a gravestane, draws a heap of water, and the bar they say's worse to win o'er nor usual. It's been gathering again. As they spoke, the boys were making for the new town eagerly. Just opposite where the Amphitrite lay was a public house. Into that they made up their minds to go, and there to write a letter, which they would give to Miss Lindsay if they could, or if not, leave with Skipper Hornbeck. Before they reached the river, a thick rain of minute drops began to fall, rendering the night still darker, so that they could scarcely see the vessels from the pavement on the other side of the wharf, along which they were hurrying to avoid the cables, rings, and stones, posts that made its margin dangerous in the dim light. When they came to the smack end, they crossed right over to reach the Amphitrite. A growing fear kept them silent as they approached her berth. It was empty. They turned and stared at each other in dismay. One of those amphibious animals that loiter about the borders of the water was seated on a stone smoking, probably fortified against the rain by the whisky inside him. "Whaur's the Amphitrite, Alan?" asked Shargar, for Robert was dumb with disappointment and rage. "Half doon to Stanehive by this time, I'm thinking," answered Alan. "For a brewin' tub like her, she fummels awa nae ill wi' a licht win' astern of her. But I'm dootin' afore she gets across the herrin' pot, her fine passengers 'll get at the bottom o' their stomachs. It's like to blaw a bonnetful, and she rows awfu' in ony win'. I dinna think she could capsize, but for wamlin' she's waur nor a bairn wi' the grips." In absolute helplessness, the boys had let him talk on. There was nothing more to be done, and Alan was in a talkative mood. "Fegs, if it come on to blow," he resumed, "I would not wonder if they got the skipper to set them ashore at Stanehive. I heard old Horny say something aboot lying to there for a bit to take a keg or something aboard." The boys looked at each other, bade Alan good night, and walked away. "Hoo far is it to Stonehaven, Shargar?" said Robert. "I dinna richtly ken. Maybe frae 12 to 15 miles." Robert stood still. Shargar saw his face, pale as death, and contorted with the efforts to control his feelings. "Shargar," he said, "what am I to do? I vowed to Mr. Ericson that, if he died, I would look after that bonny lassie, and noo, when he's lying all but dead, I have let her slip through my fingers with clean carelessness. What am I to do? If I could only get to Stonehaven afore the Amphitrite, I could go aboard with the keg, and if I could do naething more, I would have tried to do my best. If I do naething, my heart'll break with the weight of my shame." Shargar burst into a roar of laughter. Robert was on the point of knocking him down, but took him by the throat as a milder proceeding, and shook him. "Robert, Robert," gurgled Shargar, as soon as his choking had overcome his merriment, "you're an awfu' Highlandman. Hearken to me. I beg your pardon. What I was thinking of was—" Robert relaxed his hold, but Shargar, notwithstanding the lesson Robert had given him, could hardly speak yet for the enjoyment of his own device. "If we could only get rid of Jock Mitchell!" he crowed, and burst out again. "He's with a woman in the Gallowgate," said Robert. "Losh, man!" exclaimed Shargar, and started off at full speed. He was no match for his companion, however. "Where the deevil are you running to, you scarecrow?" panted Robert, as he laid hold of his collar. "Let me go, Robert," gasped Shargar. "Losh, man, ye'll be on Black Geordie in another 10 minutes, and me behind ye upon Reed Rory. And faith, if we be not at Stanehive afore the Dutchman wi' his bottom foremost, it'll be the fault of the horse and no of the men." Robert's heart gave a bound of hope. "Hoo 'ill ye get them, Shargar?" he asked eagerly. "Steal them," answered Shargar, struggling to get away from the grasp still upon his collar. "We micht be hanged for that." "Weel, Robert, I'll tak all the wyte o' 't. If it had not been for you, I might have been hanged by this time for ill doing. For your sake I'll be hanged for weel doing, and welcome. Come away. To steal a march upon brother Sandy with 8 horse hoofs of his own. Ha, ha, ha. They sped along, now running themselves out of breath, now walking themselves into it again, until they reached the retired hostelry between the two towns. Warning Robert not to show himself, Shargar disappeared round the corner of the house. Robert grew weary, and then anxious. At length Shargar's face came through the darkness. "Robert," he whispered, "give us your cap. I'll be with ye in a moment noo." Robert obeyed, too anxious to question him. In about 3 minutes more Shargar reappeared, leading what seemed the ghost of a black horse, for Robert could see only his eyes, and his hoofs made scarcely any noise. How he had managed it with a horse of Black Geordie's temper I do not know, but some horses will let some persons do anything with them. He had drawn his own stockings over his forefeet, and tied their 2 caps upon his hind hoofs. "Lead him away quietly up the road till I come to ye," said Shargar, as he took the mufflins off the horse's feet. "And mind it he does not take a nip of ye. He's some ill for biting. I'll be after ye directly. Rory's saddled and bridled. He only wants his carpet shoon." Robert led the horse a few hundred yards away, then stopped and waited. Shargar soon joined him, already mounted on Red Roderick. "Here's your cap, Robert. It's some foul I do't, but I could not help it. Go on, man. Up with ye. Maybe I would have better keep it Geordie myself, but ye can ride. Once you're on, he cannot bite ye." But Robert needed no encouragement from Shargar. In his present mood he would have mounted a griffin. He was on horseback in a moment. They trotted gently through the streets and out of the town. Once o'er the Dee, they gave their horses the rein, and off they went through the dark drizzle. Before they got half-way they were wet to the skin, but little did Robert or Shargar either care for that. Not many words passed between them. "Who'll ye get the horses in again, Shargar?" asked Robert. "Afore I get them back," answered Shargar, "they'll be tired enough to go home of themselves. If we had only had the luck to meet Jock, that would have been grand." "What for that?" "I would have cawed Red Rory o'er the head of him, and left him lean, the coorse villain." The horses never flagged till they drew up in the main street of Stonehaven. Robert ran down to the harbour to make inquiry, and left Shargar to put them up. The moon had risen, but the air was so full of vapour that she only succeeded in melting the darkness a little. The sea rolled in front, awful in its dreariness, under just light enough to show a something unlike the land. But the rain had ceased, and the air was clearer. Robert asked a solitary man with a telescope in his hand whether he was looking out for the Amphitrite. The man asked him gruffly in return what he knew of her. Possibly the nature of the keg to be put on board had something to do with his Scotch reply. Robert told him he was a friend of the captain, had missed the boat, and would give any one 5 shillings to put him on board. The man went away, and returned with a companion. After some further questioning and bargaining, they agreed to take him. Robert loitered about the pier, full of impatience. Shargar joined him. Day began to break over the waves. They gleamed with a blue-grey leaden sheen. The men appeared, coming along the harbour, and descended by a stair into a little skiff, where a barrel, or something like one, lay under a tarpaulin. Robert bade Shargar good-bye, and followed. They pushed off, rowed out into the bay, and lay on their oars, waiting for the vessel. The light grew apace, and Robert fancied he could distinguish the 2 horses with one rider against the sky on the top of the cliffs, moving northwards. Turning his eyes to the sea, he saw the canvas of the brig, and his heart beat fast. The men bent to their oars. She drew nearer and lay to. When they reached her, he caught the rope the sailors threw, was on board in a moment, and went aft to the captain. The Dutchman stared. In a few words Robert made him understand his object, offering to pay for his passage, but the good man would not hear of it. He told him that the lady and gentleman had come on board as brother and sister. The Baron was too knowing to run his head into the noose of Scotch law. "I cannot throw him over the board," said the skipper, "and what am I to do? I am afraid it is of no use. Ah, poor thing!" By this time the vessel was under way. The wind freshened. Mysie had been ill ever since they left the mouth of the river. Now she was much worse. Before another hour passed she was crying to be taken home to her papa. Still the wind increased, and the vessel laboured much. Robert never felt better, and if it had not been for the cause of his seafaring, would have thoroughly enjoyed it. He put on some sea-going clothes of the captain's, and set himself to take his share in working the brig, in which he was soon proficient enough to be useful. When the sun rose, they were in a tossing wilderness of waves. With the sunrise, Robert began to think he had been guilty of a great folly. For what could he do? How was he to prevent the girl from going off with her lover the moment they landed? But his poor attempt would verify his willingness. The Baron came on deck now and then, looking bored. He had not calculated on having to nurse the girl. Had Mysie been well, he could have amused himself with her, for he found her ignorance interesting. As it was, he felt injured, and indeed disgusted, at the result of the experiment. On the third day the wind abated a little, but towards night it blew hard again, and it was not until they reached the smooth waters of the Scheldt that Mysie made her appearance on deck, looking dreadfully ill, and altogether like a miserable, unhappy child. Her beauty was greatly gone, and Lord Rothie did not pay her much attention. Robert had as yet made no attempt to communicate with her, for there was scarcely a chance of her concealing a letter from the Baron. But as soon as they were in smooth water, he wrote one, telling her in the simplest language that the Baron was a bad man, who had amused himself by making many women fall in love with him, and then leaving them miserable. He knew one of them himself. Having finished his letter, he began to look abroad over the smooth water, and the land smooth as the water. He saw tall poplars, the spires of the forest, and rows of round-headed, dumpy trees like domes. And he saw that all the buildings, like churches, had either spires like poplars, or low round domes like those other trees. The domes gave an eastern aspect to the country. The spire of Antwerp Cathedral especially had the poplar for its model. The pinnacles, which rose from the base of each successive start of its narrowing height, were just the clinging upright branches of the poplar, a lovely instance of art following nature's suggestion. End chapter 22. Book 2, chapter 23 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 23. Robert finds a new instrument. At length the vessel lay alongside the quay, and as Mysie stepped from its side, the skipper found an opportunity of giving her Robert's letter. It was the poorest of chances, but Robert could think of no other. She started on receiving it, but regarding the skipper's significant gestures, put it quietly away. She looked anything but happy, for her illness had deprived her of courage, and probably roused her conscience. Robert followed the pair, saw them enter the Great Labourer. What could the name mean? Could it mean Good Shepherd? And turned away helpless, objectless indeed, for he had done all that he could, and that all was of no potency. A world of innocence and beauty was about to be hurled from its orbit of light into the blackness of outer chaos. He knew it, and was unable to speak word or do deed that should frustrate the power of a devil who so loved himself that he counted it an honour to a girl to have him for her ruin. Her afterlife had no significance for him, save as a trophy of his victory. He never perceived that such victory was not yielded to him, that he gained it by putting on the garments of light, that if his inward form had appeared in its own ugliness, not one of the women whose admiration he had secured would not have turned from him as from the monster of an old tale. Robert wandered about till he was so weary that his head ached with weariness. At length he came upon the open space before the cathedral, whence the poplar spire rose aloft into a blue sky, flecked with white clouds. It was near sunset, and he could not see the sun, but the upper half of the spire shone glorious in its radiance. From the top his eyes sank to the base. In the base was a little door half open. Might not that be the lowly, narrow entrance through the shadow up to the sun-filled air? He drew near with a kind of tremor, for never before had he gazed upon visible grandeur growing out of the human soul, in the majesty of everlastingness, a tree of the Lord's planting. Where had been but an empty space of air and light and darkness, had risen, and had stood for ages, a mighty wonder, awful to the eye, solid to the hand. He peeped through the opening of the door. There was the foot of a stair, marvellous as the ladder of Jacob's dream, turning away towards the unknown. He pushed the door and entered. A man appeared and barred his advance. Robert put his hand in his pocket and drew out some silver. The man took one piece, looked at it, turned it over, put it in his pocket, and led the way up the stair. Robert followed, and followed, and followed. He came out of the stone walls upon an airy platform whence the spire ascended heavenwards. His conductor led upwards still, and he followed, winding within a spiral network of stone, through which all the world looked in. Another platform, and yet another spire, springing from its basement. Still up they went, and at length stood on a circle of stone surrounding, like a coronet, the last base of the spire which lifted its apex untrodden. Then Robert turned and looked below. He grasped the stones before him. The loneliness was awful. There was nothing between him and the roofs of the houses, 400 feet below, but the spot where he stood. The whole city with its red roofs lay under him. He stood uplifted on the genius of the builder, and the town beneath him was a toy. The all but featureless flat spread 40 miles on every side, and the roofs of the largest buildings below were as dovecots. But the space between was alive with awe, so vast, so real. He turned and descended, winding through the network of stone, which was all between him and space. The object of the architect must have been to melt away the material from before the eyes of the spirit. He hung in the air in a cloud of stone. As he came in his descent within the ornaments of one of the basements, he found himself looking through two thicknesses of stone, lace on the nearing city. Down there was the beast of prey and his victim, but for the moment he was above the region of sorrow. His weariness and his headache had vanished utterly. With his mind tossed on its own speechless delight, he was slowly descending still, when he saw on his left hand a door ajar. He would look what mystery lay within. A push opened it. He discovered only a little chamber lined with wood. In the centre stood something, a bench-like piece of furniture, plain and worn. He advanced a step, peered over the top of it, saw keys, white and black, saw pedals below. It was an organ. 2 strides brought him in front of it. A wooden stool, polished and hollowed with centuries of use, was before it. But where was the bellows? That might be down hundreds of steps below, for he was halfway only to the ground. He seated himself musingly, and struck, as he thought, a dumb chord. Responded, up in the air, far overhead, a mighty booming clang. Startled, almost frightened, even as if Mary St. John had said she loved him, Robert sprang from the stool, and, without knowing why, moved only by the chastity of delight, flung the door to the post. It banged and clicked. Almost mad with the joy of the titanic instrument, he seated himself again at the keys, and plunged into a tempest of clanging harmony. 100 bells hang in that temple of wonder, an instrument for a city, nay, for a kingdom. Often had Robert dreamed that he was the galvanic centre of a thundercloud of harmony, flashing off from every finger the willed lightning tone. Such was the unexpected scale of this instrument. So far aloft in the sunny air rang the responsive notes, that his dream appeared almost realized. The music, like a fountain bursting upwards, drew him up and bore him aloft. From the resounding cone of bells overhead he no longer heard their tones proceed, but saw level-winged forms of light speeding off with a message to the nations. It was only his roused fantasy, but a sweet tone is nevertheless a messenger of God, and a right harmony and sequence of such tones is a little gospel. At length he found himself following, till that moment unconsciously, the chain of tunes he well remembered having played on his violin the night he went first with Ericson to see Mysie, ending with his strange chant about the witch lady and the dead man's hand. Ere he had finished the last, his passion had begun to fold its wings, and he grew dimly aware of a beating at the door of the solitary chamber in which he sat. He knew nothing of the enormity of which he was guilty, presenting unsought the city of Antwerp with a glorious fantasia. He did not know that only upon grand, solemn, world-wide occasions, such as a king's birthday or a ball at the Hôtel de Ville, was such music on the card. When he flung the door to, it had closed with a spring lock, and for the last quarter of an hour 3 gendarmes, commanded by the sacristan of the tower, had been thundering thereat. He waited only to finish the last notes of the wild Orcadian chant, and opened the door. He was seized by the collar, dragged down the stair into the street, and through a crowd of wondering faces. Poor unconscious dreamer! It will not do to think on the housetop even, and you had been dreaming very loud indeed in the church spire. Away to the bureau of the police. End chapter 23. Book 2, Chapter 24 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 24. Death. I need not recount the proceedings of the Belgian police, how they interrogated Robert concerning a letter from Mary St. John which they found in an inner pocket, how they looked doubtful over a copy of Horace that they lay in his coat, and put evidently a momentous question about some algebraical calculations on the fly-leaf of it. Fortunately or unfortunately, I do not know which, Robert did not understand a word they said to him. He was locked up and left to fret for nearly a week, though what he could have done had he been at liberty he knew as little as I know. At last, long after it was useless to make any inquiry about Miss Lindsay, he was set at liberty. He could just pay for a steerage passage to London, whence he wrote to Dr. Anderson for a supply, and was in Aberdeen a few days after. This was Robert's first cosmopolitan experience. He confided the whole affair to the doctor, who approved of all, saying it could have been of no use, but he had done right. He advised him to go home at once, for he had had letters inquiring after him. Ericson was growing steadily worse. In fact, he feared Robert might not see him alive. If this news struck Robert to the heart, his pain was yet not without some poor alleviation. He need not tell Ericson about Mysie, but might leave him to find out the truth when, free of a dying body, he would be better able to bear it. That very night he set off on foot for Rothieden. There was no coach from Aberdeen till 8 the following morning, and before that he would be there. It was a dreary journey without Ericson. Every turn of the road reminded him of him, and Ericson too was going a lovely unknown way. Did ever two go together upon that way? Might not two die together, and not lose hold of each other all the time, even when the sense of the clasping hands was gone, and the soul had withdrawn itself from the touch? Happy they who prefer the will of God to their own even in this, and would, as the best friend, have him near who can be near, him who made the fourth in the fiery furnace. Fable or fact, reader, I do not care. The one I mean is, and in him I hope. Very weary was Robert when he walked into his grandmother's house. Betty came out of the kitchen at the sound of his entrance. "Is Mr. Ericson?" "Na, he's nae dead," she answered. "He'll maybe live a day or twa, they say." "Thank God," said Robert, and went to his grandmother. "Eh, laddie," said Mrs. Falconer, the first greetings over, "one's ta'en and another's left, but what for's more nor I can fathom. There's that fine young man, Master Ericson, at death's door, and here am I, an old runklet wife, left to cry upon death, and he will not hear me." "Cry upon God, Grannie, and no upon death," said Robert, catching at the word as his grandmother herself might have done. He had no such unfair habit when I knew him, and always spoke to one's meaning, not one's words. But then he had a wonderful gift of knowing what one's meaning was. He did not sit down, but, tired as he was, went straight to the Boar's Head. He met no one in the archway, and walked up to Ericson's room. When he opened the door, he found the large screen on the other side, and hearing a painful cough, lingered behind it, for he could not control his feelings sufficiently. Then he heard a voice, Ericson's voice. But, oh, how changed! He had no idea that he ought not to listen. Mary, the voice said, do not look like that. I am not suffering. It is only my body. Your arm round me makes me so strong. Let me lay my head on your shoulder. A brief pause followed. But, Eric, said Mary's voice, there is one that loves you better than I do. If there is, returned Ericson feebly, he has sent his angel to deliver me. But do you believe in him, Eric? The voice expressed anxiety no less than love. I am going to see. There is no other way. When I find him, I shall believe in him. I shall love him with all my heart, I know. I love the thought of him now. But that's not himself, my darling, she said. No, but I cannot love himself till I find him. Perhaps there is no Jesus. Oh, don't say that. I can't bear to hear you talk so. But, dear heart, if you're so sure of him, do you think he would turn me away because I don't do what I can't do? I would if I could, with all my heart. If I were to say I believed in him and then didn't trust him, I could understand it. But when it's only that I'm not sure about what I never saw or had enough of proof to satisfy me of, how can he be vexed at that? You seem to me to do him great wrong, Mary. Would you now banish me forever if I should, when my brain is wrapped in the clouds of death, forget you along with everything else for a moment? No, no, no. Don't talk like that, Eric dear. There may be reasons, you know. I know what they say well enough, but I expect him, if there is a him, to be better even than you, my beautiful, and I don't know a fault in you, but that you believe in a God you can't trust. If I believed in a God, wouldn't I trust him just? And I do hope in him. We'll see, my darling. When we meet again, I think you'll say I was right. Robert stood like one turned into marble. Deep called unto deep in his own soul. The waves and the billows went over him. Mary St. John answered not a word. I think she must have been conscience-stricken. Surely the Son of Man saw nearly as much faith in Ericson as in her, only she clung to the word as a bond that the Lord had given her. She would rather have his bond. Ericson had another fit of coughing. Robert heard the rustling of ministration, but in a moment the dying man again took up the word. He seemed almost as anxious about Mary's faith as she was about his. There's Robert, he said. I do believe that boy would die for me, and I never did anything to deserve it. Now Jesus Christ must be as good as Robert, at least. I think he must be a great deal better if he's Jesus Christ at all. Now Robert might be hurt if I didn't believe in him, but I've never seen Jesus Christ. It's all in an old book over which the people that say they believe in it the most fight like dogs and cats. I beg your pardon, my Mary, but they do, though the words are ugly. Ah, but if you had tried it, as I've tried it, you would know better, Eric. I think I should, dear, but it's too late now. I must just go and see. There's no other way left. The terrible cough came again. As soon as the fit was over, with a grand despair in his heart, Robert went from behind the screen. Ericson was on a couch. His head lay on Mary St. John's bosom. Neither saw him. Perhaps, said Ericson, panting with death, a kiss in heaven may be as good as being married on earth, Mary. She saw Robert, and did not answer. Then Ericson saw him. He smiled, but Mary grew very pale. Robert came forward, stooped and kissed Ericson's forehead, kneeled and kissed Mary's hand, rose and went out. From that moment they were both dead to him. Dead, I say, not lost, not estranged, but dead. That is, awful and holy. He wept for Eric. He did not weep for Mary yet, but he found a time. Ericson died 2 days after. Here endeth Robert's youth. End chapter 24. Book 2, Chapter 25 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 25. In Memoriam. In memory of Eric Ericson, I add a chapter of sonnets gathered from his papers, almost desiring that those only should read them who turn to the book a second time. How his papers came into my possession will be explained afterwards. Tumultuous rushing o'er the outstretched plains, a wildered maze of comets and of suns, the blood of changeless God that ever runs with quick diastole up the immortal veins, a phantom host that moves and works in chains, a monstrous fiction which, collapsing, stuns the mind to stupor and amaze at once, a tragedy which that man best explains who rushes blindly on his wild career with trampling hoofs and sound of mailed war, who will not nurse a life to win a tear, but is extinguished like a falling star. Such will at times this life appear to me, until I learn to read more perfectly. Hum 49, 5, 403. If thou art tempted by a thought of ill, crave not too soon for victory, nor deem thou art a coward if thy safety seem to spring too little from a righteous will. For there is nightmare on thee, nor until thy soul hath caught the morning's early gleam, seek thou to analyze the monstrous dream by painful introversion. Rather fill thine eye with forms thou knowest to be truth, but see thou cherish higher hope than this, a hope hereafter that thou shalt be fit, calm-eyed to face distortion, and to sit transparent among other forms of youth, who own no impulse save to God and bliss. And must I ever wake, grey dawn, to know thee standing sadly by me like a ghost? I am perplexed with thee, and thou shouldst cost this earth another turning, all aglow. Thou shouldst have reached me with a purple show along far mountain tops, and I would post over the breadth of seas, though I were lost in the hot phantom chase for life. If so, thou camest ever with this numbing sense of chilly distance and unlovely light, walking this gnawing soul anew to fight with its perpetual load. I drive thee hence, I have another mountain range from whence bursteth a sun unutterably bright. Galileo. And yet it moves. Ah, truth, where wert thou then, when all for thee thy racked each piteous limb? Wert thou in heaven, and busy with thy hymn, when those poor hands convulsed that held thy pen? Art thou a phantom that deceivest men to their undoing, or dost thou watch him, pale, cold, and silent in his dungeon dim? And wilt thou ever speak to him again? It moves, it moves. Alas, my flesh was weak. That was a hideous dream. I'll cry aloud how the green bulk wheels sunward day by day. Ah me, ah me. Perchance my heart was proud, that I alone should know that word to speak. And now, sweet truth, shine upon these, I pray. If thou wouldst live the truth in very deed, thou hast thy joy, but thou hast more of pain. Others will live in peace, and thou be fain to bargain with despair, and in thy need to make thy meal upon the scantiest weed. These palaces, for thee they stand in vain. Thine is a ruinous hut, and oft the rain shall drench thee in the midnight. Yea, the speed of earth outstrip thee, pilgrim, while thy feet move slowly up the heights. Yet will there come, through the time rents about thy moving cell, an arrow for despair, and oft the hum of far-off populous realms where spirits dwell. 2 blank. Speak, prophet of the Lord, we may not start to find thee with us in thine ancient dress, haggard and pale from some bleak wilderness, empty of all save God and thy loud heart. nor with like rugged message quick to dart into the hideous fiction mean and base. But yet, O prophet man, we need not less, but more of earnest, though it is thy part to deal in other words, if thou wouldst smite the living mammon, seated not as then in bestial quiescence grimly dight, but thrice as much an idle god as when he stared at his own feet from morn to night. Footnote: this sonnet and the preceding are both one line deficient. The Watcher. From out a windy cleft there comes a gaze of eyes unearthly, which go to and fro upon the people's tumult, for below the nations smite each other. No amaze troubles their liquid rolling, or affrays their deep-set contemplation. Steadily glow those ever holier eyeballs, for they grow liker unto the eyes of one that prays. And if those clasped hands tremble, comes a power as of the might of worlds, and they are holden, blessing above us in the sunrise golden, and they will be uplifted till that hour of terrible rolling, which shall rise and shake this conscious nightmare from us, and we wake. The Beloved Disciple. 1. One do I see in 12, but second there, methinks I know thee, thou beloved one. Not from thy nobler port, for there are none more quiet-featured. Some there are who bear their message on their brows, while others wear a look of large commission, nor will shun the fiery trial. So their work is done. But thou hast parted with thine eyes in prayer. Unearthly are they both, and so thy lips seem like the porches of the spirit land. For thou hast laid a mighty treasure by, unlocked by him in nature, and thine eye burns with a vision and apocalypse thy own sweet soul can hardly understand. 2. A Boanerges, too. Upon my heart it lay a heavy hour. Features like thine should glow with other message than the shine of the earth-burrowing levin, and the start that cleaveth horrid gulfs. Awful and swart, a moment stoodst thou, but less divine, brawny and clad in ruin, till with mine thy heart made answering signals, and apart beamed forth thy two rapt eyeballs, doubly clear, and twice as strong, because thou didst thy duty, and though affianced to immortal beauty, hidest not weakly, and underneath her veil, the pest of sin and death, which maketh pale. Henceforward be thy spirit doubly dear. Footnote: to these two sonnets Falconer had appended this note: something I wrote to Ericson concerning these during my first college vacation produced a reply of which the following is a passage. On writing the first, I was not aware that James and John were the sons of thunder. For a time it did indeed grieve me to think of the spiritual-minded John as otherwise than a still and passionless lover of Christ. The lily of the valley. There is not any weed but hath its shower, there is not any pool but hath its star, and black and muddy though the waters are, we may not miss the glory of a flower, and winter moons will give them magic power to spin in cylinders of diamond spar, and everything hath beauty near and far, and keepeth close and waiteth on its hour. And I, when I encounter on my road a human soul that looketh black and grim, shall I more ceremonious be than God? Shall I refuse to watch 1 hour with him, who once beside our deepest woe did bud, a patient watching flower about the brim? 'Tis not the violent hands alone that bring the curse, the ravage, and the downward doom, although to these full oft the yawning tomb owes deadly surfeit, but a keener sting, a more immortal agony will cling to the half-fashioned sin, which would assume fair virtue's garb. The eye that sows the gloom with quiet seeds of death, henceforth to spring, what time the sun of passion, burning fierce, breaks through the kindly cloud of circumstance. The bitter word and the unkindly glance, the crust and canker coming with the years, are liker death than arrows and the lance, which through the living heart at once doth pierce. Spoken of several philosophers. I pray you, all ye men, who put your trust in moulds and systems and well-tackled gear, holding that nature lives from year to year in one continual round because she must, set me not down, I pray you, in the dust of all these centuries like a pot of beer, a pewter pot disconsolately clear, which holds a potful as is right and just. I will grow clamorous by the rood, I will, if thus ye use me like a pewter pot. Good friend, thou art a topper and a sot. I will not be the lead to hold thy swill, nor any lead. I will arise and spill thy silly beverage, spill it, piping hot. Nature to him no message dost thou bear, who in thy beauty findeth not the power to gird himself more strongly for the hour of night and darkness. Oh, what colours rare the woods, the valleys, and the mountains wear, to him who knows thy secret, and in shower, and fog, and ice cold hath a secret bower, where he may rest until the heavens are fair, not with the rest of slumber, but the trance of onward movement, steady and serene, where oft in struggle and in contest keen, his eyes will opened be, and all the dance of life break on him, and a wide expanse roll upward through the void, sunny and green. To June. Ah, truant, thou art here again, I see, for in the season of such wretched weather I thought that thou hadst left us altogether, although I could not choose but fancy thee, skulking about the hill-tops, whence the glee of thy blue laughter peeped at times, or rather thy bashful awkwardness, as doubtful whether thou shouldst be seen in such a company of ugly runaways, unshapely heaps of ruffian vapour, broken from restraint of their slim prison in the ocean deeps. But yet I may not chide. Fall to thy books, fall to immediately without complaint. There they are lying, hills and vales and brooks. Written about the longest day. Summer, sweet summer, many-fingered summer, we hold thee very dear as well we may. It is the kernel of the year to-day. All hail to thee, thou art a welcome comer. If every insect were a fairy drummer, and I a fifer that could deftly play, would give the old earth such a roundelay, that she would cast all thought of labour from her. Ah, what is this upon my window-pane? Some sulky, drooping cloud comes pouting up, stamping its glittering feet along the plain. Well, I will let that idle fancy drop. Oh, how the spouts are bubbling with the rain, and all the earth shines like a silver cup. On a midge. Whence do you come, ye creatures? Each of you is perfect as an angel, wings and eyes, stupendous in their beauty, gorgeous dyes, in feathery fields of purple and of blue. Would God I saw a moment as ye do. I would become a molecule in size, rest with you, hum with you, or slanting rise along your one dear sunbeam, could I view the pearly secret which each tiny fly that hums and bobs and stirs, hides in its little breast eternally, from you, ye prickly, grim philosophers, with all your theories that sound so high. Hark to the buzz a moment, my good sirs. On a waterfall. Here stands a giant stone, from whose far top comes down the sounding water. Let me gaze till every sense of man in human ways is wrecked and quenched for ever, and I drop into the whirl of time, and without stoop pass downward thus. Again my eyes I raise to thee, dark rock, and through the mist and haze my strength returns, when I behold thy prop gleam stern and steady through the wavering wrack. Surely thy strength is human, and like me thou bearest loads of thunder on thy back. And lo, a smile upon thy visage black, a breezy tuft of grass which I can see, waving serenely from a sunlit crack. Above my head the great pine branches tower, backwards and forwards each to the other bends, beckoning the tempest cloud, which hither wends, like a slow-laboured thought, heavy with power. Hark to the patter of the coming shower. Let me be silent while the Almighty sends his thunder word along, but when it ends, I will arise and fashion from the hour words of stupendous import, fit to guard high thoughts and purposes which I may wave, when the temptation cometh close and hard, like fiery brands betwixt me and the grave of meaner things, to which I am a slave, if evermore I keep not watch and ward. I do remember how, when very young, I saw the great sea first, and heard it swell. As I drew nearer, caught within the spell of its vast size and its mysterious tongue, how the floor trembled, and the dark boat swung with a man in it, and a great wave fell with the stones cast. Words may never tell the passion of the moment, when I flung all childish records by, and felt arise a thing that died no more. An awful power I claimed with trembling hands and eager eyes, mine, mine forever, in immortal dower. The noise of waters soundeth to this hour, when I look seaward through the quiet skies. On the source of the Arve. Hearest thou the dash of water loud and hoarse, with its perpetual tidings upward climbs, struggling against the wind? Oh, how sublime! For not in vain from its portentous source thy heart, wild stream, hath yearned for its full force. But from thine ice-toothed caverns, dark as time, at last thou issuest, dancing to the rhyme of thy outvolleying freedom. Lo, thy course lies straight before thee as the arrow flies, right to the ocean plains. Away, away, thy parent waits thee, and her sunset dyes are ruffled for thy coming, and the grey of all her glittering borders flashes high against the glittering rocks. O haste and fly. End chapter 25. End book 2.
Book 3, Chapter 1 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Book 3, His Manhood. Chapter 1, In the Desert. A life lay behind Robert Falconer, and a life lay before him. He stood on a shoal between. The life behind him was in its grave. He had covered it over and turned away. But he knew it would rise at night. The life before him was not yet born, and what should issue from that dull, ghastly, unrevealing fog on the horizon he did not care. Thither the tide, setting eastward, would carry him, and his future must be born. All he cared about was to leave the empty garments of his dead behind him, the sky and the fields, the houses and the gardens, which those dead had made alive with their presence. Travel, motion, ever on, ever away, was the sole impulse in his heart. Nor had the thought of finding his father any share in his restlessness. He told his grandmother that he was going back to Aberdeen. She looked in his face with surprise, but, seeing trouble there, asked no questions. As if walking in a dream, he found himself at Dr. Anderson's door. "Why, Robert," said the good man, "what has brought you back? Ah, I see, poor Ericson. I am very sorry, my boy. What can I do for you?" "I can't go on with my studies now, sir," answered Robert. "I have taken a great longing for travel. Will you give me a little money and let me go?" "To be sure I will. Where do you want to go?" "I don't know. Perhaps as I go I shall find myself wanting to go somewhere. You're not afraid to trust me, are you, sir?" "Not in the least, Robert. I trust you perfectly. You shall do just as you please. Have you any idea how much money you will want?" "No. Give me what you are willing I should spend. I will go by that." "Come along to the bank, then. I will give you enough to start with. Write at once when you want more. Don't be too saving. Enjoy yourself as well as you can. I shall not grudge it." Robert smiled a wan smile at the idea of enjoying himself. His friend saw it, but let it pass. There was no good in persuading a man whose grief was all he had left, that he must ere long part with that too. That would have been in lowest deeps of sorrow to open a yet lower deep of horror. But Robert would have refused, and would have been right in refusing to believe with regard to himself what might be true in regard to most men. He might rise above his grief. He might learn to contain his grief. But lose it? Forget it? Never. He went to bid Shargar farewell. As soon as he had a glimpse of what his friend meant, he burst out in an agony of supplication. "Take me with ye, Robert," he cried. "Ye're a gentleman noo. I'll be your man. I'll put on a livery coat and go with ye all the way to Dr. Anderson. He's sure to lat me go." "No, Shargar," said Robert, "I can't have you with me. I've come into trouble, Shargar, and I must fight it out alone." "Ay, I know. Poor Mr. Ericson." "There's nothing the matter with Mr. Ericson. Don't ask me any questions. I've said more to you now than I've said to anybody besides." "That is good of you, Robert. But am I never to see ye again?" "I don't know. Perhaps we may meet some day." "Perhaps is nae muckle to say, Robert," protested Shargar. "It's more than can be said about everything, Shargar," returned Robert sadly. "Weel, I maun just take it as it comes," said Shargar, with a despairing philosophy derived from the days when his mother thrashed him. "But Robert, if it had only pleased the Almichty to send me into the world in some respectable kind of a fashion." "With a chance of going aboot the country like the curate villain your brother, I suppose," retorted Robert, rousing himself for a moment. "Na," responded Shargar. "I'll stick to my own mother. She never learned me sich tricks. Do ye that. Ye cannot complain o' God. It's all right as far as you're concerned. If he did not make something of ye yet, it'll be your fault, no his, I'm thinking." They walked to Dr. Anderson's together, and spent the night there. In the morning Robert got on the coach for Edinburgh. I cannot, if I would, follow him on his travels. Only at times, when the conversation rose in the dead of night, by some Jacob's ladder of blessed ascent, into regions where the heart of such a man could open as in its own natural clime, would a few words cause the clouds that enveloped this period of his history to dispart, and grant me a peep into the phantasm of his past. I suspect, however, that much of it left upon his mind no recallable impressions. I suspect that much of it looked to himself, in the retrospect, like a painful dream, with only certain objects and occurrences standing prominent enough to clear the moonlight mist, and wrapping the rest. What the precise nature of his misery was, I shall not even attempt to conjecture. That would be to intrude within the holy place of a human heart. One thing alone I will venture to affirm, that bitterness against either of his friends, whose spirits rushed together and left his outside, had no place in that noble nature. His fate lay behind him like the birth of Shargar, like the death of Ericson, a decree. I do not even know in what direction he first went. That he had seen many cities and many countries was apparent from glimpses of ancient streets, of mountain marvels, of strange constellations, of things in heaven and earth which no one could have seen but himself, called up by the magic of his words. A silent man in company, he talked much when his hour of speech arrived. Seldom, however, did he narrate any incident save in connection with some truth of human nature, or fact of the universe. I do know that the first thing he always did on reaching any new place was to visit the church with the loftiest spire, but he never looked into the church itself until he had left the earth behind him as far as that church would afford him the possibility of ascent. Breathing the air of its highest region, he found himself vaguely strengthened, yes, comforted. One peculiar feeling he had, into which I could enter only upon happy occasion, of the presence of God in the wind. He said the wind up there on the heights of human aspiration always made him long and pray. Asking him one day something about his going to church so seldom, he answered thus: "My dear boy, it does me 10 times more good to get outside the spire than to go inside the church. The spire is the most essential, and consequently the most neglected part of the building. It symbolizes the aspiration without which no man's faith can hold its own. But the effort of too many of her priests goes to conceal from the worshippers the fact that there is such a stair, with a door to it out of the church. It looks as if they feared their people would desert them for heaven. But I presume it arises generally from the fact that they know of such an ascent themselves only by hearsay. The knowledge of God is good, but the church is better. Could it be, I ventured to suggest, that in order to ascend they must put off the priest's garments. Good, my boy, he answered. All are priests up there, and must be clothed in fine linen, clean and white, the righteousness of saints, not the imputed righteousness of another. That is a lying doctrine, but their own righteousness, which God has wrought in them by Christ. I never knew a man in whom the inward was so constantly clothed upon by the outward, whose ordinary habits were so symbolic of his spiritual tastes, or whose enjoyment of the sight of his eyes and the hearing of his ears was so much informed by his highest feelings. He regarded all human affairs from the heights of religion, as from their church spires he looked down on the red roofs of Antwerp, on the black roofs of Cologne, on the grey roofs of Strasbourg, or on the brown roofs of Basel, uplifted for the time above them, not in disassociation from them. On the base of the missing twin spire at Strasbourg, high over the roof of the church, stands a little cottage. How strange its white muslin window curtains look up there! To the day of his death he cherished the fancy of writing a book in that cottage, with the grand city to which London looks, a modern mushroom, its 1,000 roofs with row upon row of windows in them, often 5 garret stories, one above the other, and its thickets of multiform chimneys, the thrones and procreant cradles of the storks, marvellous in history, habit, and dignity, all below him. He was taken ill at Valence, and lay there for a fortnight, oppressed with some kind of low fever. One night he awoke from a refreshing sleep, but could not sleep again. It seemed to him afterwards as if he had lain waiting for something. Anyhow, something came. As it were, a faint musical rain had invaded his hearing, but the night was clear, for the moon was shining on his window blind. The sound came nearer, and revealed itself a delicate tinkling of bells. It drew nearer still and nearer, growing in sweet fullness as it came, till at length a slow torrent of tinklings went past his window in the street below. It was the flow of 1,000 little currents of sound, a gliding of silvery threads, like the talking of water ripples against the side of a barge in a slow canal. All as soft as the moonlight, as exquisite as an odour, each sound tenderly truncated and dull. A great multitude of sheep was shifting its quarters in the night, whence and whither and why he never knew. To his heart they were the messengers of the Most High, for into that heart, soothed and attuned by their thin harmony, not on the wind that floated without breaking their lovely message, but on the ripples of the wind that bloweth where it listeth, came the words unlooked for, their coming unheralded by any mental premonition. My peace I give unto you. The sounds died slowly away in the distance, fainting out of the air, even as they had grown upon it, but the words remained. In a few moments he was fast asleep, comforted by pleasure into repose. His dreams were of gentle, self-consoling griefs, and when he awoke in the morning, my peace I give unto you was the first thought of which he was conscious. It may be that the sound of the sheep bells made him think of the shepherds that watch their flocks by night, and they of the multitude of the heavenly host, and they of the song, on earth peace. I do not know. The important point is not how the words came, but that the words remained until he understood them, and they became to him spirit and life. He soon recovered strength sufficiently to set out again upon his travels, great part of which he performed on foot. In this way he reached Avignon. Passing from one of its narrow streets into an open place in the midst, all at once he beheld towering above him, on a height that overlooked the whole city and surrounding country, a great crucifix. The form of the Lord of life still hung in the face of heaven and earth. He bowed his head involuntarily. No matter that when he drew nearer the power of it vanished. The memory of it remained with its first impression, and it had a share in what followed. He made his way eastward, towards the Alps. As he walked one day about noon over a desolate heath-covered height, reminding him not a little of the country of his childhood, the silence seized upon him. In the midst of the silence arose the crucifix, and once more the words which had often returned upon him sounded in the ears of the inner hearing. My peace I give unto you. They were words he had known from the earliest memorial time. He had heard them in infancy, in childhood, in boyhood, in youth. Now first in manhood it flashed upon him that the Lord did really mean that the peace of his soul should be the peace of their souls. that the peace wherewith his own soul was quiet, the peace at the very heart of the universe, was henceforth theirs, open to them, to all the world, to enter and be still. He fell upon his knees, bowed down in the birth of a great hope, held up his hands towards heaven, and cried, Lord Christ, give me thy peace. He said no more, but rose, caught up his stick, and strode forward, thinking. He had learned what the sentence meant. What that was of which it spoke he had not yet learned. The peace he had once sought, the peace that lay in the smiles and tenderness of a woman, had overcome him like a summer cloud, and had passed away. There was surely a deeper, a wider, a grander peace for him than that, if indeed it was the same peace wherewith the King of men regarded his approaching end, that he had left as a heritage to his brothers. Suddenly he was aware that the earth had begun to live again. The hum of insects arose from the heath around him. The odour of its flowers entered his dull sense. The wind kissed him on the forehead. The sky domed up over his head, and the clouds veiled the distant mountain tops like the smoke of incense ascending from the altars of the worshipping earth. All nature began to minister to one who had begun to lift his head from the baptism of fire. He had thought that nature could never more be anything to him, and she was waiting on him like a mother. The next moment he was offended with himself for receiving ministrations, the reaction of whose loveliness might no longer gather around the form of Mary St. John. Every wavelet of scent, every toss of a flower's head in the breeze, came with a sting in its pleasure, for there was no woman to whom they belonged. Yet he could not shut them out, for God, and not woman, is the heart of the universe. Would the day ever come when the loveliness of Mary St. John, felt and acknowledged as never before, would be even to him a joy and a thanksgiving? If ever, then because God is the heart of all. I do not think this mood, wherein all forms of beauty sped to his soul as to their own needful centre, could have lasted over many miles of his journey. But such delicate inward revelations are none the less precious that they are evanescent. Many feelings are simply too good to last. Using the phrase not in the unbelieving sense in which it is generally used, expressing the conviction that God is a hard father, fond of disappointing his children, but to express the fact that intensity and endurance cannot yet coexist in the human economy. But the virtue of a mood depends by no means on its immediate presence. Like any other experience, it may be believed in, and, in the absence which leaves the mind free to contemplate it, work even more good than in its presence. At length he came in sight of the Alpine region. Far off the heads of the great mountain rose into the upper countries of cloud, where the snows settled on their stony heads, and the torrents ran out from beneath the frozen mass to gladden the earth below with the faith of the lonely hills. The mighty creatures lay like grotesque animals of a far-off Titanic time, whose dead bodies had been first withered into stone, then worn away by the storms, and covered with shrouds and palls of snow, till the outlines of their forms were gone, and only rough shapes remained, like those just blocked out in the sculptor's marble, vaguely suggesting what the creatures had been, as the corpse under the sheet of death is like a man. He came amongst the valleys at their feet, with their blue-green waters hurrying seawards, from stony heights of air into the mass of the restless wavy plain, with their sides of rock rising in gigantic terrace after terrace up to the heavens, with their scaling pines erect and slight, conehead aspiring above conehead, ambitious to clothe the bare mass with green, till, failing at length in their upward efforts, the savage rocks shot away, and beyond and above them, the white and blue glaciers clinging cold and cruel to their ragged sides, and the dead blank of whiteness covering their final despair. He drew near to the lower glaciers to find their awful abysses tremulous with liquid blue, a blue tender and profound as if fed from the reservoir of some hidden sky intenser than ours. He rejoiced over the velvety fields dotted with the toy-like houses of the mountaineers. He sat for hours listening by the side of their streams. He grew weary, felt oppressed, longed for a wilder outlook, and began to climb towards a mountain village, of which he had heard from a traveller, to find solitude and freedom in an air as lofty as if he climbed 12 of his beloved cathedral spires, piled up in continuous ascent. After ascending for hours in zigzags through pine woods, where the only sound was of the little streams trotting down to the valley below, or the distant hush of some thin waterfall, he reached a level and came out of the woods. The path now led along the edge of a precipice, descending sheer to the uppermost terrace of the valleys he had left. The valley was but a cleft in the mass of the mountain. A little way over sank its other wall, steep as a plumb line could have made it of solid rock. On his right lay green fields of clover and strange grasses. Ever and anon from the cleft steamed up great blinding clouds of mist, which now wandered about over the nation of rocks on the mountain side beyond the gulf, now wrapped himself in their bewildering folds. In one moment the whole creation had vanished, and there seemed scarce existence enough left for more than the following footstep. The next, a mighty mountain stood in front, crowned with blinding snow, an awful fact. The lovely heavens were over his head, and the green sod under his feet. The grasshoppers chirped about him, and the gorgeous butterflies flew. From regions far beyond came the bells of the kine and the goats. He reached a little inn, and there took up his quarters. I am able to be a little minute in my description, because I have since visited the place myself. Great heights rise around it on all sides. It stands as between heaven and hell, suspended between peaks and gulfs. The wind must roar awfully there in the winter, but the mountains stand away with their avalanches, and all the summer long keep the cold off the grassy fields. The same evening he was already weary. The next morning it rained. It rained fiercely all day. He would leave the place on the morrow. In the evening it began to clear up. He walked out. The sun was setting, the snow peaks were faintly tinged with rose, and the ragged masses of vapour that hung lazy and leaden coloured about the sides of the abyss were partially dyed a sulky orange red, then all faded into grey. But as the sunlight vanished, a veil sank from the face of the moon, already halfway to the zenith, and she gathered courage and shone, till the mountain looked lovely as a ghost in the gleam of its snow and the glimmer of its glaciers. Ah, thought Falconer, such a peace at last is all a man can look for, the repose of a spectral Elysium, a world where passion has died away, and only the dim ghost of its memory returns to disturb with a shadowy sorrow the helpless content of its undreaming years. The religion that can do but this much is not a very great or very divine thing. The human heart cannot invent a better, it may be, but it can imagine grander results. He did not yet know what the religion was of which he spoke. As well might a man born stone deaf estimate the power of sweet sounds, or he who knows not a square from a circle pronounce upon the study of mathematics. The next morning rose brilliant, an ideal summer day. He would not go yet. He would spend one day more in the place. He opened his valise to get some lighter garments. His eyes fell on the New Testament. Dr. Anderson had put it there. He had never opened it yet, and now he let it lie. Its time had not yet come. He went out. Walking up the edge of the valley, he came upon a little stream whose talk he had heard for some 100 yards. It flowed through a grassy hollow with steeply sloping sides. Water is the same all the world over, but there was more than water here to bring his childhood back to Falconer. For at the spot where the path led him down to the burn, a little crag stood out from the bank, a grey stone like many he knew on the stream that watered the valley of Rothieden. On the top of the stone grew a little heather, and beside it, bending towards the water, was the silver birch. He sat down on the foot of the rock, shut in by the high grassy banks from the gaze of the awful mountains. The sole unrest was the run of the water beside him, and it sounded so homely that he began to jabber Scotch to it. He forgot that this stream was born in the clouds, far up where that peak rose into the air behind him. He did not know that a couple of 100 yards from where he sat, it tumbled headlong into the valley below. With his country's birch tree beside him, and the rock crowned with its turf of heather over his head, the quiet as of a Sabbath afternoon fell upon him. That quiet which is the one altogether lovely thing in the Scotch Sabbath. And once more the words arose in his mind, "My peace I give unto you." Now he fell a thinking what this peace could be. and it came into his mind as he thought that Jesus had spoken in another place about giving rest to those that came to him, while here he spoke about my peace. Could this my mean a certain kind of peace that the Lord himself possessed? Perhaps it was in virtue of that peace, whatever it was, that he was the Prince of Peace. Whatever peace he had must be the highest and the best peace. Therefore the one peace for a man to seek, if indeed, as the words of the Lord seem to imply, a man was capable of possessing it. He remembered the New Testament in his box, and resolving to try whether he could not make something more out of it, went back to the inn quieter in heart than since he had left his home. In the evening he returned to the brook and fell to searching the story, seeking after the peace of Jesus. He found that the whole passage stood thus: Peace I leave with you, my peace I give unto you, not as the world giveth, give I unto you. Let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. He did not leave the place for 6 weeks. Every day he went to the burn, as he called it, with his New Testament. Every day tried yet again to make out something more of what the Saviour meant. By the end of the month it had dawned upon him, he hardly knew how, that the peace of Jesus, although of course he could not know what it was like till he had it, must have been a peace that came from the doing of the will of his Father. From the account he gave of the discoveries he then made, I venture to represent them in the driest and most exact form that I can find they will admit of. When I use the word discoveries, I need hardly say that I use it with reference to Falconer and his previous knowledge. They were these: that Jesus taught, first, that a man's business is to do the will of God. Second, that God takes upon himself the care of the man. Third, therefore that a man must never be afraid of anything, and so, fourth, be left free to love God with all his heart and his neighbour as himself. But one day, his thoughts having cleared themselves a little upon these points, a new set of questions arose with sudden inundation, comprised in these two. How can I tell for certain that there ever was such a man? How am I to be sure that such as he says is the mind of the maker of these glaciers and butterflies? All this time he was in the wilderness as much as Moses at the back of Horeb, or St. Paul when he vanishes in Arabia, and he did nothing but read the 4 Gospels and ponder over them. Therefore it is not surprising that he should have already become so familiar with the Gospel story, that the moment these questions appeared, the following words should dart to the forefront of his consciousness to meet them: If any man will do his will, he shall know of the doctrine, whether it be of God, or whether I speak of myself. Here was a word of Jesus himself, announcing the one means of arriving at a conviction of the truth or falsehood of all that he said, namely, the doing of the will of God by the man who would arrive at such conviction. The next question naturally was, what is this will of God of which Jesus speaks? Here he found himself in difficulty. The theology of his grandmother rushed in upon him, threatening to overwhelm him with demands as to feeling and inward action, from which his soul turned with sickness and fainting. That they were repulsive to him, that they appeared unreal and contradictory to the nature around him, was no proof that they were not of God. But on the other hand, that they demanded what seemed to him unjust, that these demands were founded on what seemed to him untruth, attributed to God, on ways of thinking and feeling which are certainly degrading in a man, these were reasons of the very highest nature for refusing to act upon them, so long as, from whatever defects it might be in himself, they bore to him this aspect. He saw that while they appeared to be such, even though it might turn out that he mistook them, to acknowledge them would be to wrong God. But this conclusion left him in no better position for practice than before. When at length he did see what the will of God was, he wondered, so simple did it appear, that he had failed to discover it at once. Yet not less than a fortnight had he been brooding and pondering over the question, as he wandered up and down that burn side, or sat at the foot of the heather-crowned stone and the silver-barked birch, when the light began to dawn upon him. It was thus: in trying to understand the words of Jesus by searching back, as it were, for such thoughts and feelings in him as would account for the words he spoke,
The perception awoke that at least he could not have meant by the will of God any such theological utterances as those which troubled him. Next it grew plain that what he came to do was just to lead his life, that he should do the work, such as recorded, and much besides, that the Father gave him to do. This was the will of God concerning him. With this perception arose the conviction that unto every man whom God had sent into the world, he had given a work to do in that world. He had to lead the life God meant him to lead. The will of God was to be found and done in the world. In seeking a true relation to the world, would he find his relation to God? The time for action was come. He rose up from the stone of his meditation, took his staff in his hand, and went down the mountain, not knowing whither he went. And these were some of his thoughts as he went. If it was the will of God who made me and her, my will shall not be set against his. I cannot be happy, but I will bow my head, and let his waves and his billows go over me. If there is such a God, he knows what a pain I bear. His will be done. Jesus thought it well that his will should be done to the death. Even if there be no God, it will be grand to be a disciple of such a man, to do as he says, think as he thought, perhaps come to feel as he felt. My reader may wonder that one so young should have been able to think so practically to the one point of action. But he was in earnest, and what lay at the root of his character, at the root of all that he did, felt, and became, was childlike simplicity and purity of nature. If the sins of his father were mercifully visited upon him, so likewise were the grace and loveliness of his mother, and between the two Falconer had fared well. As he descended the mountain, the one question was his calling. With the faintest track to follow, with the clue of a spider's thread to guide him, he would have known that his business was to set out at once to find and save his father. But never since the day when the hand of that father smote him, and Mary St. John found him bleeding on the floor, had he heard word or conjecture concerning him. If he were to set out to find him now, it would be to search the earth for one who might have vanished from it years ago. He might as well search the streets of a great city for a lost jewel. When the time came for him to find his father, if such an hour was written in the decrees of, I dare not say fate, for Falconer hated the word, if such was the will of God, some sign would be given him, that is, some hint which he could follow with action. As he thought and thought, it became gradually plainer that he must begin his obedience by getting ready for anything that God might require of him. Therefore he must go on learning till the call came. But he shivered at the thought of returning to Aberdeen. Might he not continue his studies in Germany? Would that not be as good, possibly, from the variety of the experience better? But how was it to be decided? By submitting the matter to the friend who made either possible. Dr. Anderson had been to him as a father. He would be guided by his pleasure. He wrote therefore to Dr. Anderson, saying that he would return at once if he wished it, but that he should greatly prefer going to a German university for 2 years. The doctor replied that of course he would rather have him at home, but that he was confident Robert knew best what was best for himself. Therefore he had only to settle where he thought proper, and the next summer he would come and see him, for he was not tied to Aberdeen any more than Robert. End chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 2. Home Again. 4 years passed before Falconer returned to his native country, during which period Dr. Anderson had visited him twice, and shown himself well satisfied with his condition and pursuits. The doctor had likewise visited Rothieden, and had comforted the heart of the grandmother with regard to her Robert. From what he learned upon the visit, he had arrived at a true conjecture, I believe, as to the case of the great change which had suddenly taken place in the youth. But he never asked Robert a question leading in the direction of the grief which he saw the healthy and earnest nature of the youth gradually assimilating into his life.
He had too much respect for sorrow to approach it with curiosity. He had learned to put off his shoes when he drew nigh the burning bush of human pain. Robert had not settled at any of the universities, but had moved from one to the other as he saw fit, report guiding him to the men who spoke with authority. The time of doubt and anxious questioning was far from over, but the time was long gone by, if in his case it had ever been, when he could be like a wave of the sea, driven of the wind and tossed. He had ever one anchor of the soul, and he found that it held, the faith of Jesus. I say the faith of Jesus, not his own faith in Jesus. The truth of Jesus, the life of Jesus. However his intellect might be tossed on the waves of speculation and criticism, he found that the word the Lord had spoken remained steadfast. For in doing righteously, in loving mercy, in walking humbly, the conviction increased that Jesus knew the very secret of human life. Now and then some great vision gleamed across his soul of the working of all things towards a far-off goal of simple obedience to a law of life, which God knew, and which his Son had justified through sorrow and pain. Again and again the words of the Master gave him a peep into a region where all was explicable, where all that was crooked might be made straight, where every mountain of wrong might be made low, and every valley of suffering exalted. Ever and again some one of the dark perplexities of humanity began to glimmer with light in its inmost depth. Nor was he without those moments of communion when the creature is lifted into the secret place of the Creator. Looking back to the time when it seemed that he cried and was not heard, he saw that God had been hearing, had been answering all the time, had been making him capable of receiving the gift for which he prayed. He saw that intellectual difficulty encompassing the highest operations of harmonizing truth can no more affect their reality than the dullness of chaos disprove the motions of the wind of God over the face of its waters. He saw that any true revelation must come out of the unknown in God through the unknown in man. He saw that its truths must rise in the man as powers of life, and that only as that life grows and unfolds can the ever-lagging intellect gain glimpses of partial outlines fading away into the infinite. That indeed only in material things and the laws that belong to them are outlines possible. Even there, only in the picture of them which the mind that analyzes them makes for itself, not in the things themselves. At the close of these 4 years, with his spirit calm and hopeful, truth his passion, and music, which again he had resumed and diligently cultivated, his pleasure, Falconer returned to Aberdeen. He was received by Dr. Anderson as if he had in truth been his own son. In the room stood a tall figure, with its back towards them, pocketing its handkerchief. The next moment the figure turned, and could it be? Yes, it was Shargar. Doubt lingered only until he opened his mouth and said, Robert," with which exclamation he threw himself upon him, and after a very undignified fashion began crying heartily. Tall as he was, Robert's great black head towered above him, and his shoulders were like a rock against which Shargar's slight figure leaned. He looked down like a compassionate mastiff upon a distressed Italian greyhound. His eyes shimmered with feeling, but Robert's tears, if he ever shed any, were kept for very solemn occasions. He was more likely to weep for awful joy than for any suffering either in himself or others. Shargar, pronounced in a tone full of 1,000 memories, was all the greeting he returned, but his great manly hand pressed Shargar's delicate long-fingered one with a grasp which must have satisfied his friend that everything was as it had been between them, and that their friendship from henceforth would take a new start. For with all that Robert had seen, thought, and learned, now that the bitterness of loss had gone by, the old times and the old friends were dearer. If there was any truth in the religion of God's will in which he was a disciple, every moment of life's history which had brought soul in contact with soul must be sacred as a voice from behind the veil. Therefore he could not now rest until he had gone to see his grandmother. "Will you come to Rothieden with me, Shargar? I beg your pardon, I oughtn't to keep up an old nickname," said Robert, as they sat that evening with the doctor over a tumbler of toddy. "If you call me anything else, I'll cut my throat, Robert. As I told you before, if any one else does," he added, laughing, "I'll cut his throat." "Can he go with me, doctor?" said Robert, turning to their host. "Certainly. He has not been to Rothieden since he took his degree. He's an A.M. now, and has distinguished himself besides. You'll see him in his uniform soon, I hope. Let's drink his health, Robert. Fill your glass." The doctor filled his glass slowly and solemnly. He seldom drank even wine, but this was a rare occasion. He then rose, and with equal slowness and a tremor in his voice, which rendered it impossible to imagine the presence of anything but seriousness, said, "Robert, my son, let's drink the health of George Moray. Gentlemen, stand up." Robert rose, and in his confusion Shargar rose too, and sat down again, blushing till his red hair looked yellow beside his cheeks. The men repeated the words, "George Moray, gentlemen," emptied their glasses, and resumed their seats. Shargar rose trembling, and tried in vain to speak. The reason, in part, was that he sought to utter himself in English. "Hoots, hang English," he broke out at last. "If I be a gentleman, Dr. Anderson and Robert Falconer, it's you twa 'at's made me on it, and God bless ye, and I'm your humble servant to all eternity." So saying, Shargar resumed his seat, filled his glass with trembling hand, emptied it to hide his feelings, but without success rose once more, and retreated to the hall for a space. The next morning Robert and Shargar got on the couch, and went to Rothieden. Robert turned his head as they came near the bridge and the old house of Bogbonnie. But ashamed of his weakness, he turned again and looked at the house. There it stood all the same, a thing for the night winds to howl in, and follow each other in mad gambols through its long passages and rooms, so empty from the first that not even a ghost had any reason for going there. A place almost without a history, dreary emblem of so many empty souls that leave hidden their talent in a napkin, and have nothing to return for it when the master calls them. Having looked this one in the face, he felt stronger to meet those other places before which his heart quailed yet more. He knew that Miss St. John had left soon after Ericson's death. Whether he was sorry or glad that he should not see her, he could not tell. He thought Rothieden would look like Pompeii, a city buried and disinterred, but when the coach drove into the long straggling street, he found the old love revive, and although the blood rushed back to his heart when Captain Forsyth's house came in view, he did not turn away, but made his eyes, and through them his heart, familiar with its desolation. He got down at the corner, and leaving Shargar to go on to the Boar's Head and look after the luggage, walked into his grandmother's house, and straight into her little parlour. She rose with her old stateliness when she saw a stranger enter the room, and stood waiting his address. "Weel, Grannie," said Robert, and took her in his arms. "The Lord's name be praised," faltered she. "He's o'er good to the likes of me." And she lifted up her voice and wept. She had been informed of his coming, but she had not expected him till the evening. He was much altered, and old age is slow. He had hardly placed her in her chair when Betty came in. If she had shown him respect before, it was reverence now. Sir," she said, "I did not know it was you, or I would not have come into the room without knocking at the door. I'll away back to my kitchen." So saying, she turned to leave the room. "Hoots, Betty," cried Robert, "do not be a gowk. Give us a grip of your hand." Betty stood staring and irresolute, overcome at the sight of the manly bulk before her. "If you do not behave yourself, Betty, I'll just away over to Muckledum, and have a drive through the session book." Betty laughed for the first time at the awful threat, and the ice once broken, things returned to somewhat of their old feeling. I must not linger on these days. The next morning Robert paid a visit to Bodyfauld, and found that time had there flowed so greatly that it had left but few wrinkles and fewer grey hairs. The fields too had little change to show, and the hill was all the same, save that its pines had grown. His chief mission was to John Hewson and his wife. When he left for the continent, he was not so utterly absorbed in his own griefs as to forget Jessie. He told her story to Dr. Anderson, and the good man had gone to see her the same day. In the evening, when he knew he should find them both at home, he walked into the cottage. They were seated by the fire, with the same pot hanging on the same crook for their supper. They rose and asked him to sit down, but did not know him. When he told them who he was, they greeted him warmly, and John Hewson smiled, something of the old smile, but only like it, for it had no rays proportionately delivered from his mouth over his face. After a little indifferent chat, Robert said, "I came through Aberdeen yesterday, John." At the very mention of Aberdeen, John's head sunk. He gave no answer, but sat looking in the fire. His wife rose and went to the other end of the room, busying herself quietly about the supper. Robert thought it best to plunge into the matter at once. "I saw Jessie last night," he said. Still there was no reply. John's face had grown hard as a stone face, but Robert thought rather from the determination to govern his feelings than from resentment. "She's been doing weel ever since syne," he added. Still no word from either, and Robert, fearing some outburst of indignation ere he had said his say, now made haste. "She's been a servant with Dr. Anderson for 4 years noo, and he's sore pleased with her. She's a fine woman, but her bairnie's dead, and that was a sore blow to her." He heard a sob from the mother, but still John made no sign. "It was a bonny bairnie as ever ye saw. It looked in her face, she says, as if it knew all aboot it, and had only come to help her through the worst of it, for it gaed home most as soon as ever she was right able to thank God for sending her such an angel to lead her to repentance." "John," said his wife, coming behind his chair and laying her hand on his shoulder, "what for didna ye spake? Ye hear what Master Falconer says. Ye dinna think a thing's clean useless 'cause there may be a spot upon it," she added, wiping her eyes upon her apron. "A spot upon it!" cried John, starting to his feet. "What call ye a spot? Woman, do not drive me mad to hear ye lower the glory of virginity." "That's all verra weel, John," interposed Robert quietly, "but there was one thought as muckle of it as ye do, and would have been ashamed to hear ye speak that way aboot your own daughter." "I did not understand ye," returned Hewson, looking raised like at him. "Do not ye know, man, that among them 'at know the Lord best when he came from heaven to look after his own, to seek and to save, ye know, among them 'at came roon aboot him to hearken till him, was lasses 'at had gone the wrong way altogether? Not like your Jessie, 'at fell but once. Man, you're just like Simon the Pharisee, 'at was sae scunnert at oor Lord 'cause he loot the woman 'at was a sinner take her will of his feet, the feet as they were going to take their will of after another fashion after long. He would have shown her the door, Simon would, like you, John, but the Lord took her part. And let me tell you, John, and I will not beg your pardon for saying it, for it's God's troth, let me tell you, 'at if you go on that gate, you'll be siding with the Pharisee and no with our Lord. You may lippen to your wife, ay, and to Jessie herself, that knows better nor either of ye know to make little of virginity. Faith, they think more of it than ye do, I'm thinking, after all, only it's no a thing to say muckle aboot, and it's no to stand for a thing after all." Silence followed. John sat down again and buried his face in his hands. At length he murmured from between them, "The lassie's weel?" "Ay," answered Robert, and silence followed again. "What would ye have me do?" asked John, lifting his head a little. "I would have ye send a kind word till her. The lassie's heart's just longing after ye, that's all, and that's no ower muckle." "'Deed no," assented the mother. John said nothing, but when his visitor rose, he bade him a warm good night. When Robert returned to Aberdeen, he was the bearer of such a message as made poor Jessie glad at heart. This was his first experience of the sort. When he left the cottage, he did not return to the house, but threaded the little forest of pines, climbing the hill till he came out on its bare crown, where nothing grew but heather and blaeberries. There he threw himself down and gazed into the heavens. The sun was below the horizon, all the dazzle was gone out of the gold, and the roses were fast fading. The downy blue of the sky was trembling into stars over his head. The brown dusk was gathering in the air, and a windful of gentleness and peace came to him from the west. He let his thoughts go where they would, and they went up into the abyss over his head. Lord, come to me, he cried in his heart, for I cannot go to thee. If I were to go up and up through that awful space for ages and ages, I should never find thee. Yet there thou art. The tenderness of thy infinitude looks upon me from those heavens. Thou art in them and in me. Because thou thinkest I think. I am thine, all thine. I abandon myself to thee. Fill me with thyself. When I am full of thee, my griefs themselves will grow golden in thy sunlight. Thou holdest them and their cause, and wilt find some nobler atonement between them than vile forgetfulness and the death of love. Lord, let me help those that are wretched, because they do not know thee. Let me tell them that thou, the life, must needs suffer for and with them, that they may be partakers of thy ineffable peace. My life is hid in thine. Take me in thy hand as Gideon bore the pitcher to the battle. Let me be broken, if need be, that thy light may shine upon the lies which men tell them in thy name, and which eat away their hearts. Having persuaded Shargar to remain with Mrs. Falconer for a few days, and thus remove the feeling of offence she still cherished because of his moonlicht flittering, he returned to Dr. Anderson, who now unfolded his plans for him. These were, that he should attend the medical classes common to the two universities, and at the same time accompany him in his visits to the poor. He did not at all mean, he said, to determine Robert's life as that of a medical man, but from what he had learned of his feelings, he was confident that a knowledge of medicine would be invaluable to him. I think the good doctor must have foreseen the kind of life which Falconer would at length choose to lead, and with true and admirable wisdom sought to prepare him for it. However this may be, Robert entertained the proposal gladly, went into the scheme with his whole heart, and began to widen that knowledge of and sympathy with the poor, which were the foundation of all his influence over them. For a time, therefore, he gave diligent and careful attendance upon lectures, read sufficiently, took his rounds with Dr. Anderson, and performed such duties as he delegated to his greater strength. Had the healing art been far less of an enjoyment to him than it was, he could yet hardly have failed of great progress therein, but seeing that it accorded with his best feelings, profoundest theories, and loftiest hopes, and that he received it as a work given him to do, it is not surprising that a certain faculty of cure, almost partaking of the instinctive, should have been rapidly developed in him, to the wonder and delight of his friend and master. In this labour he again spent about 4 years, during which time he gathered much knowledge of human nature, learning especially to judge it from no standpoint of his own, but in every individual case to take a new position whence the nature and history of the man should appear in true relation to the yet uncompleted result. He who cannot feel the humanity of his neighbour, because he is different from himself in education, habits, opinions, morals, circumstances, objects, is unfit, if not unworthy, to aid him. Within this period Shargar had gone out to India, where he had distinguished himself particularly on a certain harassing march. Towards the close of the 4 years he had leave of absence, and was on his way home. About the same time Robert, in consequence of a fever brought on by over-fatigue, was in much need of a holiday, and Dr. Anderson proposed that he should meet Moray at Southampton. Shargar had no expectation of seeing him, and his delight, not greater on that account, broke out more wildly. No thinnest film had grown over his heart, though in all else he was considerably changed. The army had done everything that was wanted for his outward show of man. The drawling walk had vanished, and a firm step and soldierly stride had taken its place. His bearing was free, yet dignified. His high descent came out in the ease of his carriage and manners. There could be no doubt that at last Shargar was a gentleman. His hair had changed to a kind of red chestnut. His complexion was much darkened with the Indian sun. His eyes too were darker, and no longer rolled slowly from one object to another, but indicated by their quick glances a mind ready to observe and as ready to resolve. His whole appearance was more than prepossessing, it was even striking. Robert was greatly delighted with the improvement in him, and far more when he found that his mind's growth had at least kept pace with his body's change. It would be more correct to say that it had preceded and occasioned it, for however much the army may be able to do in that way, it had certainly, in Moray's case, only seconded the law of inward growth working outward show. The young men went up to London together, and great was the pleasure they had in each other's society after so long a separation, in which their hearts had remained unchanged, while their natures had grown both worthy and capable of more honour and affection. They had both much to tell, for Robert was naturally open save in regard to his grief, and Shargar was proud of being able to communicate with Robert from a nearer level, in virtue of now knowing many things that Robert could not know. They went together to a hotel in St. Paul's churchyard. End. Chapter 2. Book 3, Chapter 3 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 3. A Mere Glimpse. At the close of a fortnight, Falconer thought it time to return to his duties in Aberdeen. The day before the steamer sailed, they found themselves about 6 o'clock in Grace Church Street. It was a fine summer evening. The street was less crowded than earlier in the afternoon, although there was a continuous stream of wagons, omnibuses, and cabs both ways. As they stood on the curbstone a little way north of Lombard, waiting to cross, "You see, Shargar," said Robert, "nature will have her way. Not all the hurry and confusion and roar can keep the shadows out. Look, wherever a space is for a moment vacant, there falls a shadow, as grotesque, as strange, as full of unutterable things as any shadow on a field of grass and daisies." "I remember feeling the same kind of thing in India," returned Shargar, "where nothing looked as if it belonged to the world I was born in, but my own shadow. In such a street as this, however, all the shadows look as if they belonged to another world, and had no business here." "I quite feel that," returned Falconer. "They come like angels from the lovely west and the pure air, to show that London cannot hurt them, for it too is within the kingdom of God. To teach the lovers of nature, like the old orthodox Jew St. Peter, that they must not call anything common or unclean." Shargar made no reply, and Robert glanced round at him. He was staring with wide eyes into, not at, the crowd of vehicles that filled the street. His face was pale, and strangely like the Shargar of old days. "What's the matter with you?" Robert asked in some bewilderment. Receiving no answer, he followed Shargar's gaze, and saw a strange sight for London city. In the middle of the crowd of vehicles, with an omnibus before them and a brewer's dray behind them, came a line of 3 donkey carts heaped high with bundles and articles of gipsy gear. The foremost was conducted by a middle-aged woman of tall, commanding aspect and expression, both cunning and fierce. She walked by the donkey's head, carrying a short stick, with which she struck him now and then, but which she oftener waved over his head like the truncheon of an excited marshal on the battlefield, accompanying the movements now with loud cries to the animal, now with loud response to the chaff of the omnibus conductor, the dray driver, and the tradesmen in carts about her. She was followed by a very handsome, olive-complexioned, wild-looking young woman, with her black hair done up in a red handkerchief, who conducted her donkey more quietly. Both seemed as much at home in the roar of Grace Church Street as if they had been crossing a wild common. A loutish-looking young man brought up the rear with the 3rd donkey. From the bundles on the foremost cart peeped a lovely, fair-haired, English-looking child. Robert took all this in a moment. The same moment Shargar's spell was broken. "Lord, 'It is my mother,' he cried, and darted under a horse's neck into the middle of the ruck. He needled his way through till he reached the woman. She was swearing at a cabman whose wheel had caught the point of her donkey's shaft, and was hauling him round. Heedless of everything, Shargar threw his arms about her, crying, 'Mither, mother!' 'None of your blasted humbug!' she exclaimed, as with a vigorous throw and a wriggle she freed herself from his embrace and pushed him away. The moment she had him at arm's length, however, her hand closed upon his arm, and her other hand went up to her brow. From underneath it her eyes shot up and down him from head to foot, and he could feel her hand closing and relaxing and closing again, as if she were trying to force her long nails into his flesh. He stood motionless, waiting the result of her scrutiny, utterly unconscious that he had caused a congestion in the veins of London, for every vehicle within sight of the pair had stopped. Falconer said a strange silence fell upon the street, as if all the things in it had been turned into shadows. A rough voice, which sounded as if all London must have heard it, broke the silence. It was the voice of the cabman, who had been in altercation with the woman. Bursting into an insulting laugh, he used words with regard to her which it is better to leave unrecorded. The same instant Shargar freed himself from her grasp and stood by the fore-wheel of the cab. 'Get down,' he said, in a voice that was not the less impressive that it was low and hoarse. The fellow saw what he meant, and whipped his horse. Shargar sprang on the box and dragged him down, all but headlong. 'Now,' he said, 'beg my mother's pardon.' 'Be hanged if I do,' etc., etc., said the cabman. 'Then defend yourself,' said Shargar. 'Robert!' Falconer was watching all, and was by his side in a moment. 'Come on, you,' etc., etc., cried the cabman, plucking up heart and putting himself in fighting shape. He looked one of those insolent fellows whom none see discomfited more gladly than the honest men of his own class. The same moment he lay between his horse's feet. Shargar turned to Robert, and saying only, 'There, Robert,' turned again towards the woman. The cabman rose, bleeding, and, desiring no more of the same, climbed on his box and went off, belabouring his horse, and pursued by a roar from the street, for the spectators were delighted at his punishment. 'Now, mother,' said Shargar, panting with excitement. 'What ca'd they ye?' she asked, still doubtful, but as proud of being defended as if the coarse words of her assailant had had no truth in them. 'Ye cannot be my long-legged Geordie. What for no? Ye're a gentleman, faith.' 'And what for no again?' returned Shargar, beginning to smile. 'Weel, it's weel spared. Your father was one, onyway, if so be 'at ye are as ye say.' Moray put his head close to hers, and whispered some words that nobody heard but herself. 'It's ower lang syne to min upon that,' she said in reply, with a look of cunning consciousness ill settled upon her fine features. 'But ye can be naebody but my Geordie. Haith, man,' she went on, regarding him once more from head to foot, 'but you're a credit to me, I maun allow. Weel, gie me a sovereign, and I'se never come near ye.' Poor Shargar, in his despair, turned half mechanically towards Robert. He felt that it was time to interfere. 'You forget, mother,' said Shargar, turning again to her, and speaking English now. 'It was I that claimed you, and not you that claimed me.' She seemed to have no idea of what he meant. 'Come up the road here, to our public, and take a glass, woman,' said Falconer. 'Do not hold the folk looking at ye.' The temptation of a glass of something strong, and the hope of getting money out of them, caused an instant acquiescence. She said a few words to the young woman, who proceeded at once to tie her donkey's head to the tail of the other cart. 'Shaw the way, then,' said the elder, turning again to Falconer. Shargar and he led the way to St. Paul's churchyard, and the woman followed faithfully. The waiters stared when they entered. 'Bring a glass of whisky,' said Falconer, as he passed on to their private room. When the whisky arrived, she tossed it off, and looked as if she would like another glass. 'Your father'll have taken ye up, I'm thinking, laddie,' she said, turning to her son. 'No,' answered Shargar gloomily. 'There's the man that took me up.' 'And wha may ye be?' she asked, turning to Falconer. 'Mr. Falconer,' said Shargar. 'No a son of Andrew Falconer?' she asked again, with evident interest. 'The same,' answered Robert. 'Weel, Geordie,' she said, turning once more to her son, 'it's like mother, like father to the twa of ye.' 'Did you know my father?' asked Robert eagerly. Instead of answering him, she made another remark to her son. 'He need not be ashamed of your company, onyway. Queer kind of mother 'at I am.' 'He never was ashamed of my company,' said Shargar, still gloomily. 'Ay, I knew your father weel enough,' she said, now answering Robert, 'more by token 'at I saw him last night. He was looking nae that ill.' Robert sprung from his seat and caught her by the arm. 'Ow, ye need not go into sic a flurry. He'll no come near ye's, I'll warrant.' 'Tell me where he is,' said Robert. 'Where did you see him? I'll gie you all 'at I have if you take me till him.' 'Hooly, hooly! What's to go looking for a thrum in a hay sow?' returned she coolly. 'I only said I saw him.' 'But are ye sure it was him?' answered Falconer. 'Ay, sure enough,' she answered. 'What makes ye so sure?' ''Cause I never was wrong yet. Set a man once atween my two eyes, and that'll be twa 'at knows him when his own mother's forgotten him.' 'Did you speak to him?' 'Maybe ay, and maybe no. I did not come here to be heckled afore a jury.' 'Tell me what he's like,' said Robert, agitated with eager hope. 'Gin ye do not know what he's like, what for suld ye take the trouble to spare? But 'deed ye'll know what he's like when ye fall in with him,' she added, with a vindictive laugh. Vindictive, because he had given her only one glass of strong drink. With the laugh she rose, and made for the door. They rose at the same moment to detain her. Like one who knew at once to fight and flee, she turned and stunned them as with a blow. 'She's a fine yoong thing, yon sister of yours, Geordie. She'll be worth siller by the time she's had a while at the school.' The men looked at each other, aghast. When they turned their eyes she had vanished. They rushed to the door, and parting, searched in both directions. But they were soon satisfied that it was of no use. Probably she had found a back way into Paternoster Row, whence the outlets are numerous. Chapter 3. Book 3, Chapter 4 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 4. The Doctor's Death. But now that Falconer had a ground, even thus shadowy, for hoping, I cannot say believing, that his father might be in London, he could not return to Aberdeen. Moray, who had no heart to hunt for his mother, left the next day by the steamer. Falconer took to wandering about the labyrinthine city, and in a couple of months knew more about the metropolis, the West End excepted, than most people who had lived their lives in it. The West End is no doubt a considerable exception to make, but Falconer sought only his father, and the West End was the place where he was least likely to find him. Day and night he wandered into all sorts of places. The worse they looked, the more attractive he found them. It became almost a craze with him. He could not pass a dirty court or low-browed archway. He might be there, or he might have been there, or it was such a place as he would choose for shelter. He knew to what such a life as his must have tended. At first he was attracted only by tall, elderly men. Such a man he would sometimes follow till his following made him turn and demand his object. If there was no suspicion of Scotch in his tone, Falconer easily apologized. If there was, he made such replies as might lead to some betrayal. He could not defend the course he was adopting. It had not the shadow of probability upon its side. Still, the greatest successes the world has ever beheld had been at one time the greatest improbabilities. He could not choose but go on, for as yet he could think of no other way. Neither could a man like Falconer long confine his interest to his immediate object, especially after he had, in following it, found opportunity of being useful. While he still made it his main object to find his father, that object became a centre from which radiated 1,000 influences upon those who were as sheep that had no shepherd. He fell back into his old ways at Aberdeen, only with a boundless fear to work in, and with the hope of finding his father to hearten him. He haunted the streets at night, went into all places of entertainment, often to the disgust of senses and soul, and made his way into the lowest forms of life without introduction or protection. There was a certain stately air of the hills about him which was often mistaken for country and experience, and men thought in consequence to make gain or game of him. But such found their mistake, and if not soon, then the more completely. Far from provoking or even meeting hostility, he soon satisfied those that persisted that it was dangerous. In 2 years he became well known to the poor of a large district, especially on both sides of Shoreditch, for whose sake he made the exercise of his profession, though not an object, yet a ready accident. He lived in lodgings in John Street, the same in which I found him when I came to know him. He made few acquaintances, and they were chiefly the house surgeons of hospitals, to which he paid frequent visits. He always carried a book in his pocket, but did not read much. On Sundays he generally went to some one of the many lonely heaths or commons of Surrey with his New Testament. When weary in London, he would go to the reading room of the British Museum for an hour or two. He kept up a regular correspondence with Dr. Anderson. At length he received a letter from him, which occasioned his immediate departure for Aberdeen. Until now, his friend, who was entirely satisfied with his mode of life, had supplied him freely with money, had not even expressed a wish to recall him, though he had often spoken of visiting him in London. It now appeared that, unwilling to cause him any needless anxiety, he had abstained from mentioning the fact that his health had been declining. He had got suddenly worse, and Falconer hastened to obey the summons he had sent him in consequence. With a heavy heart he walked up to the hospitable door, recalling as he ascended the steps how he had stood there a helpless youth, in want of a few pounds to save his hopes, when this friend received him and bid him God-speed on the path he desired to follow. In a moment more he was shown into the study, and was passing through it to go to the cottage room, where Johnston laid his hand on his arm. "The master's no up yet, sir," he said, with a very solemn look. "He's been desperate after seeing ye, and I maun go on and let him know 'at ye're here at last, for fear it should be ower muckle for him, seeing ye all at once. But sir," he added, the tears gathering in his eyes, "you'll hardly know him. He's that changed." Johnston left the study by the door to the cottage. Falconer had never known the doctor sleep there, and returning a moment after, invited him to enter. In the bed in the recess, the room unchanged, with its deal table and its sanded floor, lay the form of his friend. Falconer hastened to the bedside, kneeled down, and took his hand, speechless. The doctor was silent too, but a smile overspread his countenance, and revealed his inward satisfaction. Robert's heart was full, and he could only gaze on the worn face. At length he was able to speak. "What for did not you send for me?" he said. "Ye never tell't me you was ailin'." "Because you were doing good, Robert, my boy, and I, who had done so little, had no right to interrupt what you were doing. I wonder if God will give me another chance. I would fain do better. I don't think I could sit singing psalms to all eternity," he added with a smile. "Whatever good I may do afore my turn comes, I have you to thank for it. Doctor, if it had not been for you." Robert's feelings overcame him. He resumed brokenly. "Ye gave me a man to believe in when my own father had forsaken me, and my friend was away to God. Ye have made me doctor. with meat and drink and learning and siller and anything else ye have made me. Robert, said the dying man, half rising on his elbow, to think what God makes us all to one another. My father did 10 times for me what I have done for you. As I lie here thinking I may see him afore a week's o'er, I'm just a bairn again. As he spoke, the polish of his speech was gone, and the social refinement of his countenance with it. The face of his ancestors, the noble, sensitive, heartful, but ragged, bucolic, and weather-beaten through centuries of windy ploughing, hailstorm sheep-keeping, long-paced seed-sowing, and multiform labour, surely not less honourable in the sight of the working God than the fighting of the noble, came back in the face of the dying physician. From that hour to his death he spoke the rugged dialect of his fathers. A day or two after this, Robert, again sitting by his bedside, I did not know, he said, whether it's right, but I have nae fear of death, and yet I cannot say I'm sure aboot anything. I've seen mony a one dee that could have no faith in the Saviour, but I never saw that fear that some good folk would have ye believe maun come at the last. I would not like to take to ony papistry, but I never could make oot from the Bible, and I read more of it in the jungle than maybe you would think, that it's all over with the body at their death. I never heard them bring for it ony text but on the maist ridiculous hush 'at ye ever heard, to justify it. I ken the text ye mean, as the tree falleth, so it shall lie, or something like that, 'at they say King Solomon wrote, though better scholars say his tree had fallen many a long year afore that text saw the light. I did not believe such a thought was in the man's head when he wrote it. It is as ye say, or contemptible to call an argument. I'll read it to you once more. Robert got his Bible and read the following portion from that wonderful book, so little understood because it is so full of wisdom, the book of Ecclesiastes. Cast thy bread upon the waters, for thou shalt find it after many days. Give a portion to 7, and also to 8, for thou knowest not what evil shall be upon the earth. If the clouds be full of rain, they empty themselves upon the earth, and if the tree fall toward the south or toward the north, in the place where the tree falleth, there it shall be. He that observeth the wind shall not sow, and he that regardeth the clouds shall not reap. As thou knowest not what is the way of the Spirit, nor how the bones do grow in the womb of her that is with child, even so thou knowest not the works of God who maketh all. In the morning sow thy seed, and in the evening withhold not thine hand, for thou knowest not whether shall prosper, either this or that, or whether they both shall be alike good. Ay, that's it, said Dr. Anderson. Weel, I maun say again that they're ill off for an argument that takes that for one upon such a momentous subject. I prefer to say with the same old man that I know not the works of God who maketh all. But I wish I could say I believed onything for certain sure. But when I think aboot it, would ye believe it, the faith of my father more to me nor ony faith of my own. That sounds strange, but it's this. I'm positive that that godly great old man knew more about all the things I could see it in the face of him, nor any other man 'at ever I knew. And it's new by comparison only. I'm sure he did know. There was something atween God and him, and I think he was not likely to be wrong, and so I take courage to believe as muckle as I can, though maybe no sae muckle as I fain would. Robert, who from experience of himself and the observations he had made by the bedsides of not a few dying men and women, knew well that nothing but the truth itself can carry its own conviction, that the words of our Lord are a body, as it were, in which the Spirit of our Lord dwells, or rather the key to open the heart for the entrance of that Spirit, turned now from all argumentation to the words of Jesus. He himself had said of them, they are spirit and they are life, and what folly to buttress life and spirit with other powers than their own. From that day to the last, as often as long as the dying man was able to listen to him, He read from the glad news, just the words of the Lord. As he read thus, one fading afternoon, the doctor broke out with, Robert, the patience of him! He did not quench the smoking flax. There is little fire aboot me, but surely I know in my own heart some of the rising smoke of the sacrifice. Such words as they are! And he was going doon to the grave himself, no half my age, as peaceful though the road was sae rough, as if he had been going home till his father. So he was, returned Robert. Ay, but here am I lying upon my bed, slipping easy away. And there was he. The old man ceased. The sacred story was too sacred for speech. Robert sat with the New Testament open before him on the bed. The mair the words of Jesus come into me, the doctor began again, the sure I am of seeing my old Brahmin friend, Robert. It's true I thought his religion not only begun but ended inside him. It was a buin doon afore and aspiring up into the bosom of the infinite God. I did not mean to say it he was not honourable to them aboot him, and I never saw in him muckle of that pride to the rest that belongs to the Brahmin. It was rather a stately kindness than that condescension which is the vice of Christians. But he had nothing to do with them. The first commandment was all he knew. He loved God, nae a God like Jesus Christ, but the God he knew, and that was all he could. The second commandment, that glorious recognition of the divine in humanity, making it fit and needful to be loved, that claim of God upon and for his own bairns, that love of the neighbour as yourself, he did not know. Still there was religion in him, and he who died for the sins of the whole world has surely been revealed to him long ere noo, and through the knowledge of him he knew dwells in that God after whom he aspired. Here was the outcome of many talks which Robert and the doctor had had together, as they laboured amongst the poor. Did you never try, Robert asked, to let him know about the coming of God to his world in Jesus Christ? I could not do muckle that way, honestly. My own faith was sae poor and small. But I tell't him what Christians believed. I tell't him about the character and history of Christ. But it did not seem to take muckle hold of him. It was not interesting till him. Just once when I tell't him some things he had said about his relation to God, such as, I and my Father are one, and about the relation of all his disciples to God and himself. I in them and thou in me, that they may be made perfect in one, he said with a smile. The man was a good Brahmin. It's little, said Robert. The one great commandment can do without the other. It's little we can know what God to love, or who to love him, without thy neighbour as thyself. Any one of them without the other stands like the factors of a multiplication, or a wing upon a lark. Towards the close of the week he grew much feebler. Falconer scarcely left his room. He woke one midnight and murmured as follows, with many pauses for breath and strength. Robert, my time's near, I'm thinking. For waking and sleeping, I'm a bairn again. I can hardly believe whiles 'at my father has not a grup of my hand. A minute ago I was travelling through a terrible drifting of snow. How it whistled and sang, and the cold of it was stinging, but my father had a grup of me. I just despised it, and was stamping it doon with my wee bit feet, for I was like 7-year-old or thereabouts, and syne I thought I heard my mother singing, and knew by that the other was a dream. I'm thinking a hantle ill look dreamy afore long. I wonder what the final walking 'll be like. After a pause, he resumed. Robert, my dear boy, you're in the right way. Hold on, and let nothing turn ye aside. Man, it's a great comfort to me to think that you're my own flesh and blood, and nae that far off. My father and your great grandfather upon the grandmother's side were own brothers. I wonder who far doon it would gone. You're the only one upon my father's side, you and your father, if he be alive, that I have sibbed to me. My will's in the bottom drawer upon the left hand in the writing table in the library. I have left ye ilka plack 'at I possess. Only there's ae thing that I want ye to do. First of all, ye maun go on as ye're doin' in London for 10 year more. If deein' men have ony o' that foresight that's been attributed to them in the ages, it's borne in upon me that ye will see your father again. At all events, ye'll be helpin' some ill-farred souls to a clean face and a bonny. But if ye dinna fall in with your father within 10 year, ye maun behold a wee, and just pack up your box and go away o'er the sea to Calcutta, and do what I have telt ye to do in that will. I bind ye by nae promise, Robert, and I will not have none. Things might happen to put ye in a terrible difficulty with the promise. I'm only telling you what I would like. Especially if ye have found your father, ye maun go by your own judgment aboot it, for there'll be a hantle to do with him after ye have gotten a grup of him. And now I maun lie still and maybe sleep again, for I have spoken o'er muckle. Hoping that he would sleep and wake yet again, Robert sat still. After an hour he looked, and saw that, although hitherto much oppressed, he was now breathing like a child. There was no sign save of past suffering. His countenance was peaceful, as if he had already entered into his rest. Robert withdrew, and again seated himself, and the great universe became to him as a bird brooding over the breaking shell of the dying man. On either hand we behold a birth, of which, as of the moon, we see but half. We are outside the one, waiting for a life from the unknown. We are inside the other, watching the departure of a spirit from the womb of the world into the unknown. To the region whither he goes, the man enters newly born. We forget that it is a birth, and call it a death. The body he leaves behind is but the placenta by which he drew his nourishment from his mother earth. And as the child bed is watched on earth with anxious expectancy, so the couch of the dying, as we call them, may be surrounded by the birth watchers of the other world, waiting like anxious servants to open the door to which the world is but the wind-blown porch. Extremes meet. As a man draws nigh to his second birth, his heart looks back to his childhood. When Dr. Anderson knew that he was dying, he retired into the simulacrum of his father's Ben End. As Falconer sat thinking, the doctor spoke. They were low, faint, murmurous sounds, for the lips were nearly at rest. Wanted no more for utterance, they were going back to the holy dust, which is God's yet. Father, father, he cried quickly, in the tone and speech of a Scotch laddie, I'm gane doon. Hold a grip of my hand. When Robert hurried to the bedside, he found that the last breath had gone in the words. The thin right hand lay partly closed, as if it had been grasping a larger hand. On the face lay confidence, just ruffled with apprehension. The latter melted away, and nothing remained but that awful and beautiful peace which is the farewell of the soul to its servant. Robert knelt and thanked God for the noble man. End chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 5. A Talk with Grannie. Dr. Anderson's body was, according to the fine custom of many of the people of Aberdeen, borne to the grave by 12 stalwart men in black, with broad round bonnets on their heads, the one half relieving the other, a privilege of the company of shore porters. Their exequies are thus freed from the artificial, grotesque, and pagan horror given by obscene mutes, frightful hearse, horses, and feathers. As soon as, in the beautiful phrase of the Old Testament, John Anderson was thus gathered to his fathers, Robert went to pay a visit to his grandmother. Dressed to a point in the same costume in which he had known her from childhood, he found her little altered in appearance. She was one of those who, instead of stooping with age, settled downwards. She was still as erect as ever, though shorter. Her step was feebler, and when she prayed, her voice quavered more. On her face sat the same settled, almost hard repose as ever, but her behaviour was still more gentle than when he had seen her last. Notwithstanding, however, that time had wrought so little change in her appearance, Robert felt that somehow the mist of a separation between her world and his was gathering, that she was, as it were, fading from his sight and presence, like the moon towards her interlunar cave. Her face was gradually turning from him towards the land of light. "I have buried my best friend but yourself, Grannie," he said, as he took a chair close to her side, where he used to sit when he read the Bible and Boston to her. "I trust he's happy. He was a quiet and weel-behaved man, and ye have reason to respect his memory. Did he die the death of the righteous, think ye, laddie?" "I do think that, Grannie. He loved God and his Saviour." "The Lord be praised," said Mrs. Falconer. "I had good hopes of him in his latter days, and folks say he's made a rich man of you, Robert." "He left me ilka thing, except something till his servants, who has weel deserved it." Robert, but it's a terrible snare. Siller's an awful thing. My poor Andrew never be good to go the ill gate till he began to have ower muckle siller, but it bade not lang with him. But it's no an ill thing itself, Grannie, for God made siller as well as other things. He thinks na muckle of it, though, or he would give more of it to some folk. But as ye say, it's his, and if ye have grace to use it aright, it may be made a great blessing to yourself and other folk. But laddie, take good tent 'at ye ride upon the tap of it, and no let it rise like a muckle billow o'er your head, for it's an awful thing to be droont in riches. Them 'at prays no to be led into temptation have a chance. Have not they, Grannie?" "That have they, Robert. And to be plain with ye, I have not that muckle fear of ye, for I've heard the kind of life 'at ye have been leading. God's hearkened to my prayers for you, and if ye go on as ye have begun, my prayers, like them of David, the son of Jesse, are ended. Go on, my dear lad, go on to pluck brands from the burning. Hold out a helping hand to ilka son and daughter of Adam 'at will take a grip of it. Be a burning and a shining light that men may praise. Know you, for you're but clay in the hand of the potter, but your Father in heaven. Take the drunkard from his whiskey, the debauched from his debauch, the swearer from his oaths, the leer from his lees, and give not any of them o'er muckle of your siller at once, for fear 'at they grow fat and kick and defy God and you. That's my advice to ye, Robert, and I hope I'll be able to hold gay and near to it, Grannie, for it's of the best. But what tellit ye that I was aboot in Lonnon?" "Himself? Dr. Anderson?" "Ay, just himself. I have had letter upon letter from him aboot ye, and 'at ye was aboot. He keepit me acquaint with it all." This fresh proof of his friend's affections touched Robert deeply. He had himself written often to his grandmother, but he had never entered into any detail of his doings, although the thought of her was ever at hand, beside the thought of his father. "Do ye know, Grannie, what's at the heart of my hopes? The memory and degradation that I see from morning to night, and oftener yet from night to morning, in the back closes of winds of the great city. I trust it's the glory of God, laddie." "I hope that's no altogether wanting, Grannie, for I love God with all my heart. But I doot it's oftener the saving of my earthly father nor the glory of my heavenly one that I'm a thinking of." Mrs. Falconer heaved a deep sigh. "God grant ye success, Robert," she said, "but that cannot be right." "What cannot be right?" "No to put the glory of God first and foremost." "Weel, Grannie, but a body cannot rise to the height of grace all at once, nor yet in 10 or 20 year. Maybe if I do right, I may be able to come to that or all be done. And after all, I'm sure I love God more nor my father, but I cannot help thinking in this, that if God heard not a song of glory from this ill-doing earth of his, he would not be none the war. But what know ye that? Interrupted his grandmother. Because he would be as good and great and grand as ever. Oh, ay. But what would come of my father wanting his salvation? He can war want that, remaining the slave of iniquity, then God can want his glory. Forby you know there's nae glory to God like the repenting of a sinner, justifying God and saying to him, Father, you're right and I's a wrong. What greater glory can God have nor that? It's all true 'at ye say, but still, if God cares for that same glory, ye ought to think of that first, afore even the salvation of your father. Maybe you're right, Granny, and if it be as ye say, he's promised to lead us into a trouth, and he'll lead me into that trouth. But I'm thinking it's more for our sakes than his own, 'at he cares aboot his glory. I did not believe it he thinks aboot his glory, except for the sake of the troth, and men's hearts being for want of it. Mrs. Falconer thought for a moment. It may be 'at you're right, laddie, but ye have a way of saying things 'at's some fearsome. God's nae like a prood man to take offence, Granny. There's naething pleases him like the trouth, and there's nothing displeases him like lean, particularly when it's by way of upholding him. He wants nae such upholding. No, ye say things aboot him while 'at sounds to me fearsome. What kind of things are they, laddie? Asked the old lady, with offence glooming in the background. Sich like as when ye spake aboot him as if he was a poor, prood, bailey-like body, full of his own importance, and ready to be doon upon anybody that did not call him by the name of his office. I think thinking aboot his own glory in place of the quiet, mighty, grand, self-forgetting, all-creating, all-upholding, eternal being, what took the form of man in Christ Jesus, just that he might have it in his poor to bear and be humble it for our sakes. Granny, think of the face of that man of sorrows, that never said a hard word till a sinful woman, or a despised publican. Was he thinking aboot his own glory, think ye? And we have no right to say we know God, save in the face of Christ Jesus. Whatever's no like Christ is no like God. But, laddie, he came to satisfy God's justice by suffering the punishment due to our sins, to turn aside the wrath and curse, to reconcile him to us. So he could not be altogether like God. He did naething of the kind, Granny. It's all a lee that. He came to satisfy God's justice by giving him back his bairns, by garring them see that God was just, by sending them greeting home to fall at his feet and grip his knees and say, Father, you're in the right. He came to lift the weight of the sins that God had cursed off of the shoothers of them that did them, by making them turn again them, and be for God and no for sin. And there is not a word of reconciling God till is in all the Testament, for there was no need of that. It was us that needed to be reconciled to him, and say he bore our sins, and carried our sorrows, for those sins coming out in the multitudes, aye, and in his own disciples as well, caused him no end of grief of mind and pain of body, as anybody knows. It was not his own sins, for he had none, but ours that caused him suffering, and he took them away, their vanishing even new from the earth, though it does not look like it in Rag Fair or Petticoat Lane. And for our sorrows, they just guard him great. His righteousness just annihilates our guilt, for it's a great gulf that swallows up and destroys it. And say he gave his life a ransom for us, and he is the life of the world. He took our sins upon him, for he came into the middle of them, and took them up, by no sleight of hand, by no quibbling of the lawyers about imputing his righteousness to us, and such like, which is not to be found in the Bible at all, though I did not say that there's no possible meaning in the phrase. But he took them, and took them away, and here am I, Granny, grown out of my sins in consequence, and there are ye, Granny, grown out of yours in consequence, and having near hand done with them altogether ere this time. I wish that may be true, laddie, but I care not who you put it, returned his grandmother, bewildered no doubt with this outburst. Sae be that ye put him first and last, and in the midst of all things, and say with all your heart, His will be done. With all my heart, His will be done, Grannie, responded Robert. Amen, amen. And noo, laddie, do ye think there's any likelihood that your father's still in the body? I dream about him whiles sae lifelike that I cannot believe him dead, but that's superstitions. Weel, Grannie, I have not the least assurance, but I have the more hope. Would ye know him, gin ye saw him? Know him? She cried. I would know him if he had been no to say 4, but 40 days in the sepulchre. My own Andrew, who could ye spare such a question, laddie? He maun be sore changed, Grannie. He maun be turnin' old by this time. Old, such likes yourself, laddie. Hoots, you're right, I am forgetting, but none the less would I know him. I wish I knew what he was like. I saw him once, hardly twice, but all that I mind upon would stand me in ill stead among the streets of London. I doot that, returned Mrs. Falconer, a form of expression rather oddly indicating sympathetic and somewhat regretful agreement with what has been said. But, she went on, I can let you see a picture of him, though I doot it will not show sae muckle to you as to me. He had it painted to give to your mother upon their wedding day. Och hon! She did the like for him, but what came of that one I did not know. Mrs. Falconer went into the little closet to the old bureau, and bringing out the miniature, gave it to Robert. It was the portrait of a young man in antiquated blue coat and white waistcoat, looking innocent, and, it must be confessed, dull and uninteresting. It had been painted by a travelling artist, and probably his skill did not reach to expression. It brought to Robert's mind no faintest shadow of recollection. It did not correspond in the smallest degree to what seemed his vague memory, perhaps half imagination, of the tall, worn man whom he had seen that Sunday. He could not have a hope that this would give him the slightest aid in finding him of whom it had once been a shadowy resemblance at least. Is it like him, Grannie? He asked. As if to satisfy herself once more ere she replied, she took the miniature and gazed at it for some time. Then, with a deep, hopeless sigh, she answered, Ay, it's like him, but it's no himself. The bonny brew, and the smiling eyen of him, smiling a body, and upon her most of all, till he took to the drink, and worse, if worse can be. It was all siller and company that could not be merry on drunken. Verily their laughter was like the crackling of thorns aneath the pot. Hot water and whisky was aye the cry, ere their dinner and after their supper, till my poor Andrew took till the bare whisky in the morning to fill the ebb of the toddy. He would never have done as he did but for the whisky. It just drove oot all good and loot in all ill. Will you let me take this with me, Grannie? Said Robert, for though the portrait was useless for identification, it might serve a further purpose. Oh, I take it. I did not want it. I can see him weel wanting that, but I have nae hope left 'at ye'll ever fall in with him. God's aye doing unlikely things, Grannie, said Robert solemnly. He's doing all 'at he can for him, I doot already. Do ye think that God could not save a man if he liked it, then, Grannie? God can do a thing. There's nae doot but by the gift of his spirit he could save onybody. And ye think he's no merciful enough to do it? It will not do to meddle with folks' free will. To gar folk be good would be nae goodness. But if God could actually create the free will, do not ye think he could help it to go on right withoot ony garrin? We know sae little aboot it, Grannie. How does his spirit help anybody? Does he gar them at accept the offer of salvation? Nay, I cannot think that, but he shows them the troth in such a way that they just cannot bide themselves, but maun turn to him for vera peace and rest. Well, that's something, as I think, and until I'm sure that a man has had the troth shown to him in such a way as that, I cannot allow myself to think that, whoever he may have sinned, he has finally rejected the troth. If I knew that a man had seen the troth as I have seen it whiles, and had deliberately turned his back upon it, and said, on none of it, then I doubt I would be most compelled to allow that there was nae more salvation for him, but a certain and fearful looking for of judgment and fiery indignation. But I do not believe that ever man did so, but even then I did not know. I did afore him that I knew who to do, said Mrs. Falconer reflectingly, night and morning, and after midday, praying for and with him. Maybe you scunnered him at it, Grannie. She gave a stifled cry of despair. Dinna say that, laddie, or you'll drive me out of my mind. God forgive me if that be true. I deserve hell more nor my Andrew. But you see, Grannie, supposing it were so, that would not be laid to your account, seeing ye did the best ye knew, nor would it be forgotten to him. It would make a hantle difference to his sin. It would be a great excuse for him. And just think, if it be fair for a human being to influence another at all, they can, and that's nae interfering with the free will. It's impossible to measure what God could do with his spirit winning at them from all sides, and able to put such thoughts and such pictures into them as we cannot think. It would all be true that he telleth them, and troth can never be a meddling with the free will. Mrs. Falconer made no reply, but evidently went on thinking. She was, though not a great reader, yet a good reader. Any book that was devout and thoughtful she read gladly. Through some one or other of this sort she must have been instructed concerning free will, for I do not think such notions could have formed any portion of the religious teaching she had heard. Men in that part of Scotland then believed that the free will of man was only exercised in rejecting, never in accepting, the truth, and that men were saved by the gift of the Spirit, given to some and not to others, according to the free will of God, in the exercise of which no reason appreciable by men, or having anything to do with their notions of love or justice, had any share. In the recognition of will and choice in the acceptance of the mercy of God, Mrs. Falconer was then in advance of her time, and it is no wonder if her notions did not all hang logically together. At ony rate, Grannie, resumed her grandson, I have not done all for him 'at I can yet, and I'm no going to believe onything that would make me remiss in my endeavour. Hope for myself, for my father, for anybody, is what's saving me and garring me work. And if ye tell me that I'm no working with God, that's God's no the best and the greatest worker aboon, and ye take the verra heart oot of my breast. And I do not believe in God nae more, and my hands drop doon by my sides, and my legs will not go. No, said Robert, rising. God'll give me my father sometime, Grannie, for what man can do wanting a father? Human being cannot win at the heart of things, cannot know all the outs and ins and the sides of love, except he has a father among the love to love. And I have had none, Grannie, and that God knows. She made him no answer. She dared not say that he expected too much from God. Is it likely that Jesus will say so of any man or woman when he looks for faith in the earth? Robert went out to see some of his old friends, and when he returned it was time for supper and worship. These were the same of old, a plate of porridge and a wooden bowl of milk for the former, a chapter and a hymn, both read, and a prayer from Grannie, and then from Robert for the latter, and so they went to bed. But Robert could not sleep. He rose and dressed himself, went up to the empty garret, looked at the stars through the skylight, knelt and prayed for his father, and for all men to the Father of all, then softly descended the stairs and went out into the street. End chapter 5. Book 3, Chapter 6 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 6. Shargar's Mother. It was a warm, still night in July, moonless, but not dark. There is no night there in the summer, only a long ethereal twilight. He walked through the sleeping town, so full of memories, all quiet in his mind now, quiet as the air that ever broods over the house where a friend has dwelt. He left the town behind and walked, through the odours of grass and of clover, and of the yellow flowers on the old earth walls that divided the fields. Sweet scents to which the darkness is friendly, and which, mingling with the smell of the earth itself, reach the founts of memory sooner than even words or tones. Down to the brink of the river that flowed scarcely murmuring through the night, itself dark and brown as the night, from its far-off birthplace in the peaty hills. He crossed the footbridge and turned into the bleach field. Its houses were desolate, for that trade too had died away. The machinery stood rotting and rusting. The wheel gave no answering motion to the flow of the water that glided away beneath it. The thundering beetles were still. The huge legs of the walk-mill took no more 7-league strides no whither. The rubbing boards with their thickly fluted surfaces no longer frothed the soap from every side, tormenting the web of linen into a brightness to gladden the heart of the housewife whose hands had spun the yarn. The terrible boiler that used to send up from its depths bubbling and boiling spouts and peaks and ridges lay empty and cold. The little house behind, where its awful furnace used to glow, and which the pungent chlorine used to fill with its fumes, stood open to the wind and the rain. He could see the slow river through its unglazed window beyond. The water still went slipping and sliding through the deserted places, a power whose use had departed. The canal, the delight of his childhood, was nearly choked with weeds. It went flowing over long grasses that drooped into it from its edges, giving a faint gurgle once and again in its flow, as if it feared to speak in the presence of the stars and escape silently into the river far below. The grass was no longer mown like a lawn, but was long and deep and thick. He climbed to the place where he had once lain, and listened to the sounds of the belt of fir trees behind him, hearing the voice of nature that whispered God in his ears, and there he threw himself down once more. All the old things, the old ways, the old glories of childhood, were they gone? No. Over them all, in them all, was God still. There is no past with him. In eternal present, he filled his soul and all that his soul had ever filled. His history was taken up into God. It had not vanished. His life was hid with Christ in God. To the God of the human heart, nothing that has ever been a joy, a grief, a passing interest, can ever cease to be what it has been. There is no fading at the breath of time, no passing away of fashion, no dimming of old memories in the heart of him whose being creates time. Falconer's heart rose up to him as to his own deeper life, his indwelling deepest spirit, above and beyond him as the heavens are above and beyond the earth, and yet nearer and homelier than his own most familiar thought. As the light fills the earth, thought he, so God fills what we call life. My sorrows, O God, my hopes, my joys, the upliftings of my life, are with thee, my root, my life. Thy comfortings, my perfect God, are strength indeed. He rose and looked around him. While he lay, the waning, fading moon had risen, weak and bleared and dull. She brightened and brightened, until at last she lighted up the night with a wan, forgetful gleam. So should I feel, he thought, about the past on which I am now gazing, were it not that I believe in the God who forgets nothing. That which has been is. His eye fell on something bright in the field beyond. He would see what it was, and cross the earthen dyke. It shone like a little moon in the grass. By humouring the reflection, he reached it. It was only a cutting of white iron left by some tinker. He walked on over the field, thinking of Shargar's mother. If he could but find her. He walked on and on. He had no inclination to go home. The solitariness of the night, the uncanniness of the moon, prevents most people from wandering far. Robert had learned long ago to love the night, and to feel at home with every aspect of God's world. How this peace contrasted with the nights in London streets, this grass with the dark flow of the Thames, these hills, and those clouds half melted into moonlight, with the lanes blazing with gas. He thought of the child who, taken from London for the first time, sent home the message, "Tell mother that it's dark in the country at night." Then his thoughts turned again to Shargar's mother. Was it not possible, being a wanderer far and wide, that she might be now in Rothieden? Such people have a love for their old haunts stronger than that of orderly members of society for their old homes. He turned back and did not know where he was, but the lines of the hill-tops directed him. He hastened to the town, and went straight through the sleeping streets of the back wynd, where he had found Shargar sitting on the doorstep. Could he believe his eyes? A feeble light was burning in the shed. Some other poverty-stricken bird of the night, however, might be there, and not she who could perhaps guide him to the goal of his earthly life. He drew near and peeped in at the broken window. A heap of something lay in a corner, watched only by a long snuffed candle. The heap moved, and a voice called out querulously, "Is that you, Shargar, ye shochlin devil?" Falconer's heart leaped. He hesitated no longer, but lifted the latch and entered. He took up the candle, snuffed it as he best could, and approached the woman. When the light fell on her face, she sat up, staring wildly with eyes that shunned and sought it. "What are ye that will not let me dee in peace and quietness?" "I'm Robert Falconer." "Come to spare after your ne'er-do-weel of a father, I reckon," she said. "Yes," he answered. "What's that ahind ye?" "Naebody's ahind me," answered Robert. "Dinna lee. What's that ahind the door?" "Naebody. I never tell lees." "Whaur's Shargar? What for doesna he come till his mother?" "He's hined away ower the seas, a captain of sodgers." "It's a lee. He's an ill-faured scoundrel, no to come till his own mother and bid her good-bye, and her gang to hell. If ye speir at Christ, he'll take you oot of the verra mouth of hell, woman." "Christ! What's that? Ow, ay! It's him as they preach aboot in the kirks. Na, na, there's nae guid o' that. There's a nae time to repent noo. I doobt such repentance as mine wadna gang on for muckle wi' the likes o' him." "The likes of him's no to be gotten. He came to save the likes of you and me." "The likes of you and me!" said ye laddie. "There's no like atween you and me. He'll have nothing to say to me but gang to hell wi' ye." "He never said such a word in his life. He would say, 'Poor thing, she was ill used. Ye maun not sin ony more. Come, and I'll help ye.' He would say something like that. He'll save a body when she would not think it. And I've given my bonny bairn to the deevil with my own hands. She'll come to hell after me to girn at me, and set them on me with their red hot tongues, and curse me. Ochone! Ochone!" "Hearken to me," said Falconer, with as much authority as he could assume. But she rolled herself over again in the corner, and lay groaning. "Tell me whaur she is," said Falconer, "and I'll take her oot of their grop, whaever they be." She sat up again, and stared at him for a few moments without speaking. "I left her with a woman waur nor myself," she said at length. "God forgive me." "He will forgive ye, if ye tell me whaur she is." "Do ye think he will? Ah, Master Faukner, the woman bides in a court off of Clare Market. I did not mind upon the name of it, though I could go till it with mine een stake it. Her name's Widow Walker, an old rowdy. Curse her soul!" "Na, na, ye maun not say that if ye want to be forgiven yourself. I'll find her oot. And I'm thinking it will not be long or I have a grup of her. I'm going back to London in 2 days or 3. "Do not go till I'm dead. Bide and hold the deevil off of me. He has a grup of my heart noo riven at it with his long nails, as long as birds' nebs. I'll bide with ye till we see what can be done for ye. What's the matter with ye? I'm a doctor noo." There was not a chair or box or stool on which to sit down. He therefore kneeled beside her. He felt her pulse, questioned her, and learned that she had long been suffering from an internal complaint, which had within the last week grown rapidly worse. He saw that there was no hope of her recovery, but while she lived he gave himself to her service as to that of a living soul capable of justice and love. The night was more than warm, but she had fits of shivering. He wrapped his coat round her, and wiped from the poor degraded face the damps of suffering. The woman heart was alive still, for she took the hand that ministered to her and kissed it with a moan. When the morning came, she fell asleep. He crept out and went to his grandmother's, where he roused Betty and asked her to get him some peat and coals. Finding his grandmother awake, he told her all, and taking the coals and the peat, carried them to the hut, where he managed with some difficulty to light a fire on the hearth, after which he sat on the doorstep till Betty appeared with 2 men carrying a mattress and some bedding. The noise they made awoke her. "Dinna take me," she cried. "I will not do it again, and I'm dean, I tell ye, I'm dean, and that'll clear a' scores of this side onyway," she added. They lifted her upon the mattress and made her more comfortable than perhaps she had ever been in her life, but it was only her illness that made her capable of prizing such comfort. In health, the heather on a hillside was far more to her taste than bed and blankets. She had a wild, roving, savage nature, and the wind was dearer to her than house walls. She had come of ancestors, and it was a poor little atom of truth that a soul bred like this woman could have been born capable of entertaining. But she too was eternal, and surely not to be fixed for ever in a bewilderment of sin and ignorance, a wild-eyed soul staring about in hell-fire for want of something it could not understand and had never beheld, by the changeless mandate of the God of love. She was in less pain than during the night, and lay quietly gazing at the fire. Things awful to another would no doubt cross her memory without any accompanying sense of dismay. Tender things would return without moving her heart. But Falconer had a hold of her now. Nothing could be done for her body except to render its death as easy as might be, but something might be done for herself. He made no attempt to produce this or that condition of mind in the poor creature. He never made such attempts. "How can I tell the next lesson a soul is capable of learning?" he would say. "The Spirit of God is the teacher. My part is to tell the good news. Let that work as it ought, as it can, as it will." He knew that pain is with some the only harbinger that can prepare the way for the entrance of kindness. It is not understood till then. In the lulls of her pain he told her about the man Christ Jesus, what he did for the poor creatures who came to him, how kindly he spoke to them, how he cured them. He told her how gentle he was with the sinning women, how he forgave them, and told them to do so no more. He left the story without comment to work that faith which alone can redeem from selfishness and bring into contact with all that is living and productive of life, for to believe in him is to lay hold of eternal life. He is the life, therefore the life of men. She gave him but little encouragement. He did not need it, for he believed in the life. But her outcries were no longer accompanied with that fierce and dreadful language in which she sought relief at first. He said to himself, "What matter if I see no sign? I am doing my part. Who can tell when the soul is free from the distress of the body, when sights and sounds have vanished from her, and she is silent in the eternal, with the terrible past behind her, and clear to her consciousness how the words I have spoken to her may yet live and grow in her, how the kindness God has given me to show her may help her to believe in the root of all kindness, in the everlasting love of her Father in heaven. That she can feel at all is as sure a sign of life as the adoration of an ecstatic saint." He had no difficulty now in getting from her what information she could give him about his father. It seemed to him of the greatest import, though it amounted only to this, that when he was in London he used to lodge at the house of an old Scotch woman of the name of McAllister, who lived in Paradise Garden, somewhere between Bethnal Green and Spitalfields. Whether he had been in London lately she did not know, but if anybody could tell him where he was, it would be Mrs. McAllister. His heart filled with gratitude and hope, and the surging desire for the renewal of his London labours. But he could not leave the dying woman till she was beyond the reach of his comfort. He was her keeper now, and he that believeth shall not make haste. Labour without perturbation, readiness without hurry, no haste and no hesitation was the divine law of his activity. Shargar's mother breathed her last holding his hand. They were alone. He kneeled by the bed and prayed to God, saying, Father, this woman is in thy hands. Take thou care of her as thou hast taken care of her hitherto. Let the light go up in her soul, that she may love and trust thee. O light, O gladness, I thank thee that thou hast blessed me with this ministration. Now lead me to my Father. Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. He rose and went to his grandmother and told her all. She put her arms round his neck and kissed him and said, God bless ye, my bonny lad. And he will bless ye. He will. He will. Noo, go on your ways, and do the work he gives ye to do. Only mind, it's no you, it's him. The next morning, the sweet winds of his childhood wooing him to remain yet a day among their fields, he sat on the top of the Aberdeen coach on his way back to the horrors of court and alley in the terrible London. End. Chapter 6. Book 3, Chapter 7 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 7. The Silk Weaver. When he arrived, he made it his first business to find Widow Walker. She was evidently one of the worst of her class, and could it have been accomplished without scandal, and without interfering with the quietness upon which he believed that the true effect of his labours in large measure depended, he would not have scrupled simply to carry off the child. With much difficulty, for the woman was suspicious, he contrived to see her, and was at once reminded of the child he had seen in the cart on the occasion of Shargar's recognition of his mother. He fancied he saw in her some resemblance to his friend Shargar. The affair ended in his paying the woman £150 to give up the girl. Within 6 months she had drunk herself to death. He took little Nancy Kennedy home with him, and gave her in charge to his housekeeper. She cried a good deal at first, and wanted to go back to Mother Walker, but he had no great trouble with her after a time. She began to take a share in the housework, and at length to wait upon him. Then Falconer began to see that he must cultivate relations with other people in order to enlarge his means of helping the poor. He nowise abandoned his conviction that whatever good he sought to do or lent himself to aid must be effected entirely by individual influence. He had little faith in societies, regarding them chiefly as a wretched substitute, just better than nothing, for that help which the neighbour is to give to his neighbour. Finding how the unbelief of the best of the poor is occasioned by hopelessness and privation, and the sufferings of those dear to them, he was confident that only the personal communion of friendship could make it possible for them to believe in God. Christians must be in the world as he was in the world, and in proportion as the truth radiated from them, the world would be able to believe in him. Money he saw to be worse than useless, except as a gracious outcome of human feelings and brotherly love. He always insisted that the Saviour healed only those on whom his humanity had laid hold, that he demanded faith of them in order to make them regard him, that so his personal being might enter into their hearts. Healing without faith in its source would have done them harm instead of good, would have been to them a windfall, not a godsend, at best a gift of magic, even sometimes the power of Satan casting out Satan. But he must not therefore act as if he were the only one who could render this individual aid, or as if men influencing the poor individually could not aid each other in their individual labours. He soon found, I say, that there were things he could not do without help, and Nancy was his first perplexity. From this he was delivered in a wonderful way. One afternoon he was prowling about Spitalfields, where he had made many acquaintances amongst the silk weavers and their families. Hearing a loud voice as he passed down a stair from the visit he had been paying further up the house, he went into the room whence the sound came, for he knew a little of the occupant. He was one de Fleury, or, as the neighbours called him, Difflery, in whose countenance, after generations of want and debasement, the delicate lines and noble cast of his ancient race were yet emergent. This man had lost his wife and 3 children, his whole family, except a daughter now sick by a slow-consuming hunger, and he did not believe there was a God that ruled in the earth. But he supported his unbelief by no other argument than a hopeless, bitter glance at his empty loom. At this moment he sat silent, a rock against which the noisy waves of a combative Bible reader were breaking in rude foam. His silence and apparent impassiveness angered the irreverent little worthy. To Falconer's humour he looked a vulgar bull-terrier barking at a noble, sad-faced staghound. His foolish arguments against infidelity, drawn from Paley's Natural Theology and tracts about the inspiration of the Bible, touched the sore-hearted unbelief of the man no nearer than the clangour of negro kettles affects the eclipse of the sun. Falconer stood watching his opportunity. Nor was the eager disputant long in affording him one. Socratic fashion, Falconer asked him a question, and was answered, followed it with another, which after a little hesitation was likewise answered, then asked a third, the ready answer to which involved such a flagrant contradiction of the first, that the poor sorrowful weaver burst into a laugh of delight at the discomfiture of his tormentor. After some stammering and a confused attempt to recover the line of argument, the would-be partisan of deity roared out, "The fool hath said in his heart there is no God," and with this triumphant discharge of his swivel, turned and ran down the stairs precipitately. Both laughed while the sound of his footsteps lasted. Then Falconer said, "Mr. de Fleury, I believe in God with all my heart and soul and strength and mind, though not in that poor creature's arguments. I don't know that your unbelief is not better than his faith. I am greatly obliged to you, Mr. Falconer. I haven't laughed so for years. What right has he to come pestering me?" "None whatever. But you must forgive him because he is well-meaning, and because his conceit has made a fool of him. They're not all like him. But how is your daughter?" "Very poorly, sir. She's going after the rest. A Spitalfields weaver ought to be like the cats. They don't mind how many of their kittens are drowned. I beg your pardon, they don't like it, only they forget it sooner than we do." "Why do you say we, sir? You don't know anything of that sort." "The heart knows its own bitterness, de Fleury, and finds it enough, I dare say." The weaver was silent for a moment. When he spoke again, there was a touch of tenderness in his respect. "Will you go and see my poor Katey, sir? Would she like to see me?" "It does her good to see you. I never let that fellow go near her. He may worry me as he pleases, but she shall die in peace. That is all I can do for her." "Do you still persist in refusing help? For your daughter? I don't mean for yourself." Not believing in God, de Fleury would not be obliged to his fellow. Falconer had never met with a similar instance. "I do. I won't kill her, and I won't kill myself. I am not bound to accept charity. It's all right. I only want to leave the whole affair behind, and I sincerely hope there's nothing to come after. If I were God, I should be ashamed of such a mess of a world." "Well, no doubt you would have made something more to your mind, and better too, if all you see were all there is to be seen. But I didn't send that bore away to bore you myself. I'm going to see Katey." "Very well, sir. I won't go up with you, for I won't interfere with what you think proper to say to her." "That's rather like faith somewhere," thought Falconer. Could that man fail to believe in Jesus Christ if he only saw him, anything like as he is? Katey lay in a room overhead, for though he lacked food, this man contrived to pay for a separate room for his daughter, whom he treated with far more respect than many gentlemen treat their wives. Falconer found her lying on a wretched bed. Still it was a bed, and many in the same house had no bed to lie on. He had just come from a room overhead where lived a widow with 4 children. All of them lay on a floor whence issued at night by many holes awful rats. The children could not sleep for horror. They did not mind the little ones, they said, but when the big ones came they were awake all night. "Well, Katie, how are you?" "No better, thank God." She spoke as her father had taught her. Her face was worn and thin, but hardly deathlike. Only extremes met in it. The hopelessness had turned through quietude into comfort. Her hopelessness affected him more than her father's. But there was nothing he could do for her. Then came a tap at the door. "Come in," said Falconer involuntarily. A lady in the dress of a sister of mercy entered, with a large basket on her arm. She started and hesitated for a moment when she saw him. He rose, thinking it better to go. She advanced to the bedside. He turned at the door and said, "I won't say good-bye yet, Katie, for I'm going to have a chat with your father, and if you will let me, I will look in again." As he turned, he saw the lady kiss her on the forehead. At the sound of his voice, she started again, left the bedside, and came towards him. Whether he knew her by her face or her voice first, he could not tell. "Robert," she said, holding out her hand. It was Mary St. John. Their hands met, joined fast, and lingered as they gazed each in the other's face. It was nearly 14 years since they had parted. The freshness of youth was gone from her cheek, and the signs of middle age were present on her forehead. But she was statelier, nobler, and gentler than ever. Falconer looked at her calmly, with only a still swelling at the heart, as if they met on the threshold of heaven. All the selfishness of passion was gone, and the old earlier adoration, elevated and glorified, had returned. He was a boy once more in the presence of a woman angel. She did not shrink from his gaze. She did not withdraw her hand from his clasp. "I am so glad, Robert," was all she said. "So am I," he answered quietly. "We may meet sometimes, then?" "Yes, perhaps we can help each other." "You can help me," said Falconer. "I have a girl I don't know what to do with." "Send her to me. I will take care of her." "I will bring her, but I must come and see you first." "That will tell you where I live," she said, giving him a card. "Good-bye." "Till to-morrow," said Falconer. "She's not like that Bible fellow," said De Fleury, as he entered his room again. "She don't walk into your house as if it was her own." He was leaning against his idle loom, which, like a dead thing, filled the place with the mournfulness of death. Falconer took a broken chair, the only one, and sat down. "I am going to take a liberty with you, Mr. De Fleury," he said. "As you please, Mr. Falconer." "I want to tell you the only fault I have to you." "Yes." "You don't do anything for the people in the house. Whether you believe in God or not, you ought to do what you can for your neighbour." He held that to help a neighbour is the strongest antidote to unbelief, and an open door out of the bad air of one's own troubles as well. De Fleury laughed bitterly, and rubbed his hand up and down his empty pocket. It was a pitiable action. Falconer understood it. "There are better things than money. Sympathy, for instance. You could talk to them a little." "I have no sympathy, sir." "You would find you had, if you would let it out." "I should only make them more miserable." "If I believed as you do, now, there might be some use. There's that widow with her 4 children in the garret. The poor little things are tormented by the rats. Couldn't you nail bits of wood over their holes?" De Fleury laughed again. "Where am I to get the bits of wood, except I pulled down some of those laths, and they wouldn't keep them out a night." "Couldn't you ask some carpenter?" "I won't ask a favour." "I shouldn't mind asking now." "That's because you don't know the bitterness of needing." "Fortunately, however, there's no occasion for it. You have no right to refuse for another what you wouldn't accept for yourself. Of course I could send in a man to do it, but if you would do it, that would do her heart good, and that's what most wants doing good to, isn't it now?" "I believe you're right there, sir. If it wasn't for the misery of it, I shouldn't mind the hunger." I should like to tell you how I came to go poking my nose into other people's affairs. Would you like to hear my story now?' 'If you please, sir.' A little pallid curiosity seemed to rouse itself in the heart of the hopeless man. So Falconer began at once to tell him how he had been brought up, describing the country and their ways of life, not excluding his adventures with Shargar, until he saw that the man was thoroughly interested. Then all at once, pulling out his watch, he said, 'But it's time I had my tea, and I haven't half done yet. I'm not fond of being hungry like you, Mr. De Fleury.' The poor fellow could only manage a very dubious smile. 'I'll tell you what,' said Falconer, as if the thought had only just struck him. 'Come home with me, and I'll give you the rest of it at my own place.' 'You must excuse me, sir.' 'Bless my soul, the man's as proud as Lucifer. He won't accept a neighbour's invitation to a cup of tea, for fear it should put him under obligation, I suppose.' 'It's very kind of you, sir, to put it in that way, but I don't choose to be taken in. You know very well it's not as one equal asks another you ask me. It's charity.' 'Do I not behave to you as an equal?' 'But you know that don't make us equals.' 'But isn't there something better than being equals? Supposing, as you will have it, that we're not equals, can't we be friends?' 'I hope so, sir.' 'Do you think now, Mr. De Fleury, if you weren't something more to me than a mere equal, I would go telling you my own history? But I forget, I have told you hardly anything yet. I have to tell you how much nearer I am to your level than you think. I had the design, too, of getting you to help me in the main object of my life. Come, don't be a fool. I want you.' 'I can't leave Katey,' said the weaver, hesitatingly. 'Miss St. John is there still. I will ask her to stop till you come back.' Without waiting for an answer, he ran up the stairs, and had speedily arranged with Miss St. John. Then, taking his consent for granted, he hurried De Fleury away with him, and knowing how unfit a man of his trade was for walking, irrespective of feebleness, from want, he called the first cab and took him home. Here, over their tea, which he judged the safest meal for a stomach unaccustomed to food, he told him about his grandmother, and about Dr. Anderson, and how he came to give himself to the work he was at, partly for its own sake, partly in the hope of finding his father. He told him his only clue to finding him, and that he had called on Mrs. Macallister twice every week for 2 years, but had heard nothing of him. De Fleury listened with what rose to great interest before the story was finished, and one of its ends at least was gained. The weaver was at home with him. The poor fellow felt that such close relation to an outcast did indeed bring Falconer nearer to his own level. 'Do you want it kept a secret, sir?' he asked. 'I don't want it made a matter of gossip, but I do not mind how many respectable people like yourself know of it.' He said this with the vague hope of assistance. Before they parted, the unaccustomed tears had visited the eyes of De Fleury, and he had consented not only to repair Mrs. Chisholm's garret floor, but to take in hand the expenditure of a certain sum weekly, as he should judge expedient, for the people who lived in that and the neighbouring houses, in no case, however, except of sickness or actual want of bread from want of work. Thus did Falconer appoint a sorrow-made infidel to be the almoner of his Christian charity, knowing well that the nature of the Son of Man was in him, and that to get him to do so as the Son of Man did, in ever so small a degree, was the readiest means of bringing his higher nature to the birth. Nor did he ever repent the choice he had made. When he waited upon Miss St. John the next day, he found her in the ordinary dress of a lady. She received him with perfect confidence and kindness, but there was no reference made to the past. She told him that she had belonged to a sisterhood, but had left it a few days before, believing she could do better without its restrictions. 'It was an act of cowardice,' she said, 'wearing the dress yesterday. I had got used to it, and did not feel safe without it. But I shall not wear it any more.' 'I think you are right,' said Falconer. 'The nearer any friendly act is associated with the individual heart, without intervention of class or creed, the more the humanity, which is the divinity of it, will appear.' He then told her about Nancy. 'I will keep her about myself for a while,' said Miss St. John, 'till I see what can be done with her. I know a good many people who, without being prepared, or perhaps able to take any trouble, are yet ready to do a kindness when it is put in their way.' 'I feel more and more that I ought to make some friends,' said Falconer, 'for I find my means of help reach but a little way. What had I better do? I suppose I could get some introductions. I hardly know how.' 'That will be easily managed. I will take that in hand. If you will accept invitations, you will soon know a good many people, of all sorts,' she added with a smile. About this time, Falconer, having often felt the pressure of his ignorance of legal affairs, and reflected whether it would not add to his efficiency to rescue himself from it, began such a course of study as would fit him for the profession of the law. Gifted with splendid health, and if with the slow strength of grasping, yet with the great power of holding, he set himself to work, and regularly read for the bar. Chapter 7. Book 3, Chapter 8 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 8. My Own Acquaintance. It was after this that my own acquaintance with Falconer commenced. I had just come out of one of the theatres in the neighbourhood of the Strand, unable to endure any longer the dreary combination of false magnanimity and real meanness, imported from Paris in the shape of a melodrama, for the delectation of the London public. I had turned northwards, and was walking up one of the streets near Covent Garden, when my attention was attracted to a woman who came out of a gin shop carrying a baby. She went to the kennel and bent her head over, ill with the poisonous stuff she had been drinking, and while the woman stood in this degrading posture, the poor white-waisted baby was looking over her shoulder with the smile of a seraph, perfectly unconscious of the hell around her. 'Children will see things as God sees them,' murmured a voice beside me. I turned and saw a tall man, with whose form I had already become a little familiar, although I knew nothing of him, standing almost at my elbow, with his eyes fixed on the woman and the child, and a strange smile of tenderness about his mouth, as if he were blessing the little creature in his heart. He too saw the wonder of the show, typical of so much in the world, indeed of the world itself, the seemingly vile upholding and ministering to the life of the pure, the gracious, the fearless. Aware from his tone more than from his pronunciation that he was a fellow countryman, I ventured to speak to him, and in a home dialect. 'It's a wonderful sight. It's the cake of Ezekiel o'er again.' He looked at me sharply, thought a moment, and said, 'You were going my way when you stopped. I will walk with you, if you will.' 'But what's to be done about it?' I said. 'About what?' he returned. 'About the child there,' I answered. 'Oh, she is its mother,' he replied, walking on. 'What difference does that make?' I said. 'All the difference in the world. If God has given her that child, what right have you or I to interfere?' 'But I verily believe, from the look of the child, she gives it gin.' 'God saves the world by the new blood, the children. To take her child from her would be to do what you could to damn her.' 'It doesn't look much like salvation there.' 'You mustn't interfere with God's 1,000 years any more than his one day.' 'Are you sure she is the mother?' I asked. 'Yes. I would not have left the child with her otherwise.' 'What would you have done with it? Got it into some orphan asylum? Or the Foundling, perhaps?' 'Never,' he answered. 'All those societies are wretched inventions for escape from the right way. There ought not to be an orphan asylum in the kingdom.' 'What! Would you put them all down, then?' 'God forbid. But I would, if I could, make them all useless.' 'How could you do that?' 'I would merely enlighten the hearts of childless people as to their privileges.' 'Which are?' to be fathers and mothers to the fatherless and motherless. I have often wondered why more of them did not adopt children. Why don't they? For various reasons which a real love to child nature would blow to the winds, all comprised in this, that such a child would not be their own child, as if ever a child could be their own. That a child is God's is of rather more consequence than whether it is born of this or that couple. Their hearts would surely be glad when they went into heaven to have the angels of the little ones that always behold the face of their Father coming round them, though they were not exactly their father and mother. I don't know what the passage you refer to means. Neither do I, but it must mean something, if he said it. Are you a clergyman? No, I am only a poor teacher of mathematics and poetry, shown up the back stairs into the nurseries of great houses. A grand chance, if I may use the word. I do try to wake a little enthusiasm in the sons and daughters, without much success, I fear. Will you come and see me? He said. With much pleasure, but as I have given you an answer, you owe me one. I do. Have you adopted a child? No. Then you have some of your own? No. Then excuse me, but why the warmth of your remarks on those who... I think I shall be able to satisfy you on that point, if we draw to each other. Meantime, I must leave you. Could you come tomorrow evening? With pleasure. We arranged the hour and parted. I saw him walk into a low public house and went home. At the time appointed, I rang the bell and was led by an elderly woman up the stair and shown into a large room on the first floor, poorly furnished and with many signs of bachelor carelessness. Mr. Falconer rose from an old hair-covered sofa to meet me as I entered. I will first tell my readers something of his personal appearance. He was considerably above 6 feet in height, square-shouldered, remarkably long in the arms, and his hands were uncommonly large and powerful. His head was large and covered with dark wavy hair, lightly streaked with grey. His broad forehead projected over deep-sunk eyes that shone like black fire. His features, especially his Roman nose, were large and finely, though not delicately modelled. His nostrils were remarkably large and flexible, with a tendency to slight motion. I found on further acquaintance that when he was excited, they expanded in a wild equine manner. The expression of his mouth was of tender power, crossed with humour. He kept his lips a little compressed, which gave a certain sternness to his countenance, but when this sternness dissolved in a smile, it was something enchanting. He was plainly rather shabbily clothed. No one could have guessed at his profession or social position. He came forward and received me cordially. After a little indifferent talk, he asked me if I had any other engagement for the evening. I never have any engagements, I answered, at least of a social kind. I am bird alone. I know next to naebody. Then perhaps you would not mind going out with me for a stroll. I shall be most happy, I answered. There was something about the man I found exceedingly attractive. I had very few friends, and there was besides something odd, almost romantic, in the beginning of an intercourse. I would see what would come of it. Then we'll have some supper first, said Mr. Falconer, and rang the bell, while we ate our chops. I dare say you think it strange, my host said, that without the least claim on your acquaintance, I should have asked you to come and see me, Mr. He stopped, smiling. My name is Gordon. Archie Gordon, I said. Well then, Mr. Gordon, I confess I have a design upon you, but you will remember that you addressed me first. You spoke first, I said. Did I? I did not say you spoke to me, but you spoke. I should not have ventured to make the remark I did make, if I had not heard your voice first. What design have you on me? That will appear in due course. Now take a glass of wine, and we'll set out. We soon found ourselves in Holborn, and my companion led the way towards the city. The evening was sultry and close. Nothing excites me more, said Mr. Falconer, than a walk in the twilight through a crowded street. Do you find it affect you so?' 'I cannot speak as strongly as you do,' I replied, 'but I perfectly understand what you mean. Why is it, do you think?' 'Partly, I fancy, because it is like the primordial chaos, a concentrated tumult of undetermined possibilities. The germs of infinite adventure and result are floating around you like a snowstorm. You do not know what may arise in a moment and colour all your future. Out of this mass may suddenly start something marvellous, or it may be something you have been looking for years. The same moment a fierce flash of lightning, like a blue sword blade 1,000 times shattered, quivered and palpitated above us, leaving a thick darkness on the sense. I heard my companion give a suppressed cry, and saw him run up against a heavy drayman who was on the edge of the path, guiding his horses with his long whip. He begged the man's pardon, put his hand to his head, and murmured, 'I shall know him now.' I was afraid for a moment that the lightning had struck him, but he assured me there was nothing amiss. He looked a little excited and confused, however. I should have forgotten the incident had he not told me afterwards, when I had come to know him intimately, that in the moment of that lightning flash he had had a strange experience. He had seen the form of his father, as he had seen him that Sunday afternoon, in the midst of the surrounding light. He was as certain of the truth of the presentation as if a gradual revival of memory had brought with it the clear conviction of its own accuracy. His explanation of the phenomenon was, that in some cases all that prevents a vivid conception from assuming objectivity is the self-assertion of external objects. The gradual approach of darkness cannot surprise and isolate the phantasm, but the suddenness of the lightning could and did, obliterating everything without, and leaving that over which it had no power standing alone, and therefore visible. 'But,' I ventured to ask, 'whence the minuteness of detail surpassing, you say, all that your memory could supply?' 'That, I think, was a quickening of the memory by the realism of the presentation. Excited by the vision, it caught at its own past, as it were, and suddenly recalled that which it had forgotten. In the rapidity of all pure mental action, this at once took its part in the apparent objectivity. To return to the narrative of my first evening in Falconer's company. It was strange how insensible the street population was to the grandeur of the storm. While the thunder was billowing and bellowing over and around us, 100 pins for 1 halfpenny, bawled a man from the gutter, with the importance of a Cagliostro. 'Evening Star! Telegraph!' roared an ear-splitting urchin in my very face. I gave him a shove off the pavement. 'Ah, don't do that,' said Falconer. 'It only widens the crack between him and his fellows. Not much, but a little.' 'You are right,' I said. 'I won't do it again.' The storm kept on intermittently, but the streets were rather more crowded than usual, notwithstanding. 'Look at that man in the woollen jacket,' said Falconer. 'What a beautiful outline of face! There must be something noble in that man.' 'I did not see him,' I answered. 'I was taken up with a woman's face like that of a beautiful corpse. Its eyes were bright. There was gin in its brain.' The streets swarmed with human faces gleaming past. It was a night of ghosts. There stood a man who had lost one arm, earnestly pumping bilge music out of an accordion with the other, holding it to his body with the stump. There was a woman, pale with hunger and gin, 3 matchboxes in one extended hand, and the other holding a baby to her breast. As we looked, the poor baby let go its hold, turned its little head, and smiled a wan, shrivelled, old-fashioned smile in our faces. 'Another happy baby, you see, Mr. Gordon,' said Falconer. 'A child fresh from God finds its heaven where no one else would. The devil could drive a woman out of paradise, but the devil himself cannot drive the paradise out of a woman.' 'What can be done for them?' I said, and at the moment my eye fell upon a row of little children, from 2 to 5 years of age, seated upon the curbstone. They were chattering fast, and apparently carrying on some game, as happy as if they had been in the fields. 'Wouldn't you like to take all those little grubby things and put them in a great tub and wash them clean,' I said. 'They'd fight like spiders,' rejoined Falconer. 'They're not fighting now.' 'Then don't make them. It would be all useless. The probability is that you would only change the forms of the various evils, and possibly for worse. You would buy all that man's glue lizards, and that man's 3-foot rules, and that man's dog collars and chains, at 3 times their value, that they might get more drunk than usual, and do nothing at all for their living to-morrow. What a happy London you would make if you were Sultan Haroun,' he added, laughing. 'You would put an end to poverty altogether, would you not?' I did not reply at once. 'But I beg your pardon,' he resumed. 'I am very rude.' 'Not at all,' I returned. 'I was only thinking how to answer you. They would be no worse after all than those who inherit property and lead idle lives.' 'True, but they would be no better. Would you be content that your quondam poor should be no better off than the rich? What would they have gained thereby? Is there no truth in the words, "Blessed are the poor," a deeper truth than most Christians dare to see? Did you ever observe that there is not one word about the vices of the poor in the Bible, from beginning to end?' 'But they have their vices.' 'Indubitably. I am only stating a fact. The Bible is full enough of the vices of the rich. I make no comment.' 'But don't you care for their sufferings?' 'They are of secondary importance, quite. But if you had been as much amongst them as I, perhaps you would be of my opinion, that the poor are not, cannot possibly feel so wretched as they seem to us. They live in a climate, as it were, which is their own, by natural law comply with it, and find it not altogether unfriendly. The Laplander will prefer his wastes to the rich fields of England, not merely from ignorance, but for the sake of certain blessings, amongst which he has been born and brought up. The blessedness of life depends far more on its interest than upon its comfort. The need of exertion and the doubt of success render life much more interesting to the poor than it is to those who, unblessed with anxiety for the bread that perisheth, waste their poor hearts about rank and reputation.' 'I thought such anxiety was represented as an evil in the New Testament.' 'Yes, but it is a still greater evil to lose it in any other way than by faith in God. You would remove the anxiety by destroying its cause. God would remove it by lifting them above it, by teaching them to trust in him, and thus making them partakers of the divine nature. Poverty is a blessing when it makes men look up.' 'But you cannot say it does so always.' 'I cannot determine when, where, and how much, but I am sure it does. And I am confident that to free those hearts from it by any deed of yours would be to do them the greatest injury you could. Probably their want of foresight would prove the natural remedy, speedily reducing them to their former condition, not, however, without serious loss. But will not this theory prove at last an anaesthetic rather than an anodyne? I mean that, although you may adopt it at first for refuge from the misery the sight of their condition occasions you, there is surely a danger of its rendering you at least indifferent to it.' 'Am I indifferent? But you do not know me yet. Pardon my egotism. There may be such danger. Every truth has its own danger or shadow. Assuredly I would have no less labour spent upon them. But there can be no true labour done save in as far as we are fellow labourers with God. We must work with him, not against him. Every one who works without believing that God is doing the best, the absolute good for them, must be, more or less, thwarting God. He would take the poor out of God's hands. For others, as for ourselves, we must trust him. If we could thoroughly understand anything, that would be enough to prove it undivine, and that which is but one step beyond our understanding must be in some of its relations as mysterious as if it were 100. But through all this darkness, above the poor at least, I can see wonderful veins and fields of light, and with the help of this partial vision I trust for the rest. The only and greatest thing man is capable of is trust in God. What then is a man to do for the poor? How is he to work with God? I asked. He must be a man amongst them, a man breathing the air of a higher life, and therefore in all natural ways fulfilling his endless human relations to them. Whatever you do for them, let your own being, that is, you in relation to them, be the background, that so you may be a link between them and God, or rather, I should say, between them and the knowledge of God. While Falconer spoke, his face grew grander and grander, till at last it absolutely shone. I felt that I walked with the man whose face was his genius. Of one thing I am pretty sure, he resumed, that the same recipe Goethe gave for the enjoyment of life applies equally to all work. Do the thing that lies next to you. That is all our business. Hurried results are worse than none. We must force nothing, but be partakers of the divine patience. How long it took to make the cradle, and we fret that the baby humanity is not reading Euclid and Plato, even that it is not understanding the Gospel of St. John. If there is one thing evident in the world's history, it is that God hasteneth not. All haste implies weakness. Time is as cheap as space and matter. What they call the church militant is only at drill yet, and a good many of the officers too, not out of the awkward squad. I am sure I, for a private, am not. In the drill a man has to conquer himself, and move with the rest by individual attention to his own duty. To what mighty battlefields the recruit may yet be led, he does not know. Meantime, he has nearly enough to do with his goose-step, while there is plenty of single combat, skirmish, and light cavalry work generally, to get him ready for whatever is to follow. I beg your pardon, I am preaching. Eloquently, I answered. Of some of the places into which Falconer led me that night I will attempt no description. Places blazing with lights and mirrors, crowded with dancers, billowing with music, close and hot, and full of the saddest of all sights, the uninteresting faces of commonplace women. There is a passion, I said, as we came out of one of these dreadful places, that lingers about the heart like the odour of violets, like a glimmering twilight on the borders of moonrise, and there is a passion that wraps itself in the vapours of patchouli and coffins, and streams from the eyes like gaslight from a tavern. And yet the line is ill to draw between them. It is very dreadful. These are women. They're in God's hands, answered Falconer. He hasn't done with them yet. Shall it take less time to make a woman than to make a world? Is not the woman the greater? She may have her ages of chaos, her centuries of crawling slime, yet rise a woman at last. How much alike all those women were! A family likeness, alas, which always strikes you first. Some of them looked quite modest. There are great differences. I do not know anything more touching than to see how a woman will sometimes wrap around her the last remnants of a soiled and ragged modesty. It has moved me almost to tears to see such a one hanging her head in shame during the singing of a detestable song. That poor thing's shame was precious in the eyes of the masters, surely. Could nothing be done for her? I contrived to let her know where she would find a friend if she wanted to be good. That is all you can do in such cases. If the horrors of their life do not drive them out at such an open door, you can do nothing else, I fear, for the time. Where are you going now, may I ask? Into the city, on business, he added with a smile. There will be nobody there so late. Nobody? One would think you were the beadle of a city church, Mr. Gordon. We came into a very narrow, dirty street. I do not know where it is. A slatternly woman advanced from an open door and said, Mr. Falconer. He looked at her for a moment. Why, Sarah, have you come to this already? He said. Never mind me, sir. It's no more than you told me to expect. You knowed him better than I did. Leastways, I'm an honest woman. Stick to that, Sarah, and be good-tempered. I'll have a try, anyhow, sir. But there's a poor creatur a-dying upstairs, and I'm afeard it'll go hard with her, for she throwed a bottle out of window this morning, sir. Would she like to see me? I'm afraid not. She's got Lily-white. What's a sort of a reader reading that same Bible to her now?' 'There can be no great harm in just looking in,' he said, turning to me. 'I shall be happy to follow you anywhere,' I returned. 'She's awful ill, sir, cholera or summat,' said Sarah, as she led the way up the creaking stair. We half entered the room softly. 2 or 3 women sat by the chimney, and another by a low bed covered with a torn patchwork counterpane, spelling out a chapter in the Bible. We paused for a moment to hear what she was reading. Had the book been opened by chance or by design? It was the story of David and Bathsheba. Moans came from the bed, but the candle in a bottle by which the woman was reading was so placed that we could not see the sufferer. We stood still and did not interrupt the reading. 'Ha, ha, ha!' laughed a coarse voice from the side of the chimney. 'The saint, you see, was no better than some of the rest of us.' 'I think he was a good deal worse just then,' said Falconer, stepping forward. 'Gracious, there's Mr. Falconer,' said another woman, rising and speaking in a flattering tone. 'Then,' remarked the former speaker, 'there's a chance for old Moll and me yet. King David was a saint, wasn't he? Ha, ha!' 'Yes, and you might be one too, if you were as sorry for your faults as he was for his.' 'Sorry indeed! I'll be hanged if I be sorry. What have I to be sorry for? Where's the harm in turning an honest penny? I have took no man's wife, nor murdered himself neither. There's your saints. He was a rum un. Ha, ha!' Falconer approached her, bent down and whispered something. No one could hear but herself. She gave a smothered cry and was silent. 'Give me the book,' he said, turning towards the bed. 'I'll read you something better than that. I'll read about some one that never did anything wrong.' 'I don't believe there never was no such a man,' said the previous reader, as she handed him the book grudgingly. 'Not Jesus Christ himself,' said Falconer. 'Oh, I didn't know as you meant him.' 'Of course I meant him. There never was another. I have heard tell, perhaps it was yourself, sir, as how he didn't come down upon us over hard after all, bless him.' Falconer sat down on the side of the bed and read the story of Simon the Pharisee and the woman that was a sinner. When he ceased, the silence that followed was broken by a sob from somewhere in the room. The sick woman stopped her moaning and said, 'Turn down the leaf there, please, Lily-white. Will read it to me when you're gone.' Then someone sobbed again. It was a young slender girl, with a face disfigured by the smallpox, and save for the tearful look it wore, poor and expressionless. Falconer said something gentle to her. 'Will he ever come again?' she sobbed. 'Who?' asked Falconer. 'Him, Jesus Christ. I've heard tell, I think, that he was to come again some day.' 'Why do you ask?' 'Because,' she said, with a fresh burst of tears, which rendered the words that followed unintelligible. But she recovered herself in a few moments, and, as if finishing her sentence, put her hand up to her poor thin colourless hair, and said, 'My hair ain't long enough to wipe his feet.' 'Do you know what he would say to you, my girl?' Falconer asked. 'No, what would he say to me? He would speak to me, would he?' 'He would say, Thy sins are forgiven thee.' 'Would he, though? Would he?' she cried, starting up. 'Take me to him. Take me to him. Oh, I forget. He's dead. But he will come again, won't he? He was crucified 4 times, you know, and he must have come 4 times for that. Would they crucify him again, sir?' 'No, they wouldn't crucify him now, in England at least. They would only laugh at him, shake their heads at what he told them, as much as to say it wasn't true, and sneer and mock at him in some of the newspapers. Oh dear, I've been very wicked. But you won't be so any more. No, 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 I won't. She talked hurriedly, almost wildly. The coarse old woman tapped her forehead with her finger. Falconer took the girl's hand. 'What is your name?' he said. 'Nell.' 'What more?' 'Nothing more.' 'Well, Nelly,' said Falconer. 'How kind of you to call me Nelly,' interrupted the poor girl. 'They always calls me Nell, just. Nelly, repeated Falconer. I will send a lady here to-morrow to take you away with her, if you like, and tell you how you must do to find Jesus. People always find him that want to find him. The elderly woman with the rough voice, who had not spoken since he whispered to her, now interposed with a kind of cowed fierceness. Don't go putting humbug into my child's head now, Mr. Falconer, 'ticing her away from her home. Everybody knows my Nell's been an idiot since ever she was born. Poor child." "I ain't your child," cried the girl passionately. "I ain't nobody's child." "You are God's child," said Falconer, who stood looking on with his eyes shining, but otherwise in a state of absolute composure. "Am I? Am I? You won't forget to send me, sir?" "That I won't," he answered. She turned instantly towards the woman, and snapped her fingers in her face. "I don't care that for you," she cried. "You dare to touch me now, and I'll bite you." "Come, come, Nelly, you mustn't be rude," said Falconer. "No, sir, I won't no more, leastways to nobody but she. It's she makes me do all the wicked things, it is." She snapped her fingers in her face again, and then burst out crying. "She will leave you alone now, I think," said Falconer. "She knows it will be quite as well for her not to cross me." This he said very significantly as he turned to the door, where he bade them a general good night. When we reached the street, I was too bewildered to offer any remark. Falconer was the first to speak. "It always comes back upon me, as if I had never known it before, that women like some of those were the first to understand our Lord. Some of them wouldn't have understood him any more than the Pharisee, though." "I'm not so sure of that. Of course there are great differences. There are good and bad amongst them, as in every class. But one thing is clear to me, that no indulgence of passion destroys the spiritual nature so much as respectable selfishness." "I'm afraid you will not get society to agree with you," I said foolishly. "I have no wish that society should agree with me, for if it did, it would be sure to do so upon the worst of principles. It is better that society should be cruel than that it should call the horrible thing a trifle. It would know nothing between." Through the city, though it was only when we crossed one of the main thoroughfares that I knew where we were, we came into the region of Bethnal Green. From house to house till it grew very late, Falconer went, and I went with him. I will not linger on this part of our wanderings. Where I saw only dreadful darkness, Falconer always would see some glimmer of light. All the people into whose houses we went knew him. They were all in the depths of poverty. Many of them were respectable. With some of them he had long talks in private, while I waited near. At length he said, "I think we had better be going home, Mr. Gordon. You must be tired." "I am rather," I answered. "But it doesn't matter, for I have nothing to do to-morrow." "We shall get a cab, I dare say, before we go far." "Not for me. I am not so tired but that I would rather walk," I said. "Very well," he returned. "Where do you live?" I told him. "I will take you the nearest way." "You know London marvellously." "Pretty well now," he answered. We were somewhere near Leather Lane about 1:00. Suddenly we came upon two tiny children, standing on the pavement, one on each side of the door of a public house. They could not have been more than 2 and 3. They were sobbing a little, not much. The tiny creatures stood there, awfully awake in sleeping London, while even their own playmates were far off in the fairyland of dreams. "This is the kind of thing," I said, "that makes me doubt whether there be a God in heaven." "That is only because he is down here," answered Falconer, "taking such good care of us all that you can't see him. There is not a gin palace or yet lower hell in London in which a man or woman can be out of God. The whole being love. There is nothing for you to set it against and judge it by, so you are driven to fancies." The house was closed, but there was light above the door. We went up to the children and spoke to them, but all we could make out was that Mammy was in there. One of them could not speak at all. Falconer knocked at the door. A good-natured looking Irish woman opened it a little way and peeped out. "Here are 2 children crying at your door, ma'am," said Falconer. "Och, the darlings! They want their mother." "Do you know her, then?" True for you, and I do. She's a mighty decent woman in her way when the drunk's out of her, and very kind to the childher. But oncet she smells the drop of gin, her head's gone entirely. The purty craturs have waked up, and she not come home, and they've run out to look after her. Falconer stood a moment, as if thinking what would be best. The shriek of a woman rang through the night. There she is, said the Irishwoman. For God's sake, don't let her get a hold of the darlints. She's raving mad. I seen her try to kill them once. The shrieks came nearer and nearer, and after a few moments the woman appeared in the moonlight, tossing her arms over her head, and screaming with the despair for which she yet sought a defiant expression. Her head was uncovered, and her hair flying in tangles. Her sleeves were torn, and her gaunt arms looked awful in the moonlight. She stood in the middle of the street, crying again and again, with shrill laughter between. Nobody cares for me, and I care for nobody. Ha, ha, ha! Mammy, mammy, cried the elder of the children, and ran towards her. The woman heard, and rushed like a fury towards the child. Falconer too ran, and caught up the child. The woman gave a howl, and rushed towards the other. I caught up that one. With the last shriek, she dashed her head against the wall of the public-house, dropped on the pavement, and lay still. Falconer set the child down, lifted the wasted form in his arms, and carried it into the house. The face was blue as that of a strangled corpse. She was dead. Was she a married woman? Falconer asked. It's myself can't tell you, sir, the Irish woman answered. I never saw anybody with her. Do you know where she lived? No, sir. Somewhere not far off, though. The children will know. But they stood staring at their mother, and we could get nothing out of them. They would not move from the corpse. I think we may appropriate this treasure trove, said Falconer, turning at last to me, and as he spoke he took the eldest in his arms. Then turning to the woman, he gave her a card, saying, If any inquiry is made about them, there is my address. Will you take the other, Mr. Gordon? I obeyed. The children cried no more. After traversing a few streets, we found a cab, and drove to a house in Queen Square, Bloomsbury. Falconer got out at the door of a large house and rung the bell, then got the children out and dismissed the cab. There we stood in the middle of the night, in a silent, empty square, each with a child in his arms. In a few minutes we heard the bolts being withdrawn. The door opened, and a tall, graceful form wrapped in a dressing-gown appeared. I have brought you 2 babies, Miss St. John, said Falconer. Can you take them? To be sure I can, she answered, and turned to lead the way. Bring them in. We followed her into a little back room. She put down her candle and went straight to the cupboard, whence she brought a sponge cake, from which she cut a large piece for each of the children. What a mercy they are, Robert, those little gates in the face. Red Lane leads direct to the heart, she said, smiling as if she rejoiced in the idea of taming the little wild angelets. Don't you stop. You are tired enough, I am sure. I will wake my maid, and will get them washed and put to bed at once. She was closing the door when Falconer said, Oh, Miss St. John, he said, I was forgetting. Could you go down to number 13 in Soap Lane? You know it, don't you? Yes, quite well. Ask for a girl called Nell, a plain, pock-marked young girl, and take her away with you. When shall I go? Tomorrow morning, but I shall be in. Don't go till you see me. Good night. We took our leave without more ado. What a ladylike woman to be the matron of an asylum, I said. Falconer gave a little laugh. That is no asylum. It is a private house. And the lady? Is a lady of private means, he answered, who prefers Bloomsbury to Belgravia because it is easier to do noble work in it. Her heaven is on the confines of hell. What will she do with the children? Kiss them and wash them and put them to bed. And after that, give them bread and milk in the morning. And after that, oh, there's time enough, we'll see. There's only one thing she won't do. What is that? Turn them out again. A pause followed, I cogitating. Are you a society, then? I asked at length. No, at least we don't use the word, and certainly no other society would acknowledge us. What are you then? Why should we be anything so long as we do our work? Don't you think there is some affectation in refusing a name? Yes, if the name belongs to you, not otherwise. Do you lay claim to no epithet of any sort? We are a church, if you like. There. Who is your clergyman? Nobody. Where do you meet? Nowhere. What are your rules, then? We have none. What makes you a church? Divine service. What do you mean by that? The sort of thing you have seen tonight. What is your creed? Christ Jesus. But what do you believe about him? What we can. We count any belief in him, the smallest, better than any belief about him, the greatest, or about anything else besides. But we exclude no one. How do you manage without? By admitting no one. I cannot understand you. Well then, we are an undefined company of people who have grown into human relations with each other naturally, through one attractive force, love for human beings, regarding them as human beings only in virtue of the divine in them. But you must have some rules, I insisted. None whatever. They would cause us only trouble. We have nothing to take us from our work. Those that are most in earnest draw most together. Those that are on the outskirts have only to do nothing, and they are free of us. But we do sometimes ask people to help us, not with money. But who are the we? Why, you, if you will do anything, and I, and Miss St. John, and 20 others, and a great many more I don't know, for every one is a centre to others. It is our work that binds us together. Then, when that stops, you drop to pieces. Yes, thank God, we shall then die. There will be no corporate body, which means a bodied body, or an unsouled body, left behind to simulate life, and corrupt, and work no end of disease. We go to ashes at once, and leave no corpse for a ghoul to inhabit and make a vampire of. When our spirit is dead, our body is vanished. Then you won't last long. Then we oughtn't to last long. But the work of the world could not go on so. We are not the life of the world, God is, and when we fail, he can and will send out more and better labourers into his harvest field. It is a divine accident by which we are thus associated. But surely the church must be otherwise constituted. My dear sir, you forget. I said we were a church, not the church. Do you belong to the Church of England? Yes, some of us. Why should we not? Inasmuch as she has faithfully preserved the holy records and traditions, our obligations to her are infinite. And to leave her would be to quarrel and start 1,000 vermiculate questions, as Lord Byron calls them, for which life is too serious, in my eyes. I have no time for that. Then you count the Church of England the church? Of England, yes. Of the universe, no. That is constituted just like ours, with the living, working Lord for the heart of it. Will you take me for a member? No. Will you not if... You may make yourself one if you will. I will not speak a word to gain you. I have shown you work. Do something, and you are of Christ's church. We were almost at the door of my lodging, and I was getting very weary in body and indeed in mind, though I hope not in heart. Before we separated, I ventured to say, "Will you tell me why you invited me to come and see you? Forgive my presumption, but you seemed to seek acquaintance with me, although you did make me address you first." He laughed gently, and answered in the words of the ancient mariner, "The moment that his face I see, I know the man that must hear me. To him my tale I teach." Without another word he shook hands with me, and left me. Weary as I was, I stood in the street until I could hear his footsteps no longer. Chapter 8. Book 3, Chapter 9 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 9. The Brothers. One day as Falconer sat at a late breakfast, Shargar burst into his room. Falconer had not even known that he was coming home, for he had outstripped the letter he had sent. He had his arm in a sling, which accounted for his leave. "Shargar," cried Falconer, starting up in delight. "Major Shargar, if you please. Give me all my honours, Robert," said Moray, presenting his left hand. "I congratulate you, my boy. Well, this is delightful. But you are wounded." "Bullet broken, that's all. It's nearly right again. I'll tell you about it by and by. I am too full of something else to talk about trifles of that sort. I want you to help me." He then rushed into the announcement that he had fallen desperately in love with a lady who had come on board with her maid at Malta, where she had been spending the winter. She was not very young, about his own age, but very beautiful and of enchanting address. How she could have remained so long unmarried he could not think. It could not be but that she had had many offers. She was an heiress too, but that Shargar felt to be a disadvantage for him. All the progress he could yet boast of was that his attentions had not been, so far as he could judge, disagreeable to her. Robert thought even less of the latter fact than Shargar himself, for he did not believe there were many women to whom Shargar's attention would be disagreeable. They must always be simple and manly. What was more to the point, she had given him her address in London, and he was going to call upon her the next day. She was on a visit to Lady Janet Gordon, an elderly spinster who lived in Park Street. "Are you quite sure she's not an adventuress, Shargar?" "It's no manner of use to tell you what I'm sure of or no sure of, Robert, in sich a case. But I'll manage somehow 'at ye's all see her yourself, and syne I'll spare back your own question at ye." "Weel, have you told her all aboot yourself?" "No," answered Shargar, growling suddenly pale. "I never thought aboot that. But I had no right, for all that passed, to intrude myself upon her to that extent." "Weel, I reckon you're right. Your wounds and your medals ought to weigh weel against all that. There's this comfort in it, that if she be not right weel worthy of ye, old friend, she will not take ye." Shargar did not seem to see the comfort of it. He was depressed for the remainder of the day. In the morning he was in wild spirits again. Just before he started, however, he said, with an expression of tremulous anxiety, "Ought I to tell her all at once already aboot my mother?" "I did not say that. Maybe it would be equally fair to her and to yourself to let her know ye a bit better afore you do that. We'll think that o'er. When ye go doon the stair, you'll see a bit brougham at the door waiting for ye. Give the coachman ony orders you like. He's your servant as long as you're in London. Commit your way to the Lord, my boy." Though Shargar did not say much, he felt strengthened by Robert's truth to meet his fate with something of composure. But it was not to be decided that day. Therein lay some comfort. He returned in high spirits still. He had been graciously received both by Miss Hamilton and her hostess, a kind-hearted old lady who spoke Scotch with the pure tone of a gentlewoman, he said, a treat not to be had once in a 12-month. She had asked him to go to dinner in the evening, and to bring his friend with him. Robert, however, begged him to make his excuse, as he had an engagement in a very different sort of place. When Shargar returned, Robert had not come in. He was too excited to go to bed, and waited for him. It was 2 o'clock before he came home. Shargar told him there was to be a large party at Lady Patterdale's the next evening, but one, and Lady Janet had promised to procure him an invitation. The next morning Robert went to see Mary St. John, and asked if she knew anything of Lady Patterdale, and whether she could get him an invitation. Miss St. John did not know her, but she thought she could manage it for him. He told her all about Shargar, for whose sake he wished to see Miss Hamilton before consenting to be introduced to her. Miss St. John set out at once, and Falconer received a card the next day. When the evening came, he allowed Shargar to set out alone in his brougham, and followed an hour later in a hansom. When he reached the house, the rooms were tolerably filled, and as several parties had arrived just before him, he managed to enter without being announced. After a little while he caught sight of Shargar. He stood alone, almost in a corner, with a strange, rather raised expression in his eyes. Falconer could not see the object to which they were directed. Certainly their look was not that of love. He made his way up to him, and laid his hand on his arm. Shargar betrayed no little astonishment when he saw him. "You here, Robert?" he said. "Yes, I'm here. Have you seen her yet? Is she here? What do you think speaking till her this very minute? Look there," Shargar said in a low voice, suppressed, yet more to hide his astonishment. Following his directions, Robert saw, amidst a little group of gentlemen surrounding a seated lady, of whose face he could not get a peep, a handsome elderly man, who looked more fashionable than his years justified, and whose countenance had an expression which he felt repulsive. He thought he had seen him before, but Shargar gave him no time to come to a conclusion of himself. "It's my brother, Sandy, as sure as death," he said, "and he's been hanging aboot her ever since she came in. But I do not think she likes him altogether by the look of her." "What for do not you go up till her yourself, man? I would not stand that if it was me." "I'm feared that he'll know me. He's terrible gleg. At the Morays are gleg, and yon marquis has an E like a hawk." "What does it matter? Ye have done nothing to be ashamed of, like him." "Ay, but it's this. I would not have her hear the troth aboot me from the boar's mouth of his first. I would have her hear it from my own, and syne she cannot think I meant to take her in." At this moment there was a movement in the group. Shargar, receiving no reply, looked round at Robert. It was now Shargar's turn to be surprised at his expression. "Are ye seen a wraith, Robert?" he said. "What gars ye look like that, man?" "Oh," answered Robert, recovering himself, "I thought I saw some one I knew, but I'm not sure. I'll tell you afterwards. We've been talking too earnestly. People are beginning to look at us." So saying, he moved away towards the group of which the Marquis still formed one. As he drew near, he saw a piano beyond Miss Hamilton. A sudden impulse seized him, and he yielded to it. He made his way to the piano, and seating himself, began to play very softly, so softly that the sounds could scarcely be heard beyond the immediate neighbourhood of the instrument. There was no change on the storm of talk that filled the room, but in a few minutes a face white as a shroud was turned round upon him from the group in front, like the moon dawning out of a cloud. He stopped at once, saying to himself, "I was right," and rising, mingled again with the crowd. A few minutes after he saw Shargar leading Miss Hamilton out of the room, and Lady Janet following. He did not intend to wait his return, but got near the door, that he might slip out when he should re-enter. But Shargar did not return. For the moment she reached the fresh air, Miss Hamilton was so much better that Lady Janet, whose heart was as young towards young people as if she had never had the unfortunate love affair tradition assigned her, asked him to see them home, and he followed them into her carriage. Falconer left a few minutes after, anxious for quiet, that he might make up his mind as to what he ought to do. Before he had walked home, he had resolved on the next step. But not wishing to see Shargar yet, and at the same time wanting to have a night's rest, he went home only to change his clothes, and betook himself to a hotel in Covent Garden. He was at Lady Janet's door by 10 o'clock the next morning, and sent in his card to Miss Hamilton. He was shown into the drawing-room, where she came to him. "May I presume it on old acquaintance?" he asked, holding out his hand. She looked in his face quietly, took his hand, pressed it warmly, and said, "No one has so good a right, Mr. Falconer. Do sit down." He placed a chair for her and obeyed. After a moment's silence on both sides, "Are you aware, Miss—" he said, and hesitated. "Miss Hamilton," she said with a smile. "I was Miss Lindsay when you knew me so many years ago. I will explain presently." Then, with an air of expectation, she awaited the finish of his sentence. "Are you aware, Miss Hamilton, that I am Major Moray's oldest friend?" "I am quite aware of it, and delighted to know it. He told me so last night." Somewhat dismayed at this answer, Falconer resumed, "Did Major Moray likewise communicate with you concerning his own history?" "He did. He told me all." Falconer was again silent for some moments. "Shall I be presuming too far if I venture to conclude that my friend will not continue his visits?" "On the contrary," she answered, with the same delicate blush that in old times used to overspread the lovely whiteness of her face, "I expect him within half an hour." "Then there is no time to be lost," thought Falconer. "Without presuming to express any opinion of my own," he said quietly, "a social code far less severe than that which prevails in England would take for granted that an impassable barrier existed between Major Moray and Miss Hamilton." "Do not suppose, Mr. Falconer, that I could not meet Major Moray's honesty with equal openness on my side." Falconer, for the first time almost in his life, was incapable of speech from bewilderment. But Miss Hamilton did not in the least enjoy his perplexity, and made haste to rescue both him and herself. With a blush that was now deep as any rose, she resumed, "But I owe you equal frankness, Mr. Falconer. There is no barrier between Major Moray and myself but the foolish, no wicked, indiscretion of an otherwise innocent and ignorant girl. Listen, Mr. Falconer. Under the necessity of the circumstances, you will not misjudge me if I compel myself to speak calmly. This, I trust, will be my final penance. I thought Lord Rothie was going to marry me. To do him justice, he never said so. Make what excuse for my folly you can. I was lost in a mist of vain imaginations. I had no mother to teach me anything, Mr. Falconer, and my father never suspected the necessity of teaching me anything. I was very ill on the passage to Antwerp, and when I began to recover a little, I found myself beginning to doubt both my own conduct and his lordship's intentions. Possibly the fact that he was not quite so kind to me in my illness as I had expected, and that I felt hurt in consequence, aided the doubt. Then the thought of my father returning and finding that I had left him came and burned in my heart like fire. But what was I to do? I had never been out of Aberdeen before. I did not know even a word of French. I was altogether in Lord Rothie's power. I thought I loved him, but it was not much of love that sea-sickness could get the better of. With a heart full of despair I went on shore. The captain slipped a note into my hand. I put it in my pocket, but pulled it out with my handkerchief in the street. Lord Rothie picked it up. I begged him to give it me, but he read it, and then tore it in pieces. I entered the hotel as wretched as girl could well be. I began to dislike him. But during dinner he was so kind and attentive that I tried to persuade myself that my fears were fanciful. After dinner he took me out. On the stairs we met a lady whose speech was Scotch. Her maid called her Lady Janet. She looked kindly at me as I passed. I thought she could read my face. I remembered afterwards that Lord Rothie turned his head away when we met her. We went into the cathedral. We were standing under that curious dome, and I was looking up at its strange lights, when down came a rain of bell notes on the roof over my head. Before the first tune was over, I seemed to expect the second, and then the third, without thinking how I could know what was coming. But when they ended with the ballad of the witch lady, and I lifted up my head and saw that I was not by my father's fireside, but in Antwerp Cathedral with Lord Rothie, despair filled me with a half-insane resolution. Happily Lord Rothie was at some little distance, talking to a priest about one of Rubens' pictures. I slipped unseen behind the nearest pillar, and then flew from the church. How I got to the hotel I do not know, but I did reach it. Lady Janet was all I could say. The waiter knew the name and led me to her room. I threw myself on my knees and begged her to save me. She assured me no one should touch me. I gasped Lord Rothie and fainted. When I came to myself, but I need not tell you all the particulars, Lady Janet did take care of me. Till last night I never saw Lord Rothie again. I did not acknowledge him, but he persisted in talking to me, behave as I would, and I saw well enough that he knew me. Falconer took her hand and kissed it. 'Thank God,' he said, 'that spire was indeed the haunt of angels, as I fancied while I played upon those bells. I knew it was you, that is, I was sure of it when I came to think about it, but at the time I took it for a direct message from heaven, which nobody heard but myself.' 'It was such none the less that I was sent to deliver it,' said Falconer. 'I had little thought during my imprisonment, because of it, that the end of my journey was already accomplished.' Mysie put her hand in his. 'You have saved me, Mr. Falconer.' 'For Ericson's sake, who was dying and could not,' returned Falconer. 'Ah,' said Mysie, her large eyes opening with wonder. It was evident she had had no suspicion of his attachment to her. 'But,' said Falconer, 'there was another in it without whom I could have done nothing.' 'Who was that?' 'George Moray.' 'Did he know me then?' 'No, fortunately not. You would not have looked at him then. It was all done for love of me. He is the truest fellow in the world, and altogether worthy of you, Miss Hamilton. I will tell you the whole story some day, lest he should not do himself justice.' 'Ah, that reminds me. Hamilton sounds strange in your voice. You suspected me of having changed my name to hide my history.' It was so, and Falconer's silence acknowledged the fact. 'Lady Janet brought me home, and told my father all. When he died a few years ago, she took me to live with her, and never rested till she had brought me acquainted with Sir Josh Hamilton, in favour of whom my father had renounced his claim to some disputed estates. Sir John had lost his only son, and he had no daughter. He was a kind-hearted old man, rather like my own father. He took to me, as they say, and made me change my name to his, leaving me the property that might have been my father's, on condition that whoever I married should take the same name. I don't think your friend will mind making the exchange,' said Mysie in conclusion, as the door opened and Shargar came in. 'Robert, you're everywhere!' he exclaimed as he entered. Then stopping to ask no questions, 'You see, I'm to have a name of my own after all,' he said, with a face which looked even handsome in the light of his gladness. Robert shook hands with him, and wished him joy heartily. 'Wha would have thought it, Shargar,' he added, 'that day ye pat bonnets for house upon Black Geordie's hooves?' The butler announced the Marquis of Boarshead. Mysie's eyes flashed. She rose from her seat and advanced to meet the Marquis, who entered behind the servant. He bowed and held out his hand. Mysie retreated one step and stood. 'Your lordship has no right to force yourself upon me. You must have seen that I had no wish to renew the acquaintance I was unhappy enough to form, now, thank God, many years ago.' 'Forgive me, Miss Hamilton. One word in private,' said the Marquis. 'Not a word,' returned Mysie. 'Before these gentlemen, then, whom I have not the honour of knowing, I offer you my hand.' 'To accept that offer would be to wrong myself even more than your lordship has done.' She went back to where Moray was standing, and stood beside him. The evil spirit in the Marquis looked out at its windows. 'You are aware, madame,' he said, 'that your reputation is in the hand I offer you.' 'The worse for it, my lord,' returned Mysie, with a scornful smile. 'But your lordship's brother will protect it.' 'My brother?' said the Marquis. 'What do you mean? I have no brother.' 'Ye have more brothers than ye ken of, Lord Sandy, and I'm one of them,' said Shargar. 'You are either a liar or a bastard, then,' said the Marquis, who had not been brought up in a school of which either self-restraint or respect for women were prominent characteristics. Falconer forgot himself for a moment, and made a stride forward. 'Do not hit him, Robert,' cried Shargar. 'He once gave me a shillin', and it helped it, as ye know, to hold me alive to face him this day. No liar, my lord, but a bastard, thank heaven.' Then, with a laugh, he instantly added, 'If I had been own brother to you, my lord, God only knows what a rascal I might have been.' 'By heaven, you shall answer for your insolence,' said the Marquis, and, lifting his riding whip from the table where he had laid it, he approached his brother. Mysie rang the bell. 'Hold your hand, Sandy,' cried Shargar. 'I have faced more fearsome foes than you. But I have some family feeling, though ye have none. I would not willingly strike my brother.' As he spoke, he retreated a little. The Marquis came on with raised whip, but Falconer stepped between, laid one of his great hands on the Marquis's chest, and flung him to the other end of the room, where he fell over an ottoman. The same moment the servant entered. 'Ask your mistress to oblige me by coming to the drawing-room,' said Mysie. The Marquis had risen, but had not recovered his presence of mind when Lady Janet entered. She looked inquiringly from one to the other. 'Please, Lady Janet, will you ask the Marquis of Boarshead to leave the house?' said Mysie. 'With all my heart,' answered Lady Janet, 'and the more that he's a kind of cousin of my own. Go on your way, Sandy. You're no fit company for decent folk, and that ye would know yourself if ye had ony idea left of what decency means.' Without heeding her, the Marquis went up to Falconer. 'Your card, sir.' Lady Janet followed him. ''Deed ye's get nae cards here,' she said, pushing him aside. 'So you allow your friends to insult me in your own house as they please, cousin Janet?' said the Marquis, who probably felt her opposition the most formidable of all. ''Deed they cannot say waur of ye nor I think. Go on away and repent. Consider your grey hairs, man.' That was the severest blow he had yet received. He left the room, swearing at large. Falconer followed him, but what came of it nobody ever heard. Major and Miss Hamilton were married within 3 months, and went out to India together, taking Nancy Kennedy with them. Chapter 9. Book 3, Chapter 10 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 10. A Neophyte. Before many months had passed, without the slightest approach to any formal recognition, I found myself one of the Church of Labour, of which Falconer was clearly the bishop. As he is the subject, or rather the object of my book, I will now record a fact which may serve to set forth his views more clearly. I gained a knowledge of some of the circumstances not merely from the friendly confidences of Miss St. John and Falconer, but from being a kind of Scotch cousin of Lady Janet Gordon, whom I had taken an opportunity of acquainting with the relation. She was old-fashioned enough to acknowledge it even with some eagerness. The ancient clan feeling is good in this, that it opens a channel whose very existence is a justification for the flow of simply human feelings along all possible levels of social position, and I would there were more of it. Only something better is coming instead of it, a recognition of the infinite brotherhood in Christ. All other relations, all attempts by churches, by associations, by secret societies of Freemasons and others, are good merely as they tend to destroy themselves in the wider truth, as they teach men to be dissatisfied with their limitations. But I wander, for I mentioned Lady Janet now merely to account for some of the information I possess concerning Lady Georgina Betterton. I met her once at my so-called cousin's, whom she patronized as a dear old thing. To my mind she was worth 20 of her, though she was wrinkled and Scottishly sententious. A sweet old bat was another epitaph of Lady Georgina's. But she came to see her, notwithstanding, and did not refuse to share in her nice little dinners, and, least of all, when Falconer was of the party, who had been so much taken with Lady Janet's behaviour to the Marquis of Boarshead, just recorded that he positively cultivated her acquaintance thereafter. Lady Georgina was of an old family, an aged family indeed, so old in fact that some envious people profess to think it decrepit with age. This, however, may well be questioned if any argument bearing on the point may be drawn from the person of Lady Georgina. She was at least as tall as Mary St. John, and very handsome, only with somewhat masculine features and expression. She had very sloping shoulders and a long neck, which took its finest curves when she was talking to inferiors. Condescension was her forte. Of the admiration of the men she had more than enough, although either they were afraid to go farther, or she was hard to please. She had never contemplated anything admirable long enough to comprehend it. She had never looked up to man or woman with anything like reverence. She saw too quickly and too keenly into the foibles of all who came near her to care to look farther for their virtues. If she had ever been humbled, and thence taught to look up, she might by this time have been a grand woman, worthy of a great man's worship. She patronized Miss St. John considerably to her amusement, and nothing to her indignation. Of course she could not understand her. She had a vague notion of how she spent her time, and believing a certain amount of fanaticism essential to religion, wondered how so sensible and ladylike a person as Miss St. John could go in for it. Meeting Falconer at Lady Janet's, she was taken with him. Possibly she recognized in him a strength that would have made him her master if he had cared for such a distinction, but nothing she could say attracted more than a passing attention on his part. Falconer was out of her sphere, and her influences were powerless to reach him. At length she began to have a glimmering of the relation of labour between Miss St. John and him, and applied to the former for some enlightenment. But Miss St. John was far from explicit, for she had no desire for such assistance as Lady Georgina's. What motives next led her to seek the interview I am now about to record, I cannot satisfactorily explain, but I will hazard a conjecture or two, although I doubt if she understood them thoroughly herself. She was, if not blasée, at least ennuyée, and begun to miss excitement, and feel blindly about her for something to make life interesting. She was gifted with far more capacity than had ever been exercised, and was of a large enough nature to have grown sooner weary of trifles than most women of her class. She might have been an artist, but she drew like a young lady. She might have been a prophetess, and Byron was her greatest poet. It is no wonder that she wanted something she had not got. Since she had been foiled in her attempt on Miss St. John, which she attributed to jealousy, she had, in quite another circle, heard strange, wonderful, even romantic stories about Falconer and his doings among the poor. A new world seemed to open before her longing gaze, a world, or a calenture, a mirage, for which she crossed the wandering fields of barren foam, to reach the green grass that did wave on the far shore, the dewless desert to reach the fair water that did lie leagues beyond its pictured sweetness. But I think, mingled with whatever motives she may have had, there must have been some desire to be a nobler, that is, a more useful woman than she had been. She had not any superabundance of feminine delicacy, though she had plenty of good breeding, and she trusted to her position in society to cover the eccentricity of her present undertaking. One morning after breakfast she called upon Falconer, and, accustomed to visits from all sorts of people, Mrs. Ashton showed her into his sitting room without even asking her name. She found him at his piano, apologized in her fashionable drawl for interrupting his music, and accepted his offer of a chair without a shade of embarrassment. Falconer seated himself and sat waiting. "I fear the step I have taken will appear strange to you, Mr. Falconer. Indeed, it appears strange to myself. I am afraid it may appear stranger still." "It is easy for me to leave all judgment in the matter to yourself, I beg your pardon. I know we have met, but for the moment I cannot recall your name." "Lady Georgina Betterton," drawled the visitor carelessly, hiding whatever annoyance she may have felt. Falconer bowed. Lady Georgina resumed. "Of course it only affects myself, and I am willing to take the risk, notwithstanding the natural desire to stand well in the opinion of any one with whom even my boldness could venture such a step." A smile, intended to be playful, covered the retreat of the sentence. Falconer bowed again. Lady Georgina had yet again to resume. "From the little I have seen, and the much I have heard of you, excuse me, Mr. Falconer, I cannot help thinking that you know more of the secret of life than other people, if indeed it has any secret." "Life certainly is no burden to me," returned Falconer. "If that implies the possession of any secret which is not common property, I fear it also involves a natural doubt whether such secret be communicable. Of course, I mean only some secret everybody ought to know. I do not misunderstand you. I want to live. You know the world, Mr. Falconer. I need not tell you what kind of life a girl like myself leads. I am not old, but the gilding is worn off. Life looks bare, ugly, uninteresting. I ask you to tell me whether there is any reality in it or not, whether its past glow was only gilt, whether the best that can be done is to get through with it as fast as possible. Surely your ladyship must know some persons whose very countenances prove that they have found a reality at the heart of life. Yes, but none whose judgment I could trust. I cannot tell how soon they may find reason to change their minds on the subject. Their satisfaction may only be that they have not tried to rub the varnish off the gilding so much as I, and therefore the gilding itself still shines a little in their eyes. If it be only gilding, it is better it should be rubbed off. But I am unwilling to think it is. I am not willing to sign a bond of farewell to hope. Life seemed good once. It is bad enough that it seems such no longer, without consenting that it must and shall be so. Allow me to add, for my own sake, that I speak from the bitterness of no chagrin. I have had all I ever cared or condescended to wish for. I never had anything worth the name of a disappointment in my life. I cannot congratulate you upon that, said Falconer seriously, but if there be a truth or a heart in life, assurance of the fact can only spring from harmony with that truth. It is not to be known save by absolute contact with it, and the sole guide in the direction of it must be duty. I can imagine no other possible conductor. We must do before we can know. Yes, yes, replied Lady Georgina hastily, in a tone that implied, of course, we know all about that. But aware at once, with the fine instinct belonging to her mental organization, that she was thus shutting the door against all further communication, she added instantly, but what is one's duty? There is the question. The thing that lies next to you, of course. You are and must remain the sole judge of that. Another cannot help you. But that is just what I do not know. I interrupted Lady Georgina to remark, for I too have been a pupil of Falconer, that I believe she must have suspected what her duty was, but would not look firmly at her own suspicion. She added, I want direction. But the same moment she proceeded to indicate the direction in which she wanted to be directed, for she went on, You know that nowadays there are so many modes in which to employ one's time and money, that one does not know which to choose. The lower strata of society, you know, Mr. Falconer, so many channels. I want the advice of a man of experience as to the best investment, if I may use the expression. I do not mean of money only, but of time as well. I am not fitted to give advice in such a matter. Mr. Falconer, I assure you I am not. I subscribe to no society myself, not one. Excuse me, but I can hardly believe the rumours I hear of you. People will talk, you know, are all inventions. They say you are forever burrowing amongst the poor. Excuse the phrase. I excuse or accept it, whichever you please. Whatever I do, I am my own steward. Then you are just the person to help me. I have a fortune, not very limited, at my own disposal. A gentleman who is his own steward would find his labours merely facilitated by administering for another as well. Such labours, I mean. I must beg to be excused, Lady Georgina. I am accountable only for my own, and of that I have quite as much as I can properly manage. It is far more difficult to use money for others than to spend it for yourself. Ah, said Lady Georgina thoughtfully, and cast an involuntary glance round the untidy room, with its horsehair furniture, its ragged array of books on the wall, its side table littered with pamphlets he never read, with pipes he smoked by chance turns. He saw the glance and understood it. I am accustomed, he said, to be in such sad places for human beings to live in, that I sometimes think even this dingy old room an absolute palace of comfort. But,' he added, checking himself as it were, 'I do not see in the least how your proposal would facilitate an answer to your question.' 'You seem hardly inclined to do me justice,' said Lady Georgina, with, for the first time, a perceptible though slight shadow crossing the disk of her resolution. 'I only meant it,' she went on, 'as a step towards a further proposal which I think you will allow looks at least in the direction you have been indicating.' She paused. 'May I beg of you to state the proposal?' said Falconer. But Lady Georgina was apparently in some little difficulty as to the proper form in which to express her object. At last it appeared in the cloak of a question. 'Do you require no assistance in your efforts for the elevation of the lower classes?' she asked. 'I don't make any such efforts,' said Falconer. Some of my lady readers will probably be remarking to themselves, 'How disagreeable of him! I can't endure the man.' If they knew how Falconer had to beware of the forwardness and annoyance of well-meaning women, they would not dislike him so much. But Falconer could be indifferent to much dislike, and therein I know some men that envy him. When he saw, however, that Lady Georgina was trying to swallow a lump in her throat, he hastened to add, 'I have only relations with individuals, none with classes.' Lady Georgina gathered her failing courage. 'Then there is more hope for me,' she said. 'Surely there are things a woman might be useful in that a man cannot do so well, especially if she would do as she was told, Mr. Falconer.' He looked at her, inquiring of her whole person what Newman abode in the Fane. She misunderstood the look. 'I could dress very differently, you know. I will be a sister of charity if you like.' 'And wear a uniform?' As if the God of another world wanted to make proselytes or traitors in this. 'No, Lady Georgina, it was not of a dress so easily altered that I was thinking. It was of the habit, the dress of mind, of thought, of feeling. When you laid aside your beautiful dress, could you avoid putting on the garment of condescension, the most unchristian virtue attributed to deity or saint? Could you— I must be plain with you, Lady Georgina, for this has nothing to do with the forms of so-called society— could your temper endure the mortifications of low opposition and misrepresentation of motive and end, which, avoid intrusion as you might, would yet force themselves on your perception? Could you be rudely, impudently thwarted by the very persons for whom you were spending your strength and means, and show no resentment? Could you make allowances for them as for your own brothers and sisters, your own children?' Lady Georgina was silent. 'I shall seem to glorify myself, but at that risk I must put the reality before you. Could you endure the ugliness, both moral and physical, which you must meet at every turn? Could you look upon loathsomeness, not merely without turning away in disgust, and thus wounding the very heart you would heal, but without losing your belief in the fatherhood of God by losing your faith in the actual blood relationship to yourself of these wretched beings? Could you believe in the immortal essence hidden under all this garbage, God at the root of it all? How would the delicate senses you probably inherit receive the intrusions from which they could not protect themselves? Would you be in no danger of finding personal refuge in the horrid fancy that these are but the slimy borders of humanity where it slides into and is one with bestiality? I could show you one fearful baboon-like woman, whose very face makes my nerves shudder. Could you believe that woman might one day become beautiful as yourself, and therefore minister to her? Would you not be tempted for the sake of your own comfort, if not for the pride of your own humanity, to believe that, like untimely blossoms, these must fall from off the boughs of the tree of life, and come to nothing at all? A theory that may do for the preacher, but will not do for the worker. Him it would paralyze, or still worse, infinitely worse, that they were doomed from their birth to endless ages of a damnation, filthy as that in which you now found them, and must probably leave them. If you could come to this, you had better withhold your hand. For no desire for the betterment of the masses, as they are stupidly called, can make up for a lack of faith in the individual. If you cannot hope for them in your heart, your hands cannot reach them to do them good. They will only hurt them. Lady Georgina was still silent. Falconer's eloquence had perhaps made her ashamed. I want you to sit down and count the cost before you do any mischief by beginning what you are unfit for. Last week I was compelled more than once to leave the house where my duty led me, and to sit down upon a stone in the street, so ill that I was in danger of being led away as intoxicated, only the policeman happened to know me. Twice I went back to the room I had left, crowded with human animals, and one of them at least dying. It was all I could do, and I have tolerable nerve and tolerable experience. A mist was gathering over Lady Georgina's eyes. She confessed it afterwards to Miss St. John. And through the mist he looked larger than human. And then the time you must spend before you can lay hold upon them at all, that is, with the personal relation which alone is of any real influence. Our Saviour himself had to be 30 years in the world before he had footing enough in it to justify him in beginning to teach publicly. He had been laying the needful foundations all the time. Not under any circumstances could I consent to make use of you before you had brought yourself into genuine relations with some of them first. Do you count societies, then, of no use whatever? Lady Georgina asked, more to break the awkwardness of her prolonged silence than for any other reason. In as far as any of the persons they employ fulfill the conditions of which I have spoken, they are useful. That is, just in as far as they come into genuine human relations with those whom they would help. In as far as their servants are incapable of this, the societies are hurtful. The chief good which societies might effect would be the procuring of simple justice for the poor. That is what they need at the hands of the nation, and what they do not receive. But though few can have the knowledge of the poor I have, many could do something, if they would only set about it simply, and not be too anxious to convert them, if they would only be their friends after a common sense fashion. I know, say 100 wretched men and women far better than a man in general knows him with whom he claims an ordinary intimacy. I know many more by sight, whose names in the natural course of events I shall probably know soon. I know many of their relations to each other, and they talk about each other to me as if I were one of themselves, which I hope in God I am. I have been amongst them a good many years now, and shall probably spend my life amongst them. When I went first, I was repeatedly robbed. Now I should hardly fear to carry another man's property. 2 years ago I had my purse taken, but next morning it was returned. I do not know by whom. In fact, it was put into my pocket again, every coin, as far as I could judge, as it left me. I seldom pretend to teach them, only now and then drop a word of advice. But possibly, before I die, I may speak to them in public. At present I avoid all attempt at organization of any sort, and as far as I see, am likely of all things to avoid it. What I want is first to be their friend, and then to be at length recognized as such. It is only in rare cases that I seek the acquaintance of any of them. I let it come naturally. I bide my time. Almost never do I offer assistance. I wait till they ask it, and then often refuse the sort they want. The worst thing you can do for them is to attempt to save them from the natural consequences of wrong. You may sometimes help them out of them, but it is right to do many things for them when you know them, which it would not be right to do for them until you know them. I am amongst them, they know me, their children know me, and something is always occurring that makes this or that one come to me. Once I have a footing, I seldom lose it. So you see, in this my labour, I am content to do the thing that lies next me. I wait events. You have had no training, no blundering, to fit you for such work. There are many other modes of being useful, but none in which I could undertake to direct you. I am not in the habit of talking so much about my ways, but that is of no consequence. I think I am right in doing so in this instance. I cannot misunderstand you, faltered Lady Georgina. Falconer was silent. Without looking up from the floor on which her eyes had rested all the time he spoke, Lady Georgina said at last, "Then what is my next duty? What is the thing that lies nearest to me? That, I repeat, belongs to your everyday history. No one can answer that question but yourself. Your next duty is just to determine what your next duty is. Is there nothing you neglect? Is there nothing you know you ought not to do? You would know your duty if you thought in earnest about it, and were not ambitious of great things. Ah, then, responded Lady Georgina with an abandoning sigh, I suppose it is something very commonplace which will make life more dreary than ever. That cannot help me. It will, if it be as dreary as reading the newspapers to an old deaf aunt. It will soon lead you to something more. Your duty will begin to comfort you at once, but will at length open the unknown fountain of life in your heart. Lady Georgina lifted up her head in despair, looked at Falconer through eyes full of tears, and said vehemently, Mr. Falconer, you can have no conception how wretched a life like mine is, and the futility of everything is embittered by the consciousness that it is from no superiority to such things that I do not care for them. It is from superiority to such things that you do not care for them. You were not made for such things. They cannot fill your heart. It has whole regions with which they have no relation. The very thought of music makes me feel ill. I used to be passionately fond of it. I presume you got so far in it that you asked, is there nothing more? Concluding there was nothing more, and yet needing more, you turned from it with disappointment. It is the same, she went on hurriedly, with painting, modelling, reading. Whatever I have tried, I am sick of them all. They do nothing for me. How can you enjoy music, Lady Georgina, if you are not in harmony with the heart and source of music? How do you mean? Until the human heart knows the divine heart, it must sigh and complain like a petulant child, who flings his toys from him because his mother is not at home. When his mother comes back to him, he finds his toys are good still. When we find him in our hearts, we shall find him in everything, and music will be deep enough then, Lady Georgina. It is this that the Brahmin and the Platonist seek. It is this that the mystic and the anchorite sigh for. Towards this the teaching of the greatest of men would lead us. Lord Bacon himself says, nothing can fill, much less extend, the soul of man but God, and the contemplation of God. It is life you want. If you will look in your New Testament and find out all that our Lord says about life, you will find the only cure for your malady. I know what such talk looks like, but depend upon it, what I am talking about is something very different from what you fancy it. Anyhow, to this you must come one day or other. But how am I to gain this indescribable good which so many seek and so few find? Those are not my words, said Falconer emphatically. I should have said, which so few yet seek, but so many shall at length find. Do not quarrel with my foolish words, but tell me how I am to find it, for I suppose there must be something in what so many good people assert. You thought I could give you help. Yes, that is why I came to you. Just so. I cannot give you help. Go and ask it of one who can. Speak more plainly. Well then, if there be a God, he must hear you if you call to him. If there be a father, he will listen to his child. He will teach you everything. But I don't know what I want. He does. Ask him to tell you what you want. It all comes back to the old story. If ye then, being evil, know how to give good gifts to your children, how much more will your heavenly Father give the Holy Spirit to them that ask him? But I wish you would read your New Testament, the Gospels, I mean. You are not in the least fit to understand the epistles yet. Read the story of our Saviour as if you had never read it before. He at least was a man who seemed to have that secret of life, after the knowledge of which your heart is longing. Lady Georgina rose. Her eyes were again full of tears. Falconer too was moved. She held out her hand to him, and without another word left the room. She never came there again. Her manner towards Falconer was thereafter much altered. People said she was in love with him. If she was, it did her no harm. Her whole character certainly was changed. She sought the friendship of Miss St. John, who came at length to like her so much that she took her with her in some of her walks among the poor. By degrees she began to do something herself after a quiet, modest fashion, but within a few years, probably while so engaged, she caught a fever from which she did not recover. It was not till after her death that Falconer told any one of the interview he had had with her, and by that time I had the honour of being very intimate with him. When she knew that she was dying, she sent for him. Mary St. John was with her. She left them together. When he came out, he was weeping. End chapter 10. Book 3, Chapter 11 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 11. The Suicide. Falconer lived on and laboured on in London. Wherever he found a man fitted for the work, he placed him in such office as De Fleury already occupied. At the same time he went more into society and gained the friendship of many influential people. Besides the use he made of this to carry out plans for individual rescue, it enabled him to bestir himself for the first and chief good which he believed it was in the power of the government to effect for the class amongst which he laboured. As I have shown, he did not believe in any positive good being effected save through individual contact, through faith, in a word, faith in the human helper, which might become a stepping stone through the chaotic misery towards faith in the Lord and in his Father. All that association could do as such was only, in his judgment, to remove obstructions from the way of individual growth and education, to put better conditions within reach, first of all to provide that the people should be able, if they would, to live decently. He had no notion of domestic inspection, or of offering prizes for cleanliness and order. He knew that misery and wretchedness are the right and best condition of those who live, so that misery and wretchedness are the natural consequences of their life. But there ought always to be the possibility of emerging from these, and as things were over the whole country, for many who would if they could, it was impossible to breathe the fresh air, to be clean, to live like human beings. And he saw this difficulty ever on the increase, through the rapacity of the holders of small house property, and the utter wickedness of railway companies, who pulled down every house that stood in their way, and did nothing to provide room for those who were thus ejected, most probably from a wretched place, but only to be driven into a more wretched still. To provide suitable dwellings for the poor, he considered the most pressing of all necessary reforms. His own fortune was not sufficient for doing much in this way, but he set about doing what he could by purchasing houses in which the poor lived, and putting them into the hands of persons whom he could trust, and who were immediately responsible to him for their proceedings. They had to make them fit for human abodes, and let them to those who desired better accommodation, giving the preference to those already tenants so long as they paid their reasonable rent, which he considered far more necessary for them to do than for him to have done. One day he met by appointment the owner of a small block, of which he contemplated the purchase. They were in a dreadfully dilapidated condition, a shame that belonged more to the owner than the inhabitants. The man wanted to sell the houses, or at least was willing to sell them, but put an exorbitant price upon them. Falconer expostulated. "I know the whole of the rent that these houses could bring you in," he said, "without making any deduction for vacancies and defalcations. What you ask is twice as much as they would fetch if the full rent were certain." The poor wretch looked up at him with the leer of a ghoul. He was dressed like a broken-down clergyman, in rusty black, with a neckcloth of whitey brown. "I admit it," he said, in good English and a rather educated tone. "Your arguments are indisputable. I confess besides that so far short does the yield come of the amount on paper that it would pay me to give them away. But it's the funerals, sir, that make it worth my while. I'm an undertaker, as you may judge from my costume. I count back rent in the burying. People may cheat their landlord, but they can't cheat the undertaker. They must be buried. That's the one indispensable, ain't it, sir?' Falconer had let him run on that he might have the measure of him. Now he was prepared with his reply. 'You've told me your profession,' he said. 'I'll tell you mine. I am a lawyer. If you don't let me have the houses for 500, which is the full market value, I'll prosecute you. I'll take a good penny from the profits of your coffins to put those houses in a state to satisfy the inspector.' The wretched creature was struck dumb. Falconer resumed. 'You're the sort of man that ought to be kept to your pound of filthy flesh. I know what I say, and I'll do it. The law costs me nothing. You won't find it so.' The undertaker sold the houses, and no longer in that quarter killed the people he wanted to bury. I give this as a specimen of the kind of thing Falconer did, but he took none of the business part in his own hands, on the same principle on which Paul the Apostle said it was unmeet for him to leave the preaching of the word in order to serve tables. Not that the thing was beneath him, but that it was not his work so long as he could be doing more important service still. De Fleury was one of his chief supports. The whole nature of the man mellowed under the son of Falconer and over the work that Falconer gave him to do. His daughter recovered and devoted herself to the same labour that had rescued her. Miss St. John was her superior. By degrees, without any laws or regulations, a little company was gathered, not of ladies and gentlemen, but of men and women, who aided each other, and without once meeting as a whole, laboured not the less as one body in the work of the Lord, bound in one by bonds that had nothing to do with cobweb committee meetings or public dinners, chairmen or wine-flushed subscriptions. They worked like the leaven of which the Lord spoke. But De Fleury, like almost every one in the community, I believe, had his own private schemes subserving the general good. He knew the best men of his own class and his own trade, and with them his superior intellectual gifts gave him influence. To them he told the story of Falconer's behaviour to him, of Falconer's own need, and of his hungry-hearted search. An enthusiasm of help seized upon the men. To aid your superior is such a rousing gladness. Was anything of this in St. Paul's mind when he spoke of our being fellow workers with God? I only put the question. Each one of these had his own trustworthy acquaintances, or neighbours rather, for like finds out like all the world through as well as over, and to them he told the story of Falconer and his father, so that in the region of London it became known that the man who loved the poor was himself needy, and looked to the poor for their help. Without them he could not be made perfect. Some of my readers may be inclined to say that it was dishonourable in Falconer to have occasioned the publishing of his father's disgrace. Such may recall to their minds that concealment is no law of the universe. That, on the contrary, the Lord of the universe said once, "There is nothing covered that shall not be revealed." Was the disgrace of Andrew Falconer greater because 1,000 men knew it, instead of 40 who could not help knowing it? Hope lies in light and knowledge. Andrew would be none the worse that honest men knew of his vice. They would be the first to honour him if he should overcome it. If he would not, the disgrace was just, and would fall upon his son only in sorrow, not in dishonour. The grace of God, the making of humanity by his beautiful hand, no heart, is such that disgrace clings to no man after repentance, any more than the feet defiled with the mud of the world come yet defiled from the bath. Even the things that proceed out of the man and do terribly defile him can be cast off like the pollution of the leper by a grace that goes deeper than they. And the man who says, "I have sinned, I will sin no more," is even by the voice of his brothers crowned as a conqueror, and by their hearts loved as one who has suffered and overcome. Blessing on the God-born human heart, let the hounds of God, not of Satan, loose upon sin. God only can rule the dogs of the devil. Let them hunt it to the earth. Let them drag forth the demoniac to the feet of the man who loved the people, while he let the devil take their swine. And do not talk about disgrace from a thing being known, when the disgrace is that the thing should exist. One night I was returning home from some poor attempts of my own. I had now become a pupil of Falconer for a considerable time, but having my own livelihood to make, I could not do so much as I would. It was late, nearly 12 o'clock, as I passed through the region of 7 Dials. Here and there stood 3 or 4 brutal-looking men, and now and then a squalid woman with a starving baby in her arms, in the light of the gin shops. The babies were the saddest to see, nursery plants already in training for the places these men and women now held. Then to fill a pauper's grave, or perhaps a perpetual cell, say rather for the awful spaces of silence where the railway director can no longer be guilty of a worse sin than housebreaking, and his miserable brother will have no need of the shelter of which he deprived him. Now and then a flaunting woman wavered past, a nightshade, as our old dramatist would have called her. I could hardly keep down an evil disgust that would have conquered my pity, when a scanty white dress would stop beneath a lamp, and the gay dirty bonnet, turning round, reveal a painted face, from which shone little more than an animal intelligence, not brightened by the gin she had been drinking. Vague noises of strife and of drunken wrath flitted around me as I passed an alley, or an opening door let out its evil secret. Once I thought I heard the dull thud of a blow on the head. The noisome vapours were fit for any of Swedenborg's hells. There were few sounds, but the very quiet seemed infernal. The night was hot and sultry. A skinned cat, possibly still alive, fell on the street before me. Under one of the gas lamps lay something long. It was a tress of dark hair, torn perhaps from some woman's head. She had beautiful hair at least. Once I heard the cry of murder, but where, in that chaos of humanity, right or left, before or behind me, I could not even guess. Home to such regions, from gorgeous stage scenery and dresses, from splendid mirror-beladen casinos, from singing halls, and places of private and prolonged revelry, trail the daughters of men at all hours from midnight till morning. Next day they drink hell-fire that they may forget. Sleep brings an hour or two of oblivion, hardly of peace, but they must wake, worn and miserable, and the waking brings no hope. Their only known help lies in the gin shop. What can be done with them? But the secrets God keeps must be as good as those he tells. But no sights of the night ever affected me so much as walking through this same St. Giles on a summer Sunday morning, when church-goers were in church. Oh, the faces that creep out into the sunshine then, and haunt their doors! Some of them but skins drawn over skulls, living death's heads, grotesque in their hideousness. I was not very far from Falconer's abode. My mind was oppressed with sad thoughts and a sense of helplessness. I began to wonder what Falconer might at that moment be about. I had not seen him for a long time, a whole fortnight. He might be at home. I would go and see, and if there were light in his windows I would ring his bell. I went. There was light in his windows. He opened the door himself and welcomed me. I went up with him, and we began to talk. I told him of my sad thoughts and my feelings of helplessness. "He that believeth shall not make haste," he said. "There is plenty of time. You must not imagine that the result depends on you, or that a single human soul can be lost because you may fail. The question, as far as you are concerned, is, whether you are to be honoured in having a hand in the work that God is doing, and will do, whether you help him or not. Some will be honoured. Shall it be me? And this honour gained excludes no one. There is work, and there is bread in his house enough, and to spare. It shows no faith in God to make frantic efforts or frantic lamentations. Besides, we ought to teach ourselves to see, as much as we may, the good that is in the condition of the poor." "Teach me to see that, then," I said. "Show me something." "The best thing is their kindness to each other. There is an absolute divinity in their self-denial for those who are poorer than themselves. I know one man and woman, married people, who pawned their very furniture and wearing apparel to procure cod liver oil for a girl dying in consumption. She was not even a relative, only an acquaintance of former years. They had found her destitute, and taken her to their own poor home. There are fathers and mothers who will work hard all the morning, and when dinner time comes don't want any, that there may be enough for their children, or half enough, more likely. Children will take the bread out of their own mouths to put in that of their sick brother, or to stick in the fist of baby crying for a crust, giving only a queer little helpless grin, half of hungry sympathy, half of pleasure, as they see it disappear. The marvel to me is that the children turn out so well as they do, but that applies to the children in all ranks of life. Have you ever watched a group of poor children, half a dozen of them, with babies in their arms? I have, a little, and have seen such a strange mixture of carelessness and devotion. Yes, I was once stopped in the street by a child of 10, with face absolutely swollen with weeping, asking me to go and see baby, who was very ill. She had dropped him 4 times that morning, but had no idea that could have done him any harm. The carelessness is ignorance. Their form of it is not half so shocking as that of the mother who will tremble at the slightest sign of suffering in her child, but will hear him lie against his brother without the smallest discomfort. We shall all find, I fear, some day, that we have differed from each other, where we have done best, only in mode, perhaps not even in degree. A grinding tradesman takes advantage of the over-supply of labour to get his work done at starvation prices. I owe him love, and have never thought of paying my debt except in boundless indignation. I wish I had your faith and courage, Mr. Falconer, I said. You are in a fair way of having far more, he returned. You are not so old as I am, by a long way, but I fear you are getting out of spirits. Is tomorrow a hard day with you? I have next to nothing to do tomorrow. Then will you come to me in the evening? We will go out together. Of course I was only too glad to accept the proposal. It was a blowing moonlit night. The gas-lights flickered and wavered in the gusts of wind. It was cold, very cold for the season. Even Falconer buttoned his coat over his chest. He got a few paces in advance of me sometimes, when I saw him towering black and tall and somewhat gaunt, like a walking shadow. The wind increased in violence. It was a northeaster, laden with dust and a sense of frozen Siberian steppes. We had to stoop and head it at the corners of streets. Not many people were out, and those who were seemed to be hurrying home. A few little provision shops and a few inferior butchers' stalls were still open. Their great jets of gas, which looked as if they must poison the meat, were flaming fierce and horizontal, roaring like fiery flags, and anon dying into a blue hiss. Discordant singing, more like the howling of wild beasts, came from the corner houses, which blazed like the gates of hell. Their doors were ever on the swing, and the hot odours of death rushed out, and the cold blast of life rushed in. We paused a little before one of them. Over the door upon the sign was in very deed the name Death. There were ragged women within, who took their half-dead babies from their bare, cold, cheerless bosoms, and gave them of the poison of which they themselves drank renewed despair in the name of comfort. They say that most of the gin consumed in London is drunk by women, and the little clay-coloured baby faces make a grimace or two, and sank to sleep on thin tawny breasts of the mothers, who, having gathered courage from the essence of despair, faced the scowling night once more, and with bare necks and hopeless hearts went, whither? Where do they all go when the gin hells close their yawning jaws? Where do they lie down at night? They vanish like unlawfully risen corpses in the graves of cellars and garrets, in the charnel vaults of pestiferously crowded lodging-houses, in the prisons of police stations, under dry arches, within boardings, or they make vain attempts to rest the night out upon doorsteps or curbstones. All their life long man denies them the one right in the soil which yet is so much theirs, that once that life is over he can no longer deny it, the right of room to lie down. Space itself is not allowed to be theirs by any right of existence. The voice of the night guardian commanding them to move on is as the howling of a death hound hunting them out of the air into their graves. In St. James's we came upon a group around the gates of a great house. Visitors were coming and going, and it was a show to be had for nothing by those who had nothing to pay. Oh, the children, with clothes too ragged to hold pockets for their chilled hands, that stared at the childless duchess descending from her lordly carriage. Oh, the wan faces, once lovely as theirs, it may be, that gazed meagre and pinched and hungry on the young maidens in rose-colour and blue, tripping lightly through the avenue of their eager eyes, not yet too envious of unattainable felicity to gaze with admiring sympathy on those who seemed to them the angels, the goddesses of their kind. O God, I thought, but dared not speak, and thou couldst make all these girls so lovely. Thou couldst give them all the gracious garments of rose and blue and white if thou wouldst. Why should these not be like those? They are hungry even, and wan and torn. These too are thy children. There is wealth enough in thy mines and in thy green fields, room enough in thy starry spaces, O God. But a voice, the echo of Falconer's teaching, awoke in my heart, because I would have these more blessed than those, and those more blessed with them, for they are all my children. By the Mall we came into Whitehall, and so to Westminster Bridge. Falconer had changed his mind and would cross at once. The present bridge was not then finished, and the old bridge alongside of it was still in use for pedestrians. We went upon it to reach the other side. Its centre rose high above the other, for the line of the new bridge ran like a cord across the arc of the old. Through chance gaps in the boarding between, we looked down on the new portion, which was as yet used by carriages alone. The moon had, throughout the evening, alternately shone in brilliance from amidst a lake of blue sky, and been overwhelmed in billowy heaps of wind-tormented clouds. As we stood on the apex of the bridge, looking at the night, the dark river, and the mass of human effort about us, the clouds gathered and closed and tumbled upon her in crowded layers. The wind howled through the arches beneath, swept along the boarded fences, and whistled in their holes. The gaslights blew hither and thither, and were perplexed to live at all. We were standing at a spot where some shorter pieces had been used in the boarding, and although I could not see over them, Falconer, whose head rose more than half a foot above mine, was looking on the other bridge below. Suddenly he grasped the top with his great hands, and his huge frame was over it in an instant. I was on the top of the boarding the same moment, and saw him prostrate some 12 feet below. He was up the next instant, and running with huge paces diagonally towards the Surrey side. He had seen the figure of a woman come flying along from the Westminster side, without bonnet or shawl. When she came under the spot where we stood, she had turned across at an obtuse angle towards the other side of the bridge, and Falconer, convinced that she meant to throw herself into the river, went over as I have related. She had all but scrambled over the fence, for there was no parapet yet, by the help of the great beam that ran along to support it, when he caught her by her garments. So poor and thin were those garments, that if she had not been poor and thin too, she would have dropped from them into the darkness below. He took her in his arms, lifted her down upon the bridge, and stood as if protecting her from a pursuing death. I had managed to find an easier mode of descent, and now stood a little way from them. Poor girl, he said as if to himself. Was this the only way left? Then he spoke tenderly to her. What he said I could not hear, I only heard the tone. "Oh, sir," she cried in piteous entreaty, "do not let me go. Why should a wretched creature like me be forced to live? It's no good to you, sir. Do let me go." "Come here," he said, drawing her close to the fence. "Stand up again on the beam. Look down." She obeyed in a kind of mechanical way, but as he talked, and she kept looking down on the dark mystery beneath, flowing past, with every now and then a dull vengeful glitter, continuous, forceful, slow, he felt her shudder in his still clasping arm. "Look," he said, "how it crawls along, black and slimy. How silent and yet how fierce! Is that a nice place to go to down there? Would there be any rest there, do you think? Tumbled about among filth and creeping things and slugs that feed on the dead, among drowned women like yourself drifting by, and murdered men and strangled babies? Is that the door by which you would like to go out of the world? It's no worse, she faltered. Not so bad as what I should leave behind. If this were the only way out of it, I would not keep you from it. I would say, poor thing, there is no help. She must go. But there is another way. There is no other way, sir, if you knew all, she said. Tell me, then. I cannot, I dare not. Please, I would rather go. She looked, from the mere glimpses I could get of her, somewhere about 25, making due allowance for the wear of suffering so evident even in those glimpses. I think she might have been beautiful if the waste of her history could have been restored. That she had at least some advantages of education was evident from both her tone and her speech. But oh, the wild eyes and the tortured lips, drawn back from the teeth with an agony of hopelessness, as she struggled anew, perhaps mistrusting them, to escape from the great arms that held her. But the river cannot drown you, Falconer said. It can only stop your breath. It cannot stop your thinking. You will go on thinking, thinking all the same. Drowning people remember in a moment all their past lives. All their evil deeds come up before them as if they were doing them all over again. So they plunge back into the past and all its misery. While their bodies are drowning, their souls are coming more and more awake. That is dreadful, she murmured, with her great eyes fixed on his and growing steadier in their regard. She had ceased to struggle, so he had slackened his hold on her, and she was leaning back against the fence. And then, he went on, what if, instead of closing your eyes as you expected and going to sleep, and forgetting everything, you should find them come open all at once in the midst of a multitude of eyes, all round about you, all looking at you, all thinking about you, all judging you? What if you should hear, not a tumult of voices and noises from which you could hope to hide, but a solemn company talking about you, every word clear and plain, piercing your heart with what you could not deny, and you standing naked and shivering in the midst of them? It is too dreadful, she cried, making a movement as if the very horror of the idea had a fascination to draw her towards the realization of it. But, she added, yielding to Falconer's renewed grasp, they wouldn't be so hard upon me there. They would not be so cruel as men are here. Surely not, but all men are not cruel. I am not cruel, he added, forgetting himself for a moment, and caressing with his huge hand the wild pale face that glimmered upon him as it were out of the infinite night, all but swallowed up in it. She drew herself back, and Falconer, instantly removing his hand, said, Look in my face, child, and see whether you cannot trust me. As he uttered the words, he took off his hat, and stood bareheaded in the moon, which now broke out clear from the clouds. She did look at him. His hair blew about his face. He turned it towards the wind and the moon, and away from her, that she might be undisturbed in her scrutiny. But how she judged of him I cannot tell, for the next moment he called out in a tone of repressed excitement, Gordon, Gordon, look there, above your head, on the other bridge. I looked and saw a grey head peering over the same gap through which Falconer had looked a few minutes before. I knew something of his personal quest by this time, and concluded at once that he thought it was, or might be, his father. I cannot leave the poor thing, I dare not, he said. I understood him, and darted off at full speed for the Surrey end of the bridge. What made me choose that end I do not know, but I was right. I had some reason to fear that I might be stopped when I reached it, as I had no business to be upon the new bridge. I therefore managed, where the upper bridge sank again towards a level with the lower, to scramble back upon it. As I did so, the tall grey-headed man passed me with an uncertain step. I did not see his face. I followed him a few yards behind. He seemed to hear and dislike the sound of my footsteps, for he quickened his pace. I let him increase the distance between us, but followed him still. He turned down the river. I followed. He began to double. I doubled after him. Not a turn could he get before me. He crossed all the main roads leading to the bridges till he came to the last, when he turned toward London Bridge. At the other end he went down the stairs into Thames Street, and held eastward still. It was not difficult to keep up with him, for his stride, though long, was slow. He never looked round, and I never saw his face, but I could not help fancying that his back, and his gait, and his carriage, were very like Falconer's. We were now in a quarter of which I knew nothing, but as far as I can guess from after knowledge, it was one of the worst districts in London, lying to the east of Spital Square. It was late, and there were not many people about. As I passed the court, I was accosted thus: "Ain't you got a glass of ale for a poor cove, governor?" "I have no coppers," I said hastily. "I am in a hurry besides," I said, as I walked on. "Come, come," he said, getting up with me in a moment. "That ain't a civil answer to give a cove after his lush. That ain't got a blessed mag." As he spoke, he laid his hand rather heavily on my arm. He was a lumpy-looking individual, like a groom who had been discharged from stealing his horse's provender, and had not quite worn out the clothes he had brought with him. From the opposite side at the same moment another man appeared, low in stature, pale, and marked with the smallpox. He advanced upon me at right angles. I shook off the hand of the first, and I confess would have taken to my heels, for more reasons than one, but almost before I was clear of him, the other came against me, and shoved me into one of the low-browed entries which abounded. I was so eager to follow my chase that I acted foolishly throughout. I ought to have emptied my pockets at once, but I was unwilling to lose a watch, which was an old family piece, and of value besides. "Come, come, I don't carry a barrel of ale in my pocket," I said, thinking to keep them in good humour. "I know better now. Some of these roughs will take all you have in the most good-humoured way in the world, bandying chaff with you all the time. I had got amongst another set, however." "Leastways you've got as good," said a third, approaching from the court, as villainous looking a fellow as I have ever seen. "This is hardly the right way to ask for it," I said, looking out for a chance of bolting, but putting my hand in my pocket at the same time. I confess again I acted very stupidly throughout the whole affair, but it was my first experience. "It's a way we've got down here, anyhow," said the third, with a brutal laugh. "Look out, Savoury Sam," he added to one of them. "Now I don't want to hurt you," struck in the first, coming nearer, "but if you give tongue, I'll make cold meat of you, and gouge your pockets at my leisure, before ever a blueskin can turn the corner." Two or three more came sliding up with their hands in their pockets. "What have you got there, Slicer?" said one of them, addressing the third, who looked like a ticket of leave man. "We've caught the pig-headed counter-jumper here, that didn't know Jim there from a man-trap, and went by him as if he'd been a bulldog on a long chain. He wants to fight Cocum, but he won't trouble him. We'll help ourselves. Shell out now." As he spoke, he made a snatch at my watch chain. I forgot myself and hit him. The same moment I received a blow on the head, and felt the blood running down my face. I did not quite lose my senses, though, for I remember seeing yet another man, a tall fellow, coming out of the gloom of the court. How it came into my mind I do not know, and what I said I do not remember, but I must have mentioned Falconer's name somehow. The man they called Slicer said, "Who's he? Don't know the—" Words followed which I cannot write. "What? You devil's gossoon," returned an Irish voice I had not heard before. "You don't know Long Bob. You're gone off." All that past I heard distinctly, but I was in a half faint, I suppose, for I could no longer see. "Now what the devil in a dice box do you mean?" said Slicer, possessing himself of my watch. "Who is the blasted cove? Not that I care a flash of damnation. A man as'll knock you down if he thinks you want it, or give you a half-crown if he thinks you want it. All's one to him, only he'll have the choosing which." What's the hell's that to me? Look spry. He mustn't lie there all night. It's too near the ken. Come along, you Scotch haddock. I was aware of a kick in the side as he spoke. I tell you what it is, Slicer, said one whose voice I had not yet heard. If so be this gentleman a friend of Long Bob, you just let him alone, I say. I opened my eye now and saw before me a tall, rather slender man in a big loose dress coat, to whom Slicer had turned with the words, "You say? Ha ha! Well, I say, there's my Scotch haddock. Who'll touch him?" "I'll take him home," said the tall man, advancing towards me. I made an attempt to rise, but I grew deadly ill, fell back, and remember nothing more. When I came to myself, I was lying on a bed in a miserable place. A middle-aged woman of degraded countenance, but kindly eyes, was putting something to my mouth with a teaspoon. I knew it by the smell to be gin, but I could not yet move. They began to talk about me, and I lay and listened. Indeed, while I listened, I lost for a time all inclination to get up. I was so much interested in what I heard. "He's coming to hisself," said the woman. "He'll be all right by and by. I wonder what brings the likes of him into the likes of this place. It must look a kind of hell to them gentlefolks, though we manage to live and die in it." "I suppose," said another, "he's come on some of Mr. Falconer's business. That's why Jobs took him in charge. They say he was after somebody or other, they think." "No friend of Mr. Falconer's would be after another for any mischief," said my hostess. "But who is this Mr. Falconer? Is Long Bob and he both the same alias?" asked a third. "Why, Bessie, ain't you no better than the cursed Slicer, who ought to have been hung up to dry this many a year? But to be sure you ain't been long in our quarter. Why, every child hereabouts knows Mr. Falconer. Ask Bobby there." "Who's Mr. Falconer, Bobby?" A child's voice made reply. "A man with a long, long beard, that goes about, and sometimes grows tired and sits on a doorstep. I see him once. But he ain't Mr. Falconer, nor Long Bob neither," added Bobby in a mysterious tone. "I know who he is." "What do you mean, Bobby? Who is he, then?" The child answered very slowly and solemnly. "He's Jesus Christ." The woman burst into a rude laugh. "Well," said Bobby in an offended tone, "Slicer's own Tom says so, and Polly too. We all say so. He allus pats me on the head and gives me a penny." Here Bobby began to cry, bitterly offended at the way Bessie had received his information, after considering him sufficiently important to have his opinion asked. "True enough," said his mother. "I see him once a-sitting on a doorstep, looking straight afore him, and worn out like, and a lot of them childer standing all about him and staring at him as mum as mice for fear of disturbing of him. When I come near, he got up with a smile on his face, and give each of 'em a penny all round, and walked away. Some do say he's a bit crazed like, but I never saw no sign of that, and if any one ought to know, that one's Job's Mary. And you may believe me when I tell you that he was here night and morning for a week, and after that off and on, when we was all down in the cholera. Ne'er a one of us would have come through but for him." I made an attempt to rise. The woman came to my bedside. "How does the gentleman feel hisself now?" she asked kindly. "Better, thank you," I said. "I am ashamed of lying like this, but I feel very queer." "And it's no wonder, when that devil Slicer gave you one of his even down blows on the top of your head. Nobody knows what he carry in his sleeve that he do it with, only you've got off well, young man, and that I tell you, with a decent cut like that. Only don't you go trying to get up now. Don't be in a hurry till your blood comes back like." I lay still again for a little. When I lifted my hand to my head, I found it was bandaged up. I tried again to rise. The woman went to the door and called out, "Job, the gentleman's feeling better. He'll soon be able to move, I think. What will you do with him now?" I'll go and get a cab, said Job, and I heard him go down a stair. I raised myself and got on the floor, but found I could not stand. By the time the cab arrived, however, I was able to crawl to it. When Job came, I saw the same tall, thin man in the long dress coat. His head was bound up, too. I'm sorry to see you two have been hurt, for my sake, of course, I said. Is it a bad blow? Oh, it ain't o'er much. I got in with a smeller afore he came right down with his slogger. But I say, I hope as how you are a friend of Mr. Falconer's, for you see we can't afford the likes of this in this quarter for every chance that falls in Slicer's way. Gentleman has no business here. On the contrary, I mean to come again soon to thank you all for being so good to me. Well, when you comes next, you'd better come with him, you know. You mean with Mr. Falconer? Yes, who else? But are you able to go now? For the sooner you're out of this, the better. Quite able. Just give me your arm. He offered it kindly, taking a grateful farewell of my hostess. I put my hand in my pocket, but there was nothing there. Job led me to the mouth of the court, where a cab, evidently of a sort with the neighbourhood, was waiting for us. I got in. Job was shutting the door. Come along with me, Job, I said. I'm going straight to Mr. Falconer's. He will like to see you, especially after your kindness to me. Well, I don't mind if I do look arter you a little longer, for, to tell the truth, said Job, as he opened the door and got in beside me, I don't o'er and above like the look of the horse. It's no use trying to rob me over again, I said, but he gave no reply. He only shouted to the cabman to drive to John Street, telling him the number. I can scarcely recall anything more till we reached Falconer's chambers. Job got out and rang the bell. Mrs. Aston came down. Her master was not come home. Tell Mr. Falconer, I said, that I'm all right, only I couldn't make anything of it. Tell him, growled Job, that he's got his head broken and won't be out of bed tomorrow. That's the way with them fine bred ones. They lies abed when the likes of me must go out what they calls a custamongering, broken head and all. You shall stay at home for a week if you like, Job. That is, if I've got enough to give you a week's earnings. I'm not sure, though, till I look, for I'm not a rich man any more than yourself. Rubbish, said Job as he got in again. I was only flummoxing the old un. Bless your heart, sir, I wouldn't stay in, not for nothink, not for a bit of a pat on the crown, nohow. Home ain't none so nice a place to go snoozing in, nohow. Where do you go to, governor? I told him. When I got out and was opening the door, leaning on his arm, I said I was very glad they hadn't taken my keys. Slicer nor Savoury Sam neither's none the better of you, and I hopes you're not much the worse for them, said Job, as he put into my hands my purse and watch. Count it, governor, and see if it's all right. Them pusses is manufactured express for the convenience of the fakers. Take my advice, sir, and keep a yellow sovereign in your coat-tails, a flat half-crown in your waistcoat, and your pence in your breeches. You won't lose much nohow then. Good night, sir, and I wish you better. But I must give you something for plaster, I said. You'll take a yellow sovereign at least. We'll talk about that another day, said Job, and with a second still heartier good night he left me. I managed to crawl up to my room, and fell on my bed once more fainting. But I soon recovered sufficiently to undress and get into it. I was feverish all night and next day, but towards evening began to recover. I kept expecting Falconer to come and inquire after me, but he never came. Nor did he appear the next day or the next, and I began to be very uneasy about him. The fourth day I sent for a cab and drove to John Street. He was at home, but Mrs. Ashton, instead of showing me into his room, led me into her kitchen and left me there. A minute after, Falconer came to me. The instant I saw him I understood it all. I read it in his face. He had found his father. End Chapter 11. Book 3, Chapter 12 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 12. Andrew at last. Having at length persuaded the woman to go with him, Falconer made her take his arm and led her off the bridge. In Parliament Street he was looking about for a cab as they walked on, when a man he did not know stopped, touched his hat, and addressed him. "I'm thinking, sir, you'll be sore wanted at home the night. It would be better to go on at once, and let the poor folk look after themselves for a night." "I'm sorry I did not ken ye, man. Do ye ken me?" "Fine that, Mr. Falconer. There's money on knows you, and praises God." "God be praised," returned Falconer. "Why am I wanted at home?" "'Deed I would rather not say, sir. Hey!" This last exclamation was addressed to a cab just disappearing down King Street from Whitehall. The driver heard, turned, and in a moment more was by their side. "Ye had better go into her and away home, and leave the poor lassie to me. I'll take good care of her." She clung to Falconer's arm. The man opened the door of the cab. Falconer put her in, told the driver to go to Queen Square, and if he could not make haste, to stop the first cab that could, got in himself, thanked his unknown friend, who did not seem quite satisfied, and drove off. Happily Miss St. John was at home, and there was no delay. Neither was any explanation of more than 6 words necessary. He jumped again into the cab and drove home. Fortunately for his mood, though in fact it mattered little for any result, the horse was fresh, and both able and willing. When he entered John Street, he came to observe before reaching his own door that a good many men were about in little quiet groups, some 20 or so here and there. When he let himself in with his pass-key, there were 2 men in the entry. Without stopping to speak, he ran up to his own chambers. When he got into his sitting room, there stood De Fleury, who simply waved his hand towards the old sofa. On it lay an elderly man, with his eyes half open, and a look almost of idiocy upon his pale, puffed face, which was damp and shining. His breathing was laboured, but there was no further sign of suffering. He lay perfectly still. Falconer saw at once that he was under the influence of some narcotic, probably opium, and the same moment the all but conviction darted into his mind that Andrew Falconer, his grandmother's son, lay there before him. That he was his own father he had no feeling yet. He turned to De Fleury. "Thank you, friend," he said. "I shall find time to thank you." "Are we right?" asked De Fleury. "I don't know. I think so," answered Falconer, and without another word the man withdrew. His first mood was very strange. It seemed as if all the romance had suddenly deserted his life, and it lay bare and hopeless. He felt nothing. No tears rose to the brim of their bottomless wells, the only wells that have no bottom, for they go into the depths of the infinite soul. He sat down in his chair, stunned as to the heart and all the finer chords of his nature. The man on the horsehair sofa lay breathing. That was all. The grey hair about the pale, ill-shaven face glimmered like a cloud before him. What should he do or say when he awaked? How approach the far estranged soul? How ever send the cry of Father into that fog-filled world? Could he ever have climbed on those knees and kissed those lips, in the far-off days when the sun and the wind of that northern atmosphere made his childhood blessed beyond dreams? The actual, that is, the present phase of the ever-changing, looked the ideal in the face, and the mirror that held them both shook and quivered at the discord of the faces reflected. A kind of moral cold seemed to radiate from the object before him, and chill him to the very bones. This could not long be endured. He fled from the actual to the source of all the ideal, to that Saviour who, the infinite mediator, mediates between all hopes and all positions, between the most debased actual and the loftiest ideal, between the little scoffer of St. Giles's and his angel that ever beholds the face of the Father in heaven. He fell on his knees and spoke to God, saying that he had made this man, that the mark of his fingers was on the man's soul somewhere. He prayed to the making Spirit to bring the man to his right mind, to give him once more the heart of a child, to begin him yet again at the beginning. Then at last all the evil he had done and suffered would but swell his gratitude to him who had delivered him from himself and his own deeds. Having breathed this out before the God of his life, Falconer rose, strengthened to meet the honourable, debased soul when it should at length look forth from the dull, smeared windows of those ill-used eyes. He felt his pulse. There was no danger from the narcotic. The coma would pass away. Meantime he would get him to bed. When he began to undress him, a new reverence arose, which overcame all disgust at the state in which he found him. At length one sad little fact about his dress, revealing the poverty-stricken attempt of a man to preserve the shadow of decency, called back the waters of the far-ebbed ocean of his feelings. At the prick of a pin, the heart's blood will flow. At the sight of a pin it was, Robert burst into tears and wept like a child. The deadly cold was banished from his heart, and he not only loved, but knew that he loved, felt the love that was there. Everything then about the worn body and shabby garments of the man smote upon the heart of his son, and through his very poverty he was sacred in his eyes. The human heart awakened the filial, reversing thus the ordinary process of nature, who by means of the filial, when her plans are unbroken, awakes the human. And he reproached himself bitterly for his hardness, as he now judged his late mental condition, unfairly, I think. He soon had him safe in bed, unconscious of the helping hands that had been busy about him in the heedless sleep, unconscious of the radiant planet of love that had been folding him round in its atmosphere of affection. But while he thus ministered, a new question arose in his mind, to meet with its own new God-given answer. What if this should not be the man after all? If this love had been spent in mistake, and did not belong to him at all? The answer was, that he was a man. The love Robert had given he could not, would not withdraw. The man who had been for a moment as his father he could not cease to regard with devotion. At least he was a man with a divine soul. He might at least be somebody's father. Where love had found a moment's rest for the sole of its foot, there it must build its nest. When he got him safe in bed, he sat down beside him to think what he would do next. His sleep gave him very needful leisure to think. He could determine nothing, not even how to find out if he was indeed his father. If he approached the subject without guile, the man might be fearful and cunning, might have reasons for being so, and for striving to conceal the truth. But this was the first thing to make sure of, because, if it was he, all the hold he had upon him lay in his knowing it for certain. He could not think. He had had little sleep the night before. He must not sleep this night. He dragged his bath into his sitting room, and refreshed his faculties with plenty of cold water, then lighted his pipe and went on thinking, not without prayer to that power whose candle is the understanding of man. All at once he saw how to begin. He went again into the chamber, and looked at the man, and handled him, and knew by his art that a waking of some sort was nigh. Then he went to a corner of his sitting room, and from beneath the table drew out a long box, and from the box lifted Dubal Sandy's old wife, tuned the somewhat neglected strings, and laid the instrument on the table. When, keeping constant watch over the sleeping man, he judged at length that his soul had come near enough to the surface of the ocean of sleep to communicate with the outer world through that bubble, his body, which had floated upon its waves all the night unconscious, he put his chair just outside the chamber door, which opened from his sitting room, and began to play gently, softly, far away. For a while he extemporized only, thinking of Rothieden, and the grandmother, and the bleach green, and the hills, and the waste old factory, and his mother's portrait and letters. As he dreamed on, his dream got louder, and, he hoped, was waking a more and more vivid dream in the mind of the sleeper. For who can tell, thought Falconer, what mysterious sympathies of blood and childhood experience there may be between me and that man? Such, it may be, that my utterance on the violin will wake in his soul the very visions of which my soul is full while I play, each with its own nebulous atmosphere of dream light around it. For music wakes its own feeling, and feeling wakes thought, or rather, when perfected, blossoms into thought. Thought radiant of music, as those lilies that shine phosphorescent in the July nights. He played more and more forcefully, growing in hope. But he had been led astray in some measure by the fullness of his expectation. Strange to tell, doctor as he was, he had forgotten one important factor in his calculation: how the man would awake from his artificial sleep. He had not reckoned of how the limbeck of his brain would be left discoloured with vile deposit, when the fumes of the narcotic should have settled and given up its central spaces to the faintness of desertion. Robert was very keen of hearing. Indeed, he possessed all his senses keener than any other man I have known. He heard him toss on his bed. Then he broke into a growl, and damned the miauling, which, he said, the strings could never have learned anywhere but in a cat's belly. But Robert was used to bad language, and there are some bad things which, seeing that there they are, it is of the greatest consequence to get used to. It gave him, no doubt, a pang of disappointment to hear such an echo to his music from the soul which he had hoped especially fitted to respond in harmonious unison with the wail of his violin. But not for even this moment did he lose his presence of mind. He instantly moderated the tone of the instrument, and gradually drew the sound away once more into the distance of hearing. But he did not therefore let it die. Through various changes it floated in the thin ether of the soul, changes delicate as when the wind leaves the harp of the reeds by a river's brink, and falls a-ringing at the heather bells, or playing with the dry silvery pods of honesty that hang in the poor man's garden, till at length it drew near once more, bearing on its wings the wail of red Flodden, the flowers of the forest. Listening through the melody for sounds of a far different kind, Robert was aware that those sounds had ceased. The growling was still. He heard no more turnings to and fro. How it was operating he could not tell, further than that there must be some measure of soothing in its influence. He ceased quite, and listened again. For a few moments there was no sound. Then he heard the half-articulate murmuring of one whose organs had been all but overcome by the beneficent paralysis of sleep, but whose feeble will would compel them to utterance. He was nearly asleep again. Was it a fact or a fancy of Robert's eager heart? Did the man really say, "Play that again, father. It's bonny that. I like it, the flowers of the forest. Play away. I've had a frightsome dream. I thought I was in the ill place. I doot I'm no weel, but your fiddle eye did me good. Play away, father." All the night through, till the dawn of the grey morning, Falconer watched the sleeping man, all but certain that he was indeed his father. Eternities of thought passed through his mind as he watched, this time by the couch, as he hoped, of a new birth. He was about to see what could be done by one man, strengthened by all the aids that love and devotion could give, for the redemption of his fellow. As through the darkness of the night, and a sluggish fog to aid it, the light of a pure heaven made its slow, irresistible way, his hope grew that athwart the fog of an evil life, the darkness that might be felt, the light of the Spirit of God would yet penetrate the heart of the sinner, and shake the wickedness out of it. Deeper and yet deeper grew his compassion and his sympathy, in prospect of the tortures the man must go through before the will that he had sunk into a deeper sleep than any into which opium could sink his bodily being would shake off its deathly lethargy, and arise, torn with struggling pain, to behold the light of a new spiritual morning. All that he could do he was prepared to do, regardless of entreaty, regardless of torture, anger, and hate, with the inexorable justice of love, the law that will not, must not, dares not yield. Strong with an awful tenderness, a wisdom that cannot be turned aside to redeem the lost soul of his father. And he strengthened his heart for the conflict by saying that if he would do thus for his father, what would not God do for his child? Had he not proved already, if there was any truth in the grand story of the world's redemption, through that obedience unto the death, that his devotion was entire, and would leave nothing undone that could be done to lift this sheep out of the pit into whose darkness and filth he had fallen, out of the sweet Sabbath of the universe? He removed all his clothes, searched the pockets, found in them 1 poor shilling and a few coppers, a black cutty pipe, a box of snuff, a screw of pigtail, a knife with a buckhorn handle, and 1 broken blade, and a pawn ticket for a keyed flute, on the proceeds of which he was now sleeping. A sleep how dearly purchased, when he might have had it free, as the gift of God's gentle darkness. Then he destroyed the garments, committing them to the fire as the hoped farewell to the state of which they were the symbols and signs. He found himself perplexed, however, by the abeyance of some of the usual symptoms of the habit of opium, and concluded that his poor father was in the habit of using stimulants as well as narcotics, and that the action of the one interfered with the action of the other. He called his housekeeper. She did not know whom her master supposed his guest to be, and regarded him only as one of the many objects of his kindness. He told her to get some tea ready, as the patient would most likely wake with a headache. He instructed her to wait upon him as a matter of course, and explain nothing. He had resolved to pass for the doctor, as indeed he was, and he told her that if he should be at all troublesome, he would be with her at once. She must keep the room dark. He would have his own breakfast now, and if the patient remained quiet, would sleep on the sofa. He woke murmuring, and evidently suffered from headache and nausea. Mrs. Ashton took him some tea. He refused it with an oath, more of discomfort than of ill nature, and was too unwell to show any curiosity about the person who had offered it. Probably he was accustomed to so many changes of abode, and to so many bewilderments of the brain, that he did not care to inquire where he was or who waited upon him. But happily for the heart's desire of Falconer, the debauchery of his father had at length reached one of many crises. He had caught cold before De Fleury and his comrades found him. He was now ill, feverish and oppressed. Through the whole of the following week they nursed and waited upon him, without his asking a single question as to where he was or who they were, during all which time Falconer saw no one but De Fleury and the many poor fellows who called to inquire after him and the result of their supposed success. He never left the house, but either watched by the bedside or waited in the next room. Often would the patient get out of bed, driven by the longing for drink or for opium, gnawing him through all the hallucinations of delirium, but he was weak, and therefore manageable. If in any lucid moments he thought where he was, he no doubt supposed that he was in a hospital, and probably had sense enough to understand that it was of no use to attempt to get his own way there. He was soon much worn, and his limbs trembled greatly. It was absolutely necessary to give him stimulants, or he would have died, but Robert reduced them gradually as he recovered strength. But there was an infinite work to be done beyond even curing him of his evil habits. To keep him from strong drink and opium, even till the craving after them was gone, would be but the capturing of the merest outwork of the enemy's castle. He must be made such that, even if the longing should return with tenfold force, and all the means for its gratification should lie within the reach of his outstretched hand, he would not touch them. God only was able to do that for him. He would do all that he knew how to do, and God would not fail of his part. For this he had raised him up. To this he had called him. For this work he had educated him, made him a physician, given him money, time, the love and aid of his fellows, and beyond all a rich energy of hope and faith in his heart, emboldening him to attempt whatever his hand found to do. End chapter 12. Book 3, Chapter 13 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 13. Andrew Rebels. As Andrew Falconer grew better, the longing of his mind after former excitement and former oblivion roused and kept alive the longing of his body, until at length his thoughts dwelt upon nothing but his diseased cravings. His whole imagination, naturally not a feeble one, was concentrated on the delights in store for him as soon as he was well enough to be his own master, as he phrased it once more. He soon began to see that, if he was in a hospital, it must be a private one, and, at last, irresolute as he was, both from character and illness, made up his mind to demand his liberty. He sat by his bedroom fire one afternoon, for he needed much artificial warmth. The shades of evening were thickening the air. He had just had one of his frequent meals, and was gazing, as he often did, into the glowing coals. Robert had come in, and after a little talk was sitting silent at the opposite corner of the chimney-piece. "Doctor," said Andrew, seizing the opportunity, "you've been very kind to me, and I don't know how to thank you, but it is time I was going. I am quite well now. Would you kindly order the nurse to bring me my clothes tomorrow morning, and I will go." This he said with the quavering voice of one who speaks because he has made up his mind to speak. A certain something, I believe a vague, molluscous form of conscience, made him wriggle and shift uneasily upon his chair as he spoke. "No, no," said Robert, "you are not fit to go. Make yourself comfortable, my dear sir. There is no reason why you should go." "There is something I don't understand about it. I want to go." "It would ruin my character as a professional man to let a patient in your condition leave the house. The weather is unfavourable. I must not consent." "Where am I? I don't understand it. I want to understand it." "Your friends wish you to remain where you are for the present." "I have no friends." "You have one, at least, who puts his house here at your service." "There is something about it I don't like. Do you suppose I am incapable of taking care of myself?" "I do indeed," answered his son with firmness. "Then you are quite mistaken," said Andrew angrily. "I am quite well enough to go, and have a right to judge for myself. It is very kind of you, but I am in a free country, I believe." "No doubt. All honest men are free in this country, but—" He saw that his father winced, and said no more. Andrew resumed after a pause in which he had been rousing his feeble, drink-exhausted anger. "I tell you I will not be treated like a child. I demand my clothes and my liberty." "Do you know where you were found that night you were brought here?" "No. What has that to do with it? I was ill. You know that as well as I." "You are ill now because you were lying then on the wet ground under a railway arch, utterly incapable from the effects of opium or drink or both. You would have been taken to the police station, and would probably have been dead long before now, if you had not been brought here." He was silent for some time, then he broke out, "I tell you I will go. I do not choose to live on charity. I will not. I demand my clothes." "I tell you it is of no use. When you are well enough to go out, you shall go out, but not now." "Where am I? Who are you?" He looked at Robert with a keen, furtive glance, in which were mingled bewilderment and suspicion. "I am your best friend at present." He started up, fiercely and yet feebly, for a thought of terror had crossed him. "You do not mean I am in a madhouse?" Robert made no reply. He left him to suppose what he pleased. Andrew took it for granted that he was in a private asylum, sank back in his chair, and from that moment was quiet as a lamb. But it was easy to see that he was constantly contriving how to escape. This mental occupation, however, was excellent for his recovery, and Robert dropped no hint of his suspicion. Nor were many precautions necessary in consequence, for he never left the house without having De Fleury there, who was a man of determination, nerve, and now that he ate and drank, of considerable strength. As he grew better, the stimulants given him in the form of medicine at length ceased. In their place, Robert substituted other restoratives, which prevented him from missing the stimulants so much, and at length got his system into a tolerably healthy condition, though at his age, and after so long indulgence, it could hardly be expected ever to recover its tone. He did all he could to provide him with healthy amusement, played backgammon, draughts, and cribbage with him, brought him Sir Walter's and other novels to read, and often played on his violin, to which he listened with great delight. At times of depression, which of course were frequent, the flowers of the forest made the old man weep. Falconer put yet more soul into the sounds than he had ever put into them before. He tried to make the old man talk of his childhood, asking him about the place of his birth, the kind of country, how he had been brought up, his family, and many questions of the sort. His answers were vague and often contradictory. Indeed, the moment the subject was approached, he looked suspicious and cunning. He said his name was John Mackinnon, and Robert, although his belief was strengthened by 100 little circumstances, had as yet received no proof that he was Andrew Falconer. Remembering the pawn ticket, and finding that he could play on the flute, he brought him a beautiful instrument, in fact a silver one, the sight of which made the old man's eyes sparkle. He put it to his lips with trembling hands, blew a note or two, burst into the tears of weakness, and laid it down. But he soon took it up again, and evidently found both pleasure in the tones and sadness in the memories they awakened. At length Robert brought a tailor, and had him dressed like a gentleman, a change which pleased him much. The next step was to take him out every day for a drive, upon which his health began to improve more rapidly. He ate better, grew more lively, and began to tell tales of his adventures, of the truth of which Robert was not always certain, but never showed any doubt. He knew only too well that the use of opium is especially destructive to the conscience. Some of his stories he believed more readily than others, from the fact that he suddenly stopped in them, as if they were leading him into regions of confession which must be avoided, resuming with matter that did not well connect itself with what had gone before. At length he took him out walking, and he comported himself with perfect propriety. But one day, as they were going along a quiet street, Robert met an acquaintance and stopped to speak with him. After a few moments' chat, he turned and found that his father, whom he had supposed to be standing beside him, had vanished. A glance at the other side of the street showed the probable refuge, a public house. Filled but not overwhelmed with dismay, although he knew that months might be lost in this moment, Robert darted in. He was there with a glass of whiskey in his hand, trembling now more from eagerness than weakness. He struck it from his hold, but he had already swallowed one glass, and he turned in a rage. He was a tall and naturally powerful man, almost as strongly built as his son, with long arms like his, which were dangerous even yet in such a moment of factitious strength and real excitement. Robert could not lift his arm even to defend himself from his father, although he had judged it necessary. I believe he would not, in the cause of his redemption, have hesitated to knock him down, as he had often served others whom he would rather 1,000 times have borne on his shoulders. He received his father's blow on the cheek. For one moment it made him dizzy, for it was well delivered. But when the barkeeper jumped across the counter and approached with his fist doubled, that was another matter. He measured his length on the floor, and Falconer seized his father, who was making for the street, and notwithstanding his struggles and fierce efforts to strike again, held him secure, and himself scatheless, and bore him out of the house. A crowd gathers in a moment in London, speeding to a fray as the vultures to carrion. On the heels of the population of the neighbouring mews came 2 policemen, and at the same moment out came the barman to the assistance of Andrew. But Falconer was as well known to the police as if he had a ticket of leave, and a good deal better. "Well, call a 4-wheel cab," he said to one of them. "I'm all right." The man started at once. Falconer turned to the other. "Tell that man in the apron," he said, "that I'll make him all due reparation, but he oughtn't to be in such a hurry to meddle. He gave me no time but to strike hard." "Yes, sir," answered the policeman obediently. The crowd thought he must be a great man amongst the detectives, but the barkeeper vowed he would summons him for the assault. "You may if you like," said Falconer. "When I think of it, you shall do so. You know where I live," he said, turning to the policeman. "No, sir, I don't. I only know you well enough." "Put your hand in my coat pocket, then, and you'll find a card case. The other. There, help yourself." He said this with his arms around Andrews, who had ceased to cry out when he saw the police. "Do you want to give this gentleman in charge, sir?" "No. It's a little private affair of my own, this." "Hadn't you better let him go, sir, and we'll find him for you when you want him?" "No. He may give me in charge if he likes, or if you should want him, you will find him at my house." Then pinioning his prisoner still more tightly in his arms, he leaned forward and whispered in his ear, "Will you go home quietly, or give me in charge? There is no other way, Andrew Falconer." He ceased struggling. Through all the flush of the contest his face grew pale. His arms dropped by his side. Robert let him go, and he stood there without offering to move. The cab came up. The policeman got out. Andrews stepped in of his own accord, and Robert followed. "You see it's all right," he said. "Here, give the barman a sovereign. If he wants more, let me know. He deserved all he got, but I was wrong. John Street." His father did not speak a word or ask a question all the way home. Evidently he thought it safer to be silent. But the drink he had taken, though not enough to intoxicate him, was more than enough to bring back the old longing with redoubled force. He paced about the room the rest of the day like a wild beast in a cage, and in the middle of the night got up and dressed, and would have crept through the room in which Robert lay, in the hope of getting out. But Robert slept too anxiously for that. The captain did not make the slightest noise, but his very presence was enough to wake his son. He started at a bound from his couch, and his father retreated in dismay to his chamber. Chapter 13. Book 3, Chapter 14 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 14. The Brown Letter. At length the time arrived when Robert would make a further attempt, although with the fear and trembling, to quiet which he had to seek the higher aid. His father had recovered his attempt to rush anew upon destruction. He was gentler and more thoughtful, and would again sit for an hour at a time gazing into the fire. From the expression of his countenance upon such occasions, Robert hoped that his visions were not of the evil days, but of those of its innocence. One evening, when he was in one of these moods, he had just had his tea, the gas was lighted, and he was sitting as I have described. Robert began to play in the next room, hoping the music would sink into his heart, and do something to prepare the way for what was to follow. Just as he had played over the Flowers of the Forest for the third time, his housekeeper entered the room, and, receiving permission from her master, went through into Andrew's chamber and presented a packet, which she said, and said truly, for she was not in the secret, had been left for him. He received it with evident surprise, mingled with some consternation, looked at the address, looked at the seal, laid it on the table, and gazed again with troubled looks into the fire. He had had no correspondence for many years. Falconer had peeped in when the woman entered, but the moment she retired he could watch him no longer. He went on playing a slow, lingering voluntary, such as the wind plays, of an amber autumn evening on the Aeolian harp of its pines. He played so gently that he must hear if his father should speak. For what seemed hours, though it was but half an hour, he went on playing. At length he heard a stifled sob. He rose and peeped again into the room. The grey head was bowed between the hands, and the gaunt frame was shaken with sobs. On the table lay the portraits of himself and his wife, and the faded brown letter, so many years folded in silence and darkness, lay open beside them. He had known the seal, with the bush of rushes and the Gaelic motto. He had gently torn the paper from around it, and had read the letter from the grave. No, from the land beyond, to the land of light, where human love is glorified. Not then did Falconer read the sacred words of his mother, but afterwards his father put them into his hands. I will give them as nearly as I can remember them, for the letter is not in my possession. My beloved Andrew, I can hardly write, for I am at the point of death. I love you still, love you as dearly as before you left me. Will you ever see this? I will try to send it you. I will leave it behind me, that it may come into your hands when and how it may please God. You may be an old man before you read these words, and may have almost forgotten your young wife. Oh, if I could take your head on my bosom where it used to lie, and without saying a word, think all that I am thinking into your heart. Oh, my love, will you have had enough of the world and its ways by the time this reaches you? Or will you be dead, like me, when this is found, and the eyes of your son only, my darling little Robert, read the words? Oh, Andrew, Andrew, my heart is bleeding, not altogether for myself, not altogether for you, but both for you and for me. Shall I never, never be able to let out the sea of my love that swells till my heart is like to break with its longing after you, my own Andrew? Shall I never, never see you again? That is the terrible thought, the only thought almost that makes me shrink from dying. If I should go to sleep, as some think, and not even dream about you, as I dream and weep every night now, if I should only wake in the crowd of the resurrection, and not know where to find you, oh, Andrew, I feel as if I should lose my reason when I think that you may be on the left hand of the judge, and I can no longer say, my love, because you cannot any more love God. I will tell you the dream I had about you last night, which I think was what makes me write this letter. I was standing in a great crowd of people, and I saw the empty graves about us on every side. We were waiting for the great white throne to appear in the clouds. And as soon as I knew that, I cried, Andrew, Andrew, for I could not help it. And the people did not heed me, and I cried out and ran about everywhere, looking for you. At last I came to a great gulf. When I looked down into it, I could see nothing but a blue deep, like the blue of the sky under my feet. It was not so wide but that I could see across it, but it was, oh, so terribly deep. All at once, as I stood trembling on the very edge, I saw you on the other side, looking towards me, and stretching out your arms as if you wanted me. You were old and much changed, but I knew you at once, and I gave a cry that I thought all the universe must have heard. You heard me. I could see that, and I was in a terrible agony to get to you. But there was no way, for if I fell into the gulf I should go down forever, it was so deep. Something made me look away, and I saw a man coming quietly along the same side of the gulf, on the edge, towards me. And when he came nearer to me, I saw that he was dressed in a gown, down to his feet, and that his feet were bare and had a hole in each of them. So I knew who it was, Andrew, and I fell down and kissed his feet, and lifted up my hands, and I looked into his face. Oh, such a face! And I tried to pray. But all I could say was, Oh, Lord, Andrew, Andrew. Then he smiled and said, Daughter, be of good cheer. Do you want to go to him? And I said, Yes, Lord. Then he said, And so do I. Come. And he took my hand and led me over the edge of the precipice, and I was not afraid, and I did not sink, but walked upon the air to go to you. But when I got to you, it was too much to bear, and when I thought I had you in my arms at last, I awoke, crying as I never cried before, not even when I found that you had left me to die without you. Oh, Andrew, what if the dream should come true? But if it should not come true? I dare not think of that, Andrew. I couldn't be happy in heaven without you. It may be very wicked, but I do not feel as if it were, and I can't help it if it is. But, dear husband, come to me again. Come back like the prodigal in the New Testament. God will forgive you everything. Don't touch drink again, my dear love. I know it was the drink that made you do as you did. You could never have done it. It was the drink that drove you to do it. You didn't know what you were doing. And then you were ashamed and thought I would be angry, and could not bear to come back to me. Ah, if you were to come in at the door as I write, you would see whether or not I was proud to have my Andrew again. But I would not be nice for you to look at now. You used to think me pretty, you said beautiful so long ago, but I am so thin now, and my face so white, and I almost frighten myself when I look in the glass. And before you get this, I shall be all gone to dust, either knowing nothing about you or trying to praise God, and always forgetting where I am in my psalm, longing so for you to come. I'm afraid I love you too much to be fit to go to heaven. Then perhaps God will send me to the other place, all for love of you, Andrew, and I do believe I should like that better, but I don't think he will, if he is anything like the man I saw in my dream. But I am growing so faint that I can hardly write. I never felt like this before, but that dream has given me strength to die, because I hope you will come too. Oh, my Andrew, do repent and turn to God, and he will forgive you. Believe in Jesus, and he will save you, and bring me to you across the deep place. But I must make haste. I can hardly see. And I must not leave this letter open for anybody but you to read after I am dead. Goodbye, Andrew. I love you all the same. I am, my dearest husband, your affectionate wife, H. Falconer. Then followed the date. It was within a week of her death. The letter was feebly written, every stroke seeming more feeble by the contrasted strength of the words. When Falconer read it afterwards, in the midst of the emotions it aroused, the strange lovely feelings of such a bond between him and a beautiful ghost far away somewhere in God's universe, who had carried him in her lost body and nursed him at her breasts, in the midst of it all he could not help wondering, he told me, to find the forms and words so like what he would have written himself. It seemed so long ago when that faded, discoloured paper with the gilt edges and the pale brown ink, and folded in the large sheet and sealed with the curious wax, must have been written. And here were its words, so fresh, so new, not withered like the rose leaves that scented the paper from the workbox where he had found it, but as fresh as if just shaken from the rose trees of the heart's garden. It was no wonder that Andrew Falconer should be sitting with his head in his hands when Robert looked in on him, for he had read this letter. When Robert saw how he sat, he withdrew, and took his violin again, and played all the tunes of the old country he could think of, recalling Dubal Sanny's workshop, that he might recall the music he had learned there. No one who understands the bit and bridle of the association of ideas, as it is called in the skeleton language of mental philosophy, wherewith the Father God holds fast the souls of his children, to the very last that we see of them at least, and doubtless to endless ages beyond, will sneer at Falconer's notion of making God's violin a ministering spirit in the process of conversion. There is a well-authenticated story of a convict's having been greatly reformed for a time by going, in one of his colonies, into a church, where the matting along the aisle was of the same pattern as that in the church to which he had gone when a boy, with his mother, I suppose. It was not the matting that so far converted him. It was not to the music of his violin that Falconer looked for aid, but to the memories of childhood, the mysteries of the kingdom of innocence, which that could recall, those memories which are yet the fountain light of all our day, are yet a master light of all our seeing. For an hour he did not venture to go near him. When he entered the room, he found him sitting in the same place, no longer weeping, but gazing into the fire with a sad countenance, the expression of which showed Falconer at once that the soul had come out of its cave of obscuration and drawn near to the surface of life. He had not seen him look so much like one clothed and in his right mind before. He knew well that nothing could be built upon this, that this very emotion did but expose him the more to the besetting sin, that in this mood he would drink, even if he knew that he would in consequence be in danger of murdering the wife whose letter had made him weep. But it was progress notwithstanding. He looked up at Robert as he entered, and then dropped his eyes again. He regarded him perhaps as a presence doubtful, whether of angel or devil, even as the demoniacs regarded the Lord of life who had come to set them free. Bewildered he must have been to find himself, towards the close of a long life of debauchery, wickedness, and the growing pains of hell, caught in a net of old times, old feelings, old truths. Now Robert had carefully avoided every indication that might disclose him to be a Scotchman even, nor was there the least sign of suspicion in Andrew's manner. The only solution of the mystery that could have presented itself to him was that his friends were at the root of it, probably his son, of whom he knew absolutely nothing. His mother could not be alive still. Of his wife's relatives there had never been one who would have taken any trouble about him after her death, hardly even before it. John Lamy was the only person, except Dr. Anderson, whose friendship he could suppose capable of this development. The latter was the more likely person, but he would be too much for him yet. He was not going to be treated like a child, he said to himself, as often as the devil got uppermost. My reader must understand that Andrew had never been a man of resolution. He had been wilful and headstrong, and these qualities in children especially are often mistaken for resolution, and generally go under the name of strength of will. There never was a greater mistake. The mistake, indeed, is only excusable from the fact that extremes meet, and that this disposition is so opposite to the other that it looks to the careless eye most like it. He never resisted his own impulses or the enticements of evil companions. Kept within certain bounds at home, after he had begun to go wrong by the weight of opinion, he rushed into all excesses when abroad upon business, till at length the vessel of his fortune went to pieces, and he was a waif on the waters of the world. But in feeling he had never been vulgar, however much so in action. There was a feeble good in him that had in part been protected by its very feebleness. He could not sin so much against it as if it had been strong. For many years he had fits of shame and of grief without repentance, for repentance is the active, the divine part, the turning again. But taking more steadily both to strong drink and opium, he was, at the time when De Fleury found him, only the dull ghost of Andrew Falconer, walking in a dream of its lost carcass. End chapter 14. Book 3, Chapter 15 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 15. Father and Son. Once more Falconer retired, but not to take his violin. He could play no more. Hope and love were swelling within him. He could not rest. Was it a sign from heaven that the hour for speech had arrived? He paced up and down the room. He kneeled and prayed for guidance and help. Something within urged him to try the rusted lock of his father's heart. Without any formed resolution, without any conscious volition, he found himself again in his room. There the old man still sat, with his back to the door and his gaze fixed on the fire, which had sunk low in the grate. Robert went round in front of him, kneeled on the rug before him, and said the one word, "Father." Andrew started violently, raised his hand, which trembled as with a palsy, to his head, and stared wildly at Robert. But he did not speak. Robert repeated the one great word. Then Andrew spoke and said in a trembling, hardly audible voice, "Are you my son, my boy Robert, sir?" "I am. Oh, Father, I have longed for you by day and dreamed about you by night, ever since I saw that other boys had fathers and I had none. Years and years of my life, I hardly know how many, have been spent in searching for you, and now I have found you." The great tall man, in the prime of life and strength, laid his big head down on the old man's knee, as if he had been a little child. His father said nothing, but laid his hand on the head. For some moments the two remained thus motionless and silent. Andrew was the first to speak, and his words were the voice of the spirit that striveth with man. "What am I to do, Robert?" No other words, not even those of passionate sorrow or overflowing affection, could have been half so precious in the ears of Robert. When a man once asks what he is to do, there is hope for him. Robert answered instantly, "You must come home to your mother." "My mother?" Andrew exclaimed. "You don't mean to say she's alive?" "I heard from her yesterday, in her own hand, too," said Robert. I daren't, murmured Andrew. "You must, father," returned Robert. "It is a long way, but I will make the journey easy for you. She knows I have found you. She is waiting and longing for you. She has hardly thought of anything but you ever since she lost you. She is only waiting to see you, and then she will go home, she says. I wrote to her and said, Grannie, I have found your Andrew. And she wrote back to me and said, God be praised, I shall die in peace. A silence followed. Will she forgive me? Said Andrew. She loves you more than her own soul, answered Robert. She loves you as much as I do. She loves you as much as God loves you. God can't love me, said Andrew feebly. He would never have left me if he had loved me. He has never left you from the very first. You would not take his way, Father, and he just let you try your own. But long before that he had begun to get me ready to go after you. He had put such love to you in my heart, and gave me such teaching and such training, that I have found you at last. And now I have found you, I will hold you. You cannot escape. You will not want to escape any more, Father. Andrew made no reply to this appeal. It sounded like imprisonment for life, I suppose, but thought was moving in him. After a long pause, during which the son's heart was hungering for a word whereon to hang a further hope, the old man spoke again, muttering as if he were only speaking his thoughts unconsciously. Where's the use? There's no forgiveness for me. My mother is going to heaven. I must go to hell. No, it's no good. But leave it as it is. I daren't see her. It would kill me to see her. It will kill her not to see you, and that will be one sin more on your conscience, Father. Andrew got up and walked around the room, and Robert only then arose from his knees. And there's my mother, he said. Andrew did not reply, but Robert saw when he turned next towards the light that the sweat was standing in beads on his forehead. Father, he said, going up to him. The old man stopped in his walk, turned and faced his son. Father, repeated Robert, you've got to repent, and God won't let you off, and you needn't think it. You'll have to repent some day. In hell, Robert, said Andrew, looking him full in the eyes, as he had never looked at him before. It seemed as if even so much acknowledgment of the truth had already made him bolder and honester. Yes, either on earth or in hell. Would it not be better on earth? But it will be no use in hell, he murmured. In those few words lay the germ of the preference for hell of poor souls enfeebled by wickedness. They will not have to do anything there, only to moan and cry and suffer forever, they think. It is effort, the outgoing of the living will, that they dread. The sorrow, the remorse of repentance, they do not so much regard. It is the action it involves. It is the having to turn, be different, and do differently that they shrink from. And they have been taught to believe that this will not be required of them there, in that awful refuge of the will-less. I do not say they think thus. I only say their dim, vague, feeble feelings are such as, if they grew into thought, would take this form. But tell them that the fire of God without and within them will compel them to bethink themselves, that the vision of an open door beyond the smoke and the flames will ever urge them to call up the ice-bound will, that it may obey, that the torturing spirit of God in them will keep their conscience awake, not to remind them of what they ought to have done, but to tell them what they must do now, and hell will no longer fascinate them. Tell them that there is no refuge from the compelling love of God, save that love itself, that he is in hell too, and that if they make their bed in hell, they shall not escape him. And then perhaps they will have some true presentiment of the worm that dieth not, and the fire that is not quenched. Father, it will be of use in hell, said Robert. God will give you no rest even there. You will have to repent some day, I do believe. If not now under the sunshine of heaven, then in the torture of the awful world, where there is no light but that of the conscience. Would it not be better and easier to repent now, with your wife waiting for you in heaven, and your mother waiting for you on earth? Will it be credible to my reader that Andrew interrupted his son with the words, Robert, it is dreadful to hear you talk like that. Why, you don't believe in the Bible. His words will be startling to one who has never heard the lips of a hoary old sinner drivel out religion. To me they are not so startling as the words of Christian women and bishops of the Church of England, when they say that the doctrine of the everlasting happiness of the righteous stands or falls with the doctrine of the hopeless damnation of the wicked. Can it be that to such the word is everything, the spirit nothing? No, it is only that the devil is playing a very wicked prank, not with them, but in them. They are pluming themselves on being selfish after a godly sort. I do believe the Bible, father, returned Robert, and have ordered my life by it. If I had not believed the Bible, I fear I should never have looked for you. But I won't dispute about it. I only say I believe that you will be compelled to repent some day, and that now is the best time. Then you will not only have to repent, but to repent that you did not repent now. And I tell you, father, that you shall go to my grandmother. End chapter 15. Book 3, Chapter 16 of Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 16. Change of Scene. But various reasons combined to induce Falconer to postpone yet for a period their journey to the north. Not merely did his father require an unremitting watchfulness, which it would be difficult to keep up in his native place amongst old friends and acquaintances, but his health was more broken than he had at first supposed, and change of air and scene without excitement was most desirable. He was anxious, too, that the change his mother must see in him should be as little as possible attributable to other causes than those that years bring with them. To this was added that his own health had begun to suffer from the watching and anxiety he had gone through, and for his father's sake, as well as for the labour which yet lay before him, he would keep that as sound as he might. He wrote to his grandmother and explained the matter. She begged him to do as he thought best, for she was so happy that she did not care if she should never see Andrew in this world. It was enough to die in the hope of meeting him in the other. But she had no reason to fear that death was at hand, for although much more frail, she felt as well as ever. By this time Falconer had introduced me to his father. I found him in some things very like his son, in others very different. His manners were more polished, his pleasure in pleasing much greater. His humanity had blossomed too easily, and then run to seed. Alas, to no seed that could bear fruit. There was a weak expression about his mouth, a wavering interrogation. It was so different from the firmly closed portals whence issued the golden speech of his son. He had a sly, sidelong look at times, whether of doubt or cunning I could not always determine. His eyes, unlike his son's, were of a light blue, and hazy both in texture and expression. His hands were long-fingered and tremulous. He gave your hand a sharp squeeze, and the same instant abandoned it with indifference. I soon began to discover in him a tendency to patronize any one who showed him a particle of respect as distinguished from commonplace civility. But under all outward appearance it seemed to me that there was a change going on. At least, being very willing to believe it, I found nothing to render belief impossible. He was very fond of the flute his son had given him, and on that sweetest and most expressionless of instruments he played exquisitely. One evening, when I called to see them, Falconer said, "We are going out of town for a few weeks, Gordon. Will you go with us?" "I am afraid I can't." "Why? You have no teaching at present, and your writing you can do as well in the country as in town." "That is true, but still I don't see how I can. I am too poor for one thing." "Between you and me, that is nonsense." "Well, I withdraw that," I said. "But there is so much to be done, especially as you will be away, and Miss St. John is at the Lakes." "That is all very true, but you need a change. I have seen for some weeks that you are failing. Mind, it is our best work that he wants, not the dregs of our exhaustion. I hope you are not of the mind of our friend, Mr. Watts, the curate of St. Gregory's." "I thought you had a high opinion of Mr. Watts," I returned. "So I have. I hope it is not necessary to agree with the man in everything before we can have a high opinion of him." "Of course not. But what is it you hope I am not of his opinion in?" "He seems ambitious of killing himself with work, of wearing himself out in the service of his master, and as quickly as possible. A good deal of that kind of thing is a mere holding of the axe to the grindstone, not a lifting of it up against thick trees. Only he won't be convinced till it comes to the helve. I met him the other day. He was looking as white as the surplice. I took upon me to read him a lecture on the holiness of holidays. I can't leave my poor, he said. Do you think God can't do without you? I asked. Is he so weak that he cannot spare the help of a weary man? But I think you must prefer quality to quantity, and for healthy work you must be healthy yourself. How can you be the visible sign of the Christ present amongst men if you inhabit an exhausted, irritable brain? Go to God's infirmary and rest a while. Bring back health from the country to those that cannot go for it. If on the way it be transmuted into spiritual form, so much the better. A little more of God will make up for a good deal less of you. What did he say to that? He said our Lord died doing the will of his Father. I told him, yes, when his time was come, not sooner. Besides, he often avoided both speech and action. Yes, he answered, but he could tell when, and we cannot. Therefore, I rejoined, you ought to accept your exhaustion as a token that your absence will be the best thing for your people. If there were no God, then perhaps you ought to work till you drop down dead. I don't know. Is he gone yet? No, he won't go. I couldn't persuade him. When do you go? Tomorrow. I shall be ready, if you really mean it. That's an if worthy only of a courtier. There may be much virtue in an if, as Touchstone says, for the taking up of a quarrel. But that if is as bad enough to breed one, said Falconer, laughing. Be at the Paddington station at noon tomorrow. To tell the whole truth, I want you to help with my father. This last was said at the door as he showed me out. In the afternoon we were nearing Bristol. It was a lovely day in October. Andrew had been enjoying himself, but it was evidently rather the pleasure of travelling in a first-class carriage like a gentleman than any delight in the beauty of heaven and earth. The country was in the rich, sombre dress of decay. Is it not remarkable, said my friend to me, that the older I grow, I find autumn affecting me more like spring? I am thankful to say, interposed Andrew with a smile in which was mingled a shade of superiority, that no change of the seasons ever affects me. Are you sure you are right in being thankful for that, father? Asked his son. His father gazed at him for a moment, seemed to bethink himself after some feeble fashion or other, and rejoined, Well, I must confess I did feel a touch of the rheumatism this morning. How I pitied Falconer. Would he ever see of the travail of his soul in this man? But he only smiled a deep, sweet smile, and seemed to be thinking divine things in that great head of his. At Bristol we went on board a small steamer, and at night were landed at a little village on the coast of North Devon. The hotel to which we went was on the steep bank of a tumultuous little river, which tumbled past its foundation of rock, like a troop of watery horses galloping by with ever-dissolving limbs. The elder Falconer retired almost as soon as we had had supper. My friend and I lighted our pipes, and sat by the open window, for although the autumn was so far advanced, the air here was very mild. For some time we only listened to the sound of the waters. There are three things, said Falconer at last, taking his pipe out of his mouth with a smile, that give a peculiarly perfect feeling of abandonment. The laughter of a child, a snake lying across a fallen branch, and the rush of a stream like this beneath us, whose only thought is to get to the sea. We did not talk much that night, however, but went soon to bed. None of us slept well. We agreed in the morning that the noise of the stream had been too much for us all, and that the place felt close and torpid. Andrew complained that the ceaseless sound wearied him, and Robert that he felt the aimless endlessness of it more than was good for him. I confess it irritated me like an anodyne unable to soothe. We were clearly all in want of something different. The air between the hills clung to them, hot and moveless. We would climb those hills and breathe the air that flitted about over their craggy tops. As soon as we had had breakfast, we set out. It was soon evident that Andrew could not ascend the steep road. We returned and got a carriage. When we reached the top, it was like a resurrection, like a dawning of hope out of despair. The cool, friendly wind blew on our faces and breathed strength into our frames. Before us lay the ocean, the visible type of the invisible, and the vessels with their white sails moved about over it like the thoughts of men feebly searching the unknown. Even Andrew Falconer spread out his arms to the wind and breathed deep, filling his great chest full. "I feel like a boy again," he said. His son strode to his side and laid his arm over his shoulders. "So do I, father," he returned, "but it is because I have got you." The old man turned and looked at him with a tenderness I had never seen on his face before. As soon as I saw that, I no longer doubted that he could be saved. We found rooms in a farmhouse on the topmost height. "These are poor little hills, Falconer," I said, "yet they help one like mountains." "The whole question is," he returned, "whether they are high enough to lift you out of the dirt. Here we are in the airs of heaven. That is all we need. They make me think how often amongst the country people of Scotland I have wondered at the clay feet upon which a golden head of wisdom stood. What poor needs, what humble aims, what a narrow basement generally, was sufficient to support the statues of pure-eyed faith and white-handed hope." "Yes," said Falconer, "he who is faithful over a few things is a lord of cities. It does not matter whether you preach in Westminster Abbey or teach a ragged class, so you be faithful. The faithfulness is all." After an early dinner we went out for a walk, but we did not go far before we sat down upon the grass. Falconer laid himself at full length and gazed upwards. "When I look like this into the blue sky," he said, after a moment's silence, "it seems so deep, so peaceful, so full of a mysterious tenderness, that I could lie for centuries and wait for the dawning of the face of God out of the awful loving kindness." I had never heard Falconer talk of his own present feelings in this manner, but glancing at the face of his father with a sense of his unfitness to hear such a lofty utterance, I saw at once that it was for his sake that he had thus spoken. The old man had thrown himself back too, and was gazing into the sky, puzzling himself, I could see, to comprehend what his son could mean. I fear he concluded for the time that Robert was not gifted with the amount of common sense belonging of right to the Falconer family, and that much religion had made him a dreamer. Still, I thought I could see a kind of awe pass like a spiritual shadow across his face as he gazed into the blue gulfs over him. No one can detect the first beginnings of any life, and those of spiritual emotion must more than any lie beyond our knowledge. There is infinite room for hope. Falconer said no more. We betook ourselves early within doors, and he read King Lear to us, expounding the spiritual history of the poor old king after a fashion I had never conceived, showing us how the said history was all compressed, as far as human eye could see of it, into the few months that elapsed between his abdication and his death, how in that short time he had to learn everything that he ought to have been learning all his life, and how, because he had put it off so long, the lessons that had then to be given him were awfully severe. I thought what a change it was for the old man to lift his head into the air of thought and life, out of the sloughs of misery in which he had been wallowing for years. End chapter 16. Book 3, Chapter 17 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 17. In the Country. The next morning, Falconer, who knew the country, took us out for a drive. We passed through lanes and gates out upon an open moor, where he stopped the carriage and led us a few yards on one side. Suddenly, hundreds of feet below us, down what seemed an almost precipitous descent, we saw the wood-embossomed, stream-trodden valley we had left the day before. Enough had been cleft and scooped seawards out of the lofty tableland to give room for a few little conical hills with curious peaks of bare rock. At the bases of these hills flowed noisily 2 or 3 streams, which joined in one and trotted out to sea over rocks and stones. The hills and the sides of the great cleft were half of them green with grass, and half of them robed in the autumnal foliage of thick woods. By the streams and in the woods nestled pretty houses, and away at the mouth of the valley and the stream lay the village. All around, on our level, stretched farm and moorland. When Andrew Falconer stood so unexpectedly on the verge of the steep descent, he trembled and started back with fright. His son made him sit down a little way off, where yet we could see into the valley. The sun was hot, the air clear and mild, and the sea broke its blue floor into innumerable sparkles of radiance. We sat for a while in silence. "Are you sure," I said, in the hope of setting my friend talking, "that there is no horrid pool down there, no half-trampled thicket with broken pottery and shreds of tin dying about, no dead carcass or dirty cottage with miserable wife and greedy children? When I was a child I knew a lovely place that I could not half enjoy, because although hidden from my view, an ugly stagnation, half mud, half water, lay in a certain spot below me. When I had to pass it, I used to creep by with a kind of dull terror mingled with hopeless disgust, and I have never got over the feeling." "You remind me much of a friend of mine, of whom I have spoken to you before," said Falconer. "Ericson. I have shown you many of his verses, but I don't think I ever showed you one little poem containing an expression of the same feeling. I think I can repeat it. Some men there are who cannot spare a single tear until they feel the last cold pressure, and the heel is stamped upon the outmost layer. And waking, some will sigh to think the clouds have borrowed winter's wing. Sad winter when the grasses spring no more about the fountain's brink. And some would call me coward fool. I lay a claim to better blood, but yet a heap of idle mud hath power to make me sorrowful." I sat thinking over the verses, for I found the feeling a little difficult to follow, although the last stanza was plain enough. Falconer resumed. "I think this is as likely as any place," he said, "to be free of such physical blots. For the moral I cannot say, but I have learned, I hope, not to be too fastidious. I mean so as to be unjust to the whole because of the part. The impression made by a whole is just as true as the result of an analysis, and is greater and more valuable in every respect. If we rejoice in the beauty of the whole, the other is sufficiently forgotten. For moral ugliness, it ceases to distress in proportion as we labour to remove it, and regard it in its true relations to all that surrounds it. There is an old legend, which I dare say you know. The Saviour and his disciples were walking along the way, when they came upon a dead dog. The disciples did not conceal their disgust. The Saviour said, 'How white its teeth are!' 'That is very beautiful,' I rejoined. 'Thank God for that. It is true, whether invented or not. But,' I added, 'it does not quite answer to the question about which we have been talking. The Lord got rid of the pain of the ugliness by finding the beautiful in it.' 'It does correspond, however, I think, in principle,' returned Falconer, 'only it goes much farther, making the exceptional beauty hallow the general ugliness, which is the true way, for beauty is life, and therefore infinitely deeper and more powerful than ugliness, which is death. A dram of sweet, says Spenser, is worth a pound of sour." It was so delightful to hear him talk, for what he said was not only far finer than my record of it, but the whole man spoke as well as his mouth, that I sought to start him again. "I wish," I said, "that I could see things as you do, in great masses of harmonious unity. I am only able to see a truth sparkling here and there, and to try to lay hold of it. When I aim at more, I am like Noah's dove, without a place to rest the sole of my foot." "That is the only way to begin. Leave the large vision to itself, and look well after your sparkles. You will find them grow and gather and unite, until you are afloat on a sea of radiance, with cloud shadows, no doubt." "And yet," I resumed, "I never seem to have room." "That is just why." "But I feel that I cannot find it. I know that if I fly to that bounding cape on the far horizon there, I shall only find a place to want another in. There is no fortunate island out on that sea." "I fancy," said Falconer, "that until a man loves space he will never be at peace in a place. At least so I have found it. I am content if you but give me room. All space to me throbs with being and life, and the loveliest spot on the earth seems but the compression of space till the meaning shines out of it, as the fire flies out of the air when you drive it close together. To seek place after place for freedom is a constant effort to flee from space, and a vain one, for you are ever haunted by the need of it, and therefore when you seek most to escape it, fancy that you love it and want it. You are getting too mystical for me now, I said. I am not able to follow you. I fear I was on the point of losing myself. At all events, I can go no further now, and indeed I fear I have been but skirting the limbo of vanities. He rose, for we could both see that this talk was not in the least interesting to our companion. We got again into the carriage, which, by Falconer's orders, was turned and driven in the opposite direction, still at no great distance from the lofty edge of the heights that rose above the shore. We came at length to a lane bounded with stone walls, every stone of which had its moss and every chink its fern. The lane grew more and more grassy, the walls vanished, and the track faded away into a narrow winding valley, formed by the many meeting curves of opposing hills. They were green to the top with sheep grass, and spotted here and there with patches of fern, great stones, and tall, withered foxgloves. The air was sweet and beautiful, and Andrew evidently enjoyed it because it reminded him again of his boyhood. The only sound we heard was the tinkle of a few tender sheep bells, and now and then the tremulous bleating of a sheep. With a gentle winding, the valley led us into a more open portion of itself, where the old man paused with a look of astonished pleasure. Before us, seaward, rose a rampart against the sky, like the turreted and embattled wall of a huge eastern city, built of loose stones piled high and divided by great peaky rocks. In the centre rose above them all one solitary, curiously shaped mass, one of the oddest peaks of the Himalayas in miniature. From its top, on the further side, was a sheer descent to the waters far below the level of the valley from which it immediately rose. It was altogether a strange, freaky, fantastic place, not without its grandeur. It looked like the remains of a frolic of the Titans, or rather, as if reared by the boys and girls, while their fathers and mothers lay stretched out huge in length, and in breadth too, upon the slopes around, and laughed thunderously at the sportive invention of their sons and daughters. Falconer helped his father up to the edge of the rampart that he might look over. Again he started back, afraid of that which was high, for the lowly valley was yet at a great height above the diminished waves. On the outside of the rampart ran a narrow path whence the green hillside went down steep to the sea. The gulls were screaming far below us. We could see the little flying streaks of white. Beyond was the great ocean. A murmured sound came up from its shore. We descended and seated ourselves on the short, springy grass of a little mound at the foot of one of the hills, where it sank slowly like the dying gush of a wave into the hollowest centre of the little vale. Everything tends to the cone-shaped here, said Falconer, the oddest and at the same time most wonderful of mathematical figures. Is it not strange, I said, that oddity and wonder should come so near? They often do in the human world as well, returned he. Therefore it is not strange that Shelley should have been so fond of this place. It is told of him that repeated sketches of this spot were found on the covers of his letters. I know nothing more like Shelley's poetry than this valley, wild, fantastic, and yet beautiful, as if a huge genius were playing at grandeur and producing little models of great things. But there is one grand thing I want to show you a little further on. We rose and walked out of the valleys on the other side along the lofty coast. When we reached a certain point, Falconer stood and requested us to look as far as we could along the cliffs to the face of the last of them. What do you see? He asked. A perpendicular rock going right down into the blue waters, I answered. Look at it. What is the outline of it like? Whose face is it? Shakespeare's, by all that is grand, I cried. So it is, said Andrew. Right. Now I'll tell you what I would do. If I were very rich and there were no poor people in the country, I would give a commission to some great sculptor to attack that rock and work out its suggestion. Then if I had any money left, we should find one for Bacon, and one for Chaucer, and one for Milton. And as we are about it, we may fancy as many more as we like, so that from the bounding rocks of our island the memorial faces of our great brothers should look abroad over the seas into the infinite sky beyond. Well now, said the elder, I think it is grander as it is. You are quite right, father, said Robert. And so with many of our fancies for perfecting God's mighty sketches, which he only can finish. Again we seated ourselves and looked out over the waves. I have never yet heard, I said, how you managed with that poor girl that wanted to drown herself, on Westminster Bridge, I mean, that night, you remember. Miss St. John has got her in her own house at present. She has given her those 2 children we picked up at the door of the public house to take care of. Poor little darlings, they are bringing back the life in her heart already. There is actually a little colour in her cheek, the dawn, I trust, of the eternal life. That is Miss St. John's way. As often as she gets hold of a poor hopeless woman, she gives her a motherless child. It is wonderful what the childless woman and the motherless child do for each other. I was much amused the other day with the lecture one of the police magistrates gave a poor creature who was brought before him for attempting to drown herself. He did give her a sovereign out of the poor box, though. Well, that might just tide her over the shoal of self-destruction, said Falconer, but I cannot help doubting whether anyone has a right to prevent a suicide from carrying out his purpose, who is not prepared to do a good deal more for him than that. What would you think of the man who snatched the loaf from a hungry thief, threw it back into the baker's cart, and walked away to his club dinner? Harsh words of rebuke and the threat of severe punishment upon a second attempt. What are they to the wretch weary of life? To some of them the kindest punishment would be to hang them for it. It is something else than punishment that they need. If the comfortable alderman had but a feeling of their afflictions, felt in himself for a moment how miserable he must be, what a waste of despair must be in his heart, before he would do it himself, before the awful river would appear to him a refuge from the upper air, he would change his tone. I fear he regards suicide chiefly as a burglarious entrance into the premises of the respectable firm of Venison, Port and Company. But you mustn't be too hard upon him, Falconer, for if his God is his belly, how can he regard suicide as other than the most awful sacrilege? Of course not. His well-fed divinity gives him one great commandment. Thou shalt love thyself with all thy heart. The great breach is to hurt thyself. Worst of all, to send thyself away from the land of luncheons and dinners to the country of thought and vision. But alas, he does not reflect on the fact that the good Belial does not feed all his votaries, that he has his elect, that the altar of his inner table too often smokes with no sacrifice, of which his poor meagre priest may partake. They must uphold the divinity which has been good to them, and not suffer his worship to fall into disrepute. Really, Robert, said his father, I am afraid to think what you will come to. You will end in denying there is a God at all. You don't believe in hell, and now you justify suicide. Really, I must say, to say the least of it, I have not been accustomed to hear such things. The poor old man looked feebly righteous at his wicked son. I verily believe he was concerned for his eternal fate. Falconer gave a pleased glance at me, and for a moment said nothing. Then he began with a kind of logical composure. In the first place, father, I do not believe in such a God as some people say they believe in. Their God is but an idol of the heathen, modified with a few Christian qualities. For hell, I don't believe there is any escape from it but by leaving hellish things behind. For suicide, I do not believe it is wicked because it hurts yourself, but I do believe it is very wicked. I only want to put it on its own right footing. And pray, what do you consider its right footing? My dear father, I recognize no duty as owing to a man's self. There is and can be no such thing. I am and can be under no obligation to myself. The whole thing is a fiction and of evil invention. It comes from the upper circles of the hell of selfishness, or perhaps it may with some be merely a form of metaphysical mistake, but an untruth it is. Then for the duty we do owe to other people, how can we expect the men or women who have found life to end, as it seems to them, in a dunghill of misery, how can we expect such to understand any obligation to live for the sake of the general others, To no individual of whom, possibly, do they bear an endurable relation. What remains? The grandest, noblest duty, from which all other duty springs, the duty to the possible God. Mind, I say possible God, for I judge it the first of my duties towards my neighbour to regard his duty from his position, not from mine. But, said I, how would you bring that duty to bear on the mind of a suicide? I think some of the tempted could understand it, though I fear not one of those could who judge them hardly, and talk sententiously of the wrong done to a society which has done next to nothing for him by the poor, starved, refused, husband-tortured wretch, perhaps, who hurries at last to the night of the filthy flowing river which, the one thread of hope in the web of despair, crawls through the city of death. What should I say to him? I should say, God liveth, thou art not thine own but his. Bear thy hunger, thy horror, in his name. I in his name will help thee out of them as I may. To go before he calleth thee is to say, thou forgettest, unto him who numbereth the hairs of thy head. Stand out in the cold and the sleet and the hail of this world, O Son of Man, till thy Father open the door and call thee. Yea, even if thou knowest him not, stand and wait, lest there should be, after all, such a loving and tender one, who for the sake of a good with which thou wilt be all content, and without which thou never couldst be content, permits thee there to stand for a time, long to his sympathizing as well as to thy suffering heart. Here Falconer paused, and when he spoke again it was from the ordinary level of conversation. Indeed, I fancy that he was a little uncomfortable at the excitement into which his feelings had borne him. Not many of them could understand this, I dare say, but I think most of them could feel it without understanding it. Certainly the belly with good capon lined will neither understand nor feel it. Suicide is a sin against God. I repeat, not a crime over which human laws have any hold. In regard to such, man has a duty alone, that, namely, of making it possible for every man to live. And where the dread of death is not sufficient to deter, what can the threat of punishment do? Or what great thing is gained if it should succeed? What agonies a man must have gone through, in whom neither the horror of falling into such a river, nor the knife in the flesh instinct with life, can extinguish the vague longing to wrap up his weariness in an endless sleep. But, I remarked, you would, I fear, encourage the trade in suicide. Your kindness would be terribly abused. What would you do with the pretended suicides? Whip them for trifling with and trading upon the feelings of their kind. Then you would drive them to suicide in earnest. Then they might be worth something, which they were not before. We are a great deal too humane for that nowadays, I fear. We don't like hurting people. No, we are infested with a philanthropy which is the offspring of our mammon worship. But surely our tender mercies are cruel. We don't like to hang people, however unfit they may be to live amongst their fellows. A weakling pity will petition for the life of the worst murderer. But for what? To keep him alive in a confinement as like their notion of hell as they dare to make it, namely a place whence all the sweet visitings of the grace of God are withdrawn, and the man has not a chance, so to speak, of growing better. In this hell of theirs they will even pamper his beastly body. They have the chaplain to visit them. I pity the chaplain, cut off in his labours from all the aids which God's world alone can give for the teachings of these men. Human beings have not the right to inflict such cruel punishment upon their fellow man. It springs from a cowardly shrinking from responsibility, and from mistrust of the mercy of God. Perhaps, first of all, from an overvaluing of the mere life of the body. Hanging is tenderness itself to such a punishment. I think you are hardly fair, though, Falconer. It is the fear of sending them to hell that prevents them from hanging them. Yes, you are right, I dare say. They are not of David's mind, who would rather fall in the hands of God than of men. They think their hell is not so hard as his, and may be better for them. But I must not, as you say, forget that they do believe their everlasting fate hangs upon their hands, for if God once gets his hold of them by death, they are lost forever. But the chaplain may awake them to a sense of their sins. I do not think it is likely that talk will do what the discipline of life has not done. It seems to me, on the contrary, that the clergyman has no commission to rouse people to a sense of their sins. That is not his work. He is far more likely to harden them by any attempt in that direction. Every man does feel his sins, though he often does not know it. To turn his attention away from what he does feel by trying to rouse in him feelings which are impossible to him in the present condition is to do him a great wrong. The clergyman has the message of salvation, not of sin, to give. Whatever oppression is on a man, whatever trouble, whatever conscious something that comes between him and the blessedness of life, is his sin. For whatever is not of faith is sin, and from all this he came to save us. Salvation alone can rouse in us a sense of our sinfulness. One must have got on a good way before he can be sorry for his sins. There is no condition of sorrow laid down as necessary to forgiveness. Repentance does not mean sorrow, it means turning away from the sins. Every man can do that, more or less, and that every man must do. The sorrow will come afterwards, all in good time. Jesus offers to take us out of our own hands into his, if we will only obey him. The eyes of the old man were fixed on his son as he spoke. He did seem to be thinking. I could almost fancy that a glimmer of something like hope shone in his eyes. It was time to go home, and we were nearly silent all the way. The next morning was so wet that we could not go out, and had to amuse ourselves as we best might indoors. But Falconer's resources never failed. He gave us this day story after story about the poor people he had known. I could see that his object was often to get some truth into his father's mind, without exposing it to rejection by addressing it directly to himself, and few subjects could be more fitted for affording such opportunity than his experiences among the poor. The afternoon was still rainy and misty. In the evening I sought to lead the conversation towards the gospel story, and then Falconer talked as I never heard him talk before. No little circumstance in the narratives appeared to have escaped him. He had thought about everything, as it seemed to me. He had looked under the surface everywhere, and found truth, mines of it, under all the upper soil of the story. The deeper he dug, the richer seemed the ore. This was combined with the most pictorial apprehension of every outward event, which he treated as if it had been described to him by the lips of an eye-witness. The whole thing lived in his words and thoughts. When anything looks strange, you must look the deeper, he would say. At the close of one of our fits of talk he rose and went to the window. "Come here," he said, after looking for a moment. All day a drooping cloud had filled the space below, so that the hills on the opposite side of the valley were hidden, and the whole of the sea near as it was. But when we went to the window we found that a great change had silently taken place. The mist continued to veil the sky, and it clung to the tops of the hills. But like the rising curtain of a stage, it had rolled halfway up from their bases, revealing a great part of the sea and shore, and half of a cliff on the opposite side of the valley. This, in itself of a deep red, was now smitten by the rays of the setting sun, and glowed over the waters a splendour of carmine. As we gazed, the vaporous curtain sank upon the shore, and the sun sank under the waves, and the sad grey evening closed in the weeping night, and clouds and darkness swathed the weary earth. For doubtless the earth needs its night as well as the creatures that live thereon. In the morning the rain had ceased, but the clouds remained. But they were high in the heavens now, like a departing sorrow, revealed the outline and form which had appeared before as an enveloping vapour of universal and shapeless evil. The mist was now far enough off to be seen and thought about. It was clouds now, no longer mist and rain, and I thought how at length the evils of the world would float away, and we should see what it was that made it so hard for us to believe and be at peace. In the afternoon the sky had partially cleared, but clouds hid the sun as he sank towards the west. We walked out. A cold autumnal wind blew, not only from the twilight of the dying day, but from the twilight of the dying season. A sorrowful, hopeless wind it seemed, full of the odours of dead leaves, those memories of green woods and of damp earth, the bare graves of the flowers. Would the summer ever come again? We were pacing in silence along a terraced walk which overhung the shore far below. More here than from the hilltop we seemed to look immediately into space, not even a parapet intervening betwixt us and the ocean. The sound of a mournful lyric, never yet sung, was in my brain. It drew nearer to my mental grasp, but ere it alighted its wings were gone, and it fell dead on my consciousness. Its meaning was this: welcome, requiem of nature. Let me share in thy requiescat. Blow, wind of mournful memories. Let us moan together. No one taketh from us the joy of our sorrow. We may mourn as we will. But while I brooded thus, behold a wonder. The mass about the sinking sun broke up and drifted away in cloudy bergs, as if scattered on the diverging currents of solar radiance that burst from the gates of the west, and streamed east and north and south over the heavens and over the sea. To the north, these masses built a cloudy bridge across the sky, from horizon to horizon, and beneath it shone the rosy-sailed ships floating stately through their triumphal arch up the channel to their home. Other clouds floated stately too in the upper sea over our heads, with dense forms thinning into vaporous edges. Some were of a dull angry red, some of as exquisite a primrose hue as ever the flower itself bore on its bosom, and betwixt their edges beamed out the sweetest, purest, most melting, most transparent blue, the heavenly blue, which is the symbol of the spirit, as red is of the heart. I think I never saw blue to satisfy me before. Some of these clouds threw shadows of many shaded purple upon the green sea, and from one of the shadows so dark and so far out upon the glooming horizon that it looked like an island, arose as from a pier a wondrous structure of dim fairy colours, a multitude of rainbow ends side by side, that would have spanned the heavens with a gorgeous arch, but failed from the very grandeur of the idea, and grew up only a few degrees against the clouded west. I stood rapt. The two falconers were at some distance before me, walking arm in arm. They stood and gazed likewise. It was as if God had said to the heavens and the earth and the chord of the seven colours, comfort ye, my people. And I said to my soul, let the tempest rave in the world, let sorrow wail like a sea-bird in the midst thereof, and let thy heart respond to her shivering cry. But the vault of heaven encloses the tempest, and the shrieking bird, and the echoing heart, and the Son of God's countenance can, with one glance from above, change the wildest winter day into the summer evening compact of poets' dreams. My companions were walking up over the hill. I could see that Falconer was earnestly speaking in his father's ear. The old man's head was bent towards the earth. I kept away. They made a turn from home. I still followed at a distance. The evening began to grow dark. The autumn wind met us again, colder, stronger, yet more laden with the odours of death and the frosts of the coming winter. But it no longer blew as from the charnel house of the past. It blew from the stars through the chinks of the unopened door on the other side of the sepulchre. It was a wind of the worlds, not a wind of the leaves. It told of the march of the spheres, and the rest of the throne of God. We were going on into the universe, home to the house of our Father, mighty adventure, sacred repose. And as I followed the pair, one great star throbbed and radiated over my head. End chapter 17. Book 3, Chapter 18 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 18. 3 Generations. The next week I went back to my work, leaving the father and son alone together. Before I left I could see plainly enough that the bonds were being drawn closer between them. A whole month passed before they returned to London. The winter then had set in with unusual severity, but it seemed to bring only health to the two men. When I saw Andrew next, there was certainly a marked change upon him. Light had banished the haziness from his eye, and his step was a good deal firmer. I can hardly speak of more than the physical improvement, for I saw very little of him now. Still, I did think I could perceive more of judgment in his face, as if he sometimes weighed things in his mind. But it was plain that Robert continued very careful not to let him a moment out of his knowledge. He busied him with the various sights of London, for Andrew, although he knew all its miseries well, had never yet been inside Westminster Abbey. If he could only trust him enough to get him something to do. But what was he fit for? To try him, he proposed once that he should write some account of what he had seen and learned in his wanderings. But the evident distress with which he shrunk from the proposal was grateful to the eyes and heart of his son. It was almost the end of the year when a letter arrived from John Lammy, informing Robert that his grandmother had caught a violent cold, and that although the special symptoms had disappeared, it was evident her strength was sinking fast, and that she would not recover. He read the letter to his father. "We must go and see her, Robert, my boy," said Andrew. It was the first time that he had shown the smallest desire to visit her. Falconer rose with glad heart and proceeded at once to make arrangements for their journey. It was a cold, powdery afternoon in January, with the snow thick on the ground, save where the little winds had blown the crown of the street bare before Mrs. Falconer's house. A post-chaise with 4 horses swept wearily round the corner and pulled up at her door. Betty opened it and revealed an old withered face, very sorrowful and yet expectant. Falconer's feeling I dare not, Andrew's I cannot, attempt to describe, as they stepped from the chaise and entered. Betty led the way without a word into the little parlour. Robert went next with long quiet strides, and Andrew followed with grey bowed head. Grannie was not in her chair. The doors which during the day concealed the bed in which she slept were open, and there lay the aged woman with her eyes closed. The room was as it had always been, only there seemed a filmy shadow in it that had not been there before. "She's deein', sir," whispered Betty. "Aye, is she? Och hon." Robert took his father's hand and led him towards the bed. They drew nigh softly and bent over the withered, but not even yet very wrinkled face. The smooth white soft hands lay on the sheet, which was folded back over her bosom. She was asleep, or rather she slumbered. But the soul of the child began to grow in the withered heart of the old man as he regarded his older mother, and as it grew it forced the tears to his eyes and the word to his lips. "Mother," he said, and her eyelids rose at once. He stooped to kiss her, with the tears rolling down his face. The light of heaven broke and flashed from her aged countenance. She lifted her weak hands, took his head, and held it to her bosom. "Eh, the bonny grey head," she said, and burst into a passion of weeping. She had kept some tears for the last. Now she would spend all that her griefs had left her. But there came a pause in her sobs, though not in her weeping, and then she spoke. "I knew it all the time, O Lord, I knew it all the time. He's come home. My Andrew, my Andrew. I'm as happy as a bairn. O Lord, O Lord." And she burst again into sobs and entered paradise in radiant weeping. Her hand sank away from his head, and when her son gazed in her face, he saw that she was dead. She had never looked at Robert. The two men turned towards each other. Robert put out his arms. His father laid his head on his bosom and went on weeping. Robert held him to his heart. When shall a man dare to say that God has done all he can? End chapter 18. Book 3, Chapter 19 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald. Chapter 19. The whole story. The men laid their mother's body with those of the generations that had gone before her beneath the long grass in their country churchyard near Rothieden. A dreary place, one accustomed to trim cemeteries and sentimental wreaths would call it. To Falconer's mind, so friendly to the forsaken dust, because it lapped it in sweet oblivion. They returned to the dreary house, and after a simple meal such as both had used to partake of in their boyhood, they sat by the fire. Andrew in his mother's chair, Robert in the same chair in which he had learned his Sallust and written his versions. Andrew sat for a while gazing into the fire, and Robert sat watching his face, where in the last few months a little feeble fatherhood had begun to dawn. It was there, father, that Grannie used to sit every day, sometimes looking in the fire for hours, thinking about you, I know,' Robert said at length. Andrew stirred uneasily in his chair. 'How do you know that?' he asked. 'If there was one thing I could be sure of, it was when Grannie was thinking about you, father. Who wouldn't have known it, father, when her lips were pressed together as if she had some dreadful pain to bear, and her eyes were looking away through the fire, so far away, and I would speak to her 3 times before she would answer. She lived only to think about God and you, father. God and you came very close together in her mind. Since ever I can remember almost, the thought of you was just the one thing in this house.' Then Robert began at the beginning of his memory, and told his father all that he could remember. When he came to speak about his solitary musings in the garret, he said, and long before he reached this part he had relapsed into his mother tongue, 'Come and look at the place, father. I want to see it again myself.' He rose. His father yielded and followed him. Robert got a candle in the kitchen, and the 2 big men climbed the little narrow stair and stood in the little sky of the house, where their heads almost touched the ceiling. 'I sat upon the floor there,' said Robert, and thought what I would do to get ye, father, and what I would do with ye when I had gotten ye. I would great whiles cause other laddies had a father, and I had none. And there's where I found mamma's box with the letter in it, her own picker. Grannie gave me that one of you, and there's where I used to kneel doon and pray to God. And he's heard my prayers and Grannie's prayers, and here ye are with me at last. Instead of thinking aboot ye, I have your own self. Come, father, I want to say a word of thanks to God for hearing my prayer.' He took the old man's hand, led him to the bedside, and kneeled with him there. My reader can hardly avoid thinking it was a poor sad triumph that Robert had after all. How the dreams of the boy had dwindled in settling down into the reality. He had his father, it was true, but what a father! And how little he had him. But this was not the end, and Robert always believed that the end must be the greater in proportion to the distance it was removed, to give time for its true fulfilment. And when he prayed aloud beside his father, I doubt not that his thanksgiving and his hope were equal. The prayer over, he took his father's hand and led him down again to the little parlour, and they took their seats again by the fire, and Robert began again and again, and went on with his story, not omitting the parts belonging to Mary St. John and Eric Ericson. When he came to tell how he had encountered him in the deserted factory, 'Look here, father, here's the mark of the cut,' he said, parting the thick hair on the top of his head. His father hid his face in his hands. 'It was not muckle of a blow that ye gie'd me, father,' he went on, 'but I fell against the grate, and that was what did it. And I never tell't onybody, nae even Miss St. John, who plastered it up who I had gotten it. And I did not mean to say onything aboot it, but I wanted to tell you a queer dream, such a queer dream it garred me dream this same night.' As he told the dream, his father suddenly grew attentive, and before he had finished looked almost scared, but he said nothing. When he came to relate his grandmother's behaviour after having discovered that the papers relating to the factory were gone, he hid his face in his hands once more. He told him how Grannie had mourned and wept over him, from the time when he heard her praying aloud as he crept through her room at night, to their last talk together after Dr. Anderson's death. He set forth as he could in the simplest language the agony of her soul over her lost son. He told him then about Ericson and Dr. Anderson, and how good they had been to him. At last, of Dr. Anderson's request that he would do something for him in India. 'Will you go on with me, father?' he asked. 'I'll never leave ye again, Robert, my boy,' he answered. 'I have been a bad man and a bad father, and now I give myself up to you to make the best of me ye can. I dare not leave ye, Robert.' 'Pray to God to take care of ye, father. He'll do onything for ye if you'll only let him.' 'I will, Robert.' 'I was myself dreadful miserable for a while,' Robert resumed, 'for I could not see or hear God at all, but God heard me, and loot me ken that he was there, and that all was right. I was just like when a barnie wakens up and cries oot, thinking it's alone, and through the murk comes the word of the mother of it, saying, "I'm here, crater, do not grate." And I came to believe 'at he would make you a good man at last. Oh, Father, it's been my dream walking and sleeping to have ye back to me and Grannie and Mamma and the Father of us all, and Jesus Christ that's done onything for us. And noo ye maun pray to God, Father. Ye will pray to God to hold a grip of ye. Will not ye, Father? I will, Robert. But I've been an awful sinner. I believe I was the death of your mother, laddie. Some fount of memory was opened. Some tide of old tenderness gushed up in his heart. At some window of the past, the face of his dead wife looked in. The old man broke into a great cry, and sobbed and wept bitterly. Robert said no more, but wept with him. Henceforward the father clung to his son like a child. The heart of Falconer turned to his Father in heaven with speechless thanksgiving. The ideal of his dream was beginning to dawn, and his life was new born. It did not take Robert long to arrange his grandmother's little affairs. He had already made up his mind about her house and furniture. He rang the bell one morning for Betty. "Have ye ony siller laid up, Betty?" "Ay, I have £15 in the savings bank." "And what do you think of doing?" "I'll get a bit roomy and take in washing." "Weel, I'll tell you what I would like you to do. You know Mistress Elshender?" "Fine that, and a very decent body she is." "Well, if you like, you can hold this hoose and all 'at's in it, just as it is till the day of your death, and you'll aye keep it in order, and the gel room ready for me at ony time I may happen to come in upon ye in want of a night's quarters. But I would like ye, if ye have nae objections, to take Mistress Elshender to bide with ye. She's turning some frail noo, and I'm under a great obligation to her, Sandy, you know." "Ay, well that. He learnt ye to fiddle, Robert. I humbly beg your pardon, sir, Mr. Robert." "Nae offence, Betty, I assure you. Ye have been aye good to me, and I thank ye heartily." Betty could not stand this. Her apron went up to her eyes. "Eh, sir," she sobbed, "ye was aye a good lad." "Except when I spake of Muckledrum, Betty." She laughed and sobbed together. "Weel, ye'll take Mistress Elshender in, will not ye?" "I'll do that, sir, and I'll try to do my best with her." "She can help ye, you know, with your washing and sich like. She's a hard working woman, sir. She would do that weel. And when you're in ony want of siller, just write to me, and if onything should happen to me, you know, write to Mr. Gordon, a friend of mine. There's his address in Lunnon." "Eh, sir, but ye are kind. God bless you for all." She could bear no more, and left the room crying. Everything settled at Rothieden, he returned to Bodyfall. The most welcome greeting he had ever received in his life lay in the shine of his father's eyes when he entered the room where he sat with Miss Lammie. The next day they left for London. Chapter 19. Book 3, Chapter 20 of Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Robert Falconer, by George MacDonald. Chapter 20. The Vanishing. They came to see me the very evening of their arrival. As to Andrew's progress there could be no longer any doubt. All that was necessary for conviction on the point was to have seen him before and to see him now. The very grasp of his hand was changed. But not yet would Robert leave him alone. It will naturally occur to my reader that his goodness was not much yet. It was not. It may have been greater than we could be sure of, though. But if any one object that such a conversion, even if it were perfected, was poor inasmuch as the man's free will was intromitted with, I answer, the development of the free will was the one object. Hitherto it was not free. I ask the man who says so, where would your free will have been if at some period of your life you could have had everything you wanted? If he says it is nobler in a man to do with less help, I answer, Andrew was not noble. Was he therefore to be forsaken? The prodigal was not left without the help of the swine and their husks at once to keep him alive and disgust him with the life. Is the less help a man has from God the better? According to you, the grandest thing of all would be for a man sunk in the absolute abysses of sensuality, all at once to resolve to be pure as the Empyrean, and be so, without help from God or man. But is the thing possible? As well might a hyena say, I will be a man, and become one. That would be to create. Andrew must be kept from the evil long enough to let him at least see the good before he was let alone. But when would we be let alone? For a man to be fit to be let alone is for a man not to need God, but to be able to live without him. Our hearts cry out, to have God is to live. We want God. Without him no life of ours is worth living. We are not then even human, for that is but the lower form of the divine. We are immortal, eternal. Fill us, O Father, with thyself. Then only all is well. More. I heartily believe, though I cannot understand the boundaries of will and inspiration, that what God will do for us at last is infinitely beyond any greatness we could gain, even if we could will ourselves from the lowest we could be into the highest we can imagine. It is essential divine life we want, and there is grand truth, however incomplete or perverted, in the aspiration of the Brahmin. He is wrong, but he wants something right. If the man had the power in his pollution to will himself into the right without God, the fact that he was in that pollution with such power must damn him there forever. And if God must help ere a man can be saved, can the help of man go too far towards the same end? Let God solve the mystery, for he made it. One thing is sure, we are his, and he will do his part, which is no part but the all in all. If man could do what in his wildest self-worship he can imagine, the grand result would be that he would be his own God, which is the hell of hells. For some time I had to give Falconer what aid I could in being with his father while he arranged matters in prospect of their voyage to India. Sometimes he took him with him when he went amongst his people, as he called the poor he visited. Sometimes when he wanted to go alone, I was to take him to Miss St. John, who would play and sing as I had never heard any one play or sing before. Andrew on such occasions carried his flute with him, and the result of the two was something exquisite. How Miss St. John did lay herself out to please the old man, and pleased he was. I think her kindness did more than anything else to make him feel like a gentleman again, and in his condition that was much. At length Falconer would sometimes leave him with Miss St. John till he or I should go for him. He knew she could keep him safe. He knew that she would keep him if necessary. One evening I went to see Falconer. I found him alone. It was one of these occasions. "I am very glad you have come, Gordon," he said. "I was wanting to see you. I have got things nearly ready now. Next month, or at latest the one after, we shall sail, and I have some business with you which had better be arranged at once. No one knows what is going to happen. The man who believes the least in chance knows as little as the man who believes in it the most. My will is in the hands of Dobson. I have left you everything." I was dumb. "Have you any objection?" he said, a little anxiously. "Am I able to fulfill the conditions?" I faltered. "I have burdened you with no conditions," he returned. "I don't believe in conditions. I know your heart and mind now. I trust you perfectly." "I am unworthy of it." "That is for me to judge." "Will you have no trustees?" "Not one." "What do you want me to do with your property?" "You know well enough. Keep it going the right way." "I will always think what you would like." "No, do not. Think what is right, and where there is no right or wrong plain in itself, then think what is best. You may see good reason to change some of my plans. You may be wrong, but you must do what you see right. Not what I see or might see right." "But there is no need to talk so seriously about it," I said. "You will manage it yourself for many years yet. Make me your steward, if you like, during your absence. I will not object to that." "You do not object to the other, I hope?" "No." "Then so let it be. The other, of course. I have, being a lawyer myself, taken good care not to trust myself only with the arranging of these matters. I think you will find them all right." "But supposing you should not return? You have compelled me to make this supposition." "Of course. Go on. What am I to do with the money in the prospect of following you?" "Ah, that is the one point on which I want a word, although I do not think it is necessary. I want to entail the property." "How?" By word of mouth, he answered, laughing. You must look out for a right man, as I have done. Get him to know your ways and ideas, and if you find him worthy, that is a grand, wide word. Our Lord gave it to his disciples. Leave it all to him in the same way I have left it to you, trusting to the Spirit of truth that is in him, the Spirit of God. You can copy my will as far as it will apply, for you may have, one way or another, lost the half of it by that time. But by word of mouth you must make the same condition with him as I have made with you, that is, with regard to his leaving it, and the conditions on which he leaves it, adding the words, that it may descend thus in perpetuum. And he must do the same. He broke into a quiet laugh. I knew well enough what he meant, but he added, That means, of course, for as long as there is any. Are you sure you are doing right, Falconer? I said. Quite. It is better to endow one man who will work as the Father works than 100 charities. But it is time. I went to fetch my father. Will you go with me? This was all that passed between us on the subject, save that on our way he told me to move to his rooms and occupy them until he returned. My papers, he added, I commit to your discretion. On our way back from Queen Square he joked and talked merrily. Andrew joined in. Robert showed himself delighted with every attempt at gaiety or wit that Andrew made. When we reached the house, something that had occurred on the way made him turn to Martin Chuzzlewit, and he read Mrs. Gamp's best to our great enjoyment. I went down with the two to Southampton to see them on board the steamer. I stayed with them there until she sailed. It was a lovely morning in the end of April, when at last I bade them farewell on the quarter-deck. My heart was full. I took his hand and kissed it. He put his arms round me and laid his cheek to mine. I was strong to bear the parting. The great iron steamer went down in the middle of the Atlantic, and I have not yet seen my friend again. The end. End. Chapter 20. End. Robert Falconer by George MacDonald.